Yeah. But like,
a
I'm saying
judging.
truth is a tool that we use, to like sort of.
What?
Hmm?
What is the purpose of truth if it's not something that is?
It's
Is
for
there
us to
something beyond truth?
trace. It's sort of like tracing, like, because truth is preserved across certain operations or not, right? In a formal system, so we sort of
Well, it
are able
doesn't
to
matter about formal
trace
systems, really. I mean,
trace
it
the,
for the
the heritability of truth. You know what I mean? That's like the key. That's the key, like, sort of worth of it, like, as a tool, right? That's what it's for, right? It's heritable, right?
so if it's a tool, if truth is a
Yeah,
tool,
like
can it be
truth
wielded?
as we use it is literally just I mean, like a label with conditions. I mean, that's just like, it's just a conditional label.
And are there adequacy conditions for the appropriateness of wielding? Well, let me put it this way: that to
Yeah,
deem like, okay, if truth is being correctly, I don't know,
yeah, like if you're doing
correctly operated.
arithmetic or something, obviously,
Okay,
right? I mean,
so in
it
that
becomes
case,
obvious there, you know what I mean?
okay, in that case, then it wouldn't be strictly speaking correct to say that we were wielding or using truth as a tool, because there would be a truth that envelops that system itself within which
Well,
we
no,
are.
yeah, I'm saying we assign meaning to it, right? It's like the meaning is not in the formalism for
Right.
which
I
use
would
it, right?
agree
But
with that.
truth is only, I mean, truth is something we use in formalisms. That's where it's useful. You know what I mean?
Is it a standard, or is it something that is
No,
actually
it's
being
not.
used like a
It's not a
uh,
standard.
okay,
Again, it's just a conditional label, basically.
I see. Okay.
And like,
Let's backtrack.
why do you use labels for anything, right? Why do you like tally things? You know what I mean? To keep track of them, right?
For the purpose of identification. I mean, ultimately, if we're thinking about, for
Well,
instance,
to keep
trying to.
track of them, right? You're just like you're putting these tallies, you're writing these tallies down, right? You're keeping track of something. You know what I mean?
And when we tend to label things, we like to label things in accordance with the characteristics which we deem relevant to the things themselves, in relation to our
Yeah,
particular purpose. I mean, for instance, if I'm labeling, I don't
right.
know, food, I'm not going to be worried about the color, so to speak. I'm going to be looking at like, okay, what kinds of foods they are, and the like. So it's in that
Right.
case, it's
And then
going to
it's
be
like,
relative to that standpoint.
yeah, and it's just like, so across that whole like activity, right? Where for our purposes, we want like a medium, like paper, right? That's relatively stable. You know what I mean? Like, across the, like, on the time scale of our purposes, right? Paper might dissolve like in 1,000 years, right? But I can carry it with me, and the words on it are just gonna be like, they're still gonna be there. I can put it in my pocket, carry it with me, and keep like these foods in different contexts. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's context dependent, right? That's the
Mhm.
key.
Let's see. Let's
But you see,
backtrack.
like, the usefulness of it, right? It's something that we use because it's like we can only hold so many units in our focus at once, right? You
Sure.
know what I'm saying? The crow,
Yeah.
right?
I wouldn't say that we're using truth in that sense. I'd say that truth is something that is which we are striving for, at least some kind of fulfillment of.
I wouldn't.
Uh,
I would be careful. I would be really
I
careful with
wouldn't. I
those
wouldn't
sort
say
of
that
like
truth is along the lines of like a tool,
conflations.
like a screwdriver or a ruler. It seems
Yeah, I would
that.
be very careful with those sort of conflations, right? It's sort of like conflating, like when you're doing math, right? When you're trying
But
to
you were the one that
sort of,
brought up the tool analogy. So,
yeah, but I'm
or
saying,
if
like
it is an
think about it like
analogy,
this.
I don't know if it is.
Think, well, that's not what I was saying. You're conflating. Listen, what I'm saying, right? So like when you're doing math, right, and you have like equation, and you're trying to, you're going through it, trying to solve it, right? The equation, right? It's like, it's already decidable. You know what I mean? Right? It's not something. It's independent of like the process that you're going through, right? The output is already fully specified. It has to be, or else the computation can never halt, right? You get what I'm saying? So it's like you
The
don't conflate. Like it's very you have to be very careful not to conflate the rate dependent activity of reading and writing, right? And the
Mhm.
rate independence of computation, right?
Well, I mean, just put it perhaps in simpler terms, that when you're enumerating, what you're enumerating is different from the act of your enumeration. The number that
Right.
you're listing off is, or reading off is not a verb which are speaking of or whatever. If I'm counting sheep, or whatever object I'm counting, it's never the thing in question. I'm counting something.
I am
Applying
lagging.
numbers. What's that?
Said I'm lagging out. What the fuck?
Hmm. Let's see here. Let me just make sure I'm not lagging.
Yeah, and I just think like that sort of thing, like striving for truth, is sort of conflating that, right? Because we're not sort of we're like what we're striving for there is greater than truth, right? The truth, you get what I'm saying?
Okay, then I could put it this way then. I'm striving for intellectual satisfaction. A
Right. Yeah.
state
I
wherein
can.
my mind
Yes.
can rest content. That is, insofar as I reach that point, I would say that I have arrived at ultimate truth.
Well,
Unless that
I don't think I don't
that
know
I
what you
don't
mean
think that's
by
possible.
where I can rest, right? Like I don't think it's like uh
The mind can rest without asking any additional questions. The mind is no longer perturbed by a
I think this is
restlessness
like an
that.
ethical thing. Like I would totally disagree with that's like the goal, like intellectually. Just like
Intellectual.
it's like
So you would say that
when you're
truth does
raising.
not satisfy the intellect,
No, I'm
or the
saying
object
when
of philosophy is not intellectual
when you know
satisfaction.
more things, as you know more things, you're sort of expanding your range of like efficacy, and so you have more options open to you, right? It's not like I don't. It's like people tend to
Okay.
view like opportunities for new learning as like a burden, right? But that's like the totally like it's like the total wrong way to view it, right?
Oh yeah, I'm not viewing it as a burden per se. I'm viewing
Yeah,
it
yeah.
rather
Because
as a.
like
I mean, the
I
further you
feel
develop your knowledge, you get more stability. In the same way that
right. I feel
if you think
a
of
lot
the
more satisfaction, right? Fulfillment from something uh like I chew on some food, right? I chew on some food, I eat some food, and then like I don't finish it now. I put it like back in the fridge for later. And then when I'm hungry, I'm like, yes, bro. I put some food in the fridge, like I feel fulfilled, like really fulfilled in that moment, right? That's like what I take to be like sort of like the basic, sort of example what like what I take fulfillment to be. You know what I mean?
yeah, for me, I don't really use the food analogy. For me personally, I find fulfillment to be a kind of state of a kind of a bliss, bliss, and a sense of stability and restfulness,
I
or a
think I mean like
contentment, peace of
efficacy,
mind,
you know?
ataraxia.
A sense of efficacy, like I'm competent to deal with the world. You know what I mean?
I would say it's more along the lines, for me at least. I associate
Like
this
just think about
idea of
that.
fulfillment
Like if
with
knowledge is an achievement, right, and more knowledge expands my range of like efficacy, right,
mhm.
I'm fulfilled in my sense of efficacy, in my sense of competence because I know these things, right, to basically uh face the world. You know what I mean? To live, right? Because
the
live is not something like living is not something you could like stop. You know what I mean?
well,
You get what I'm saying?
it's well, I'm not going to go into that, but it's you can there. Well, how should I say? I'm not going to go into Schopenhauer now, but when I associate this notion of like intellectual satisfaction with
Yeah.
truth and reality, so reality and truth satisfy the intellect. Those are some things that I think are indispensable for uh, theoretical inquiry. They're assumptions, fundamental assumptions that without which we cannot rest,
Do you mean
without
like
which we cannot operate.
do you know like the saying like uh what's the saying? There's something about like the journey, not the destination. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. I've yeah. It's like okay, maybe the friends. Yeah, maybe the friends were the. Well, maybe the thing was the friends we met along the way.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
right.
But
But it's like the values are basically like my view of values, right? Is like they values make action possible, right? Because they cost action to acquire them. You know what I mean?
mhm.
And it's like it's because it's something like worth paying for. You know? You know what I'm saying? It's like I like it's always for more, like more. Like I feel satisfied. Like why do I climb the hill, right? That I can't see what's on the other side because like once I could say I know what's there, right? And what's there, right? It's always more. There's more hills to climb, right?
Mhm.
You get what I'm saying? And but I can see more, way more, right? Like
Mhm.
climbing to the top of the hill, right? It's like it's not like I stop there and I'm satisfied. I'm satisfied in that I have more to do. You know what I mean? What makes me unsatisfied is like feeling like I'm stagnating and I'm like rotting. You know what I mean? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because like I don't have to basically I don't have to choose weakness, right? I just have to stop doing the activities that maintain strength, right? I don't have to like choose distance in a relationship. I just have to stop doing the activities that maintain that closeness, right? I don't have to choose illness, right? I just have to stop like doing the activities that maintain my health, right?
Mhm.
I just end up degrading, right? Because like life is motion, it's an activity, right? And the world is also we're in an already moving world, right? You know, the world's not gonna
There is
wait
no
up for you.
motion.
The world's not gonna wait up for you. You know what I mean? You can't pause it, right? For you to figure it out.
Let's see. So here, I just wanted to pull out my fancy cursive notebook. One of them, at least. I got dozens of them. But I wanted to just explain a little bit
What
what I
is
meant
truth
more.
for? You get what I'm saying? That's what's more like I like when I hear
What is
when I hear you
truth
describing
for? That's an interesting
exactly
question that you bring up because that question,
because when you say you're striving
you're
for
given
truth,
an answer.
that feels empty to me. You know what I mean?
So here's the thing. That very question, what is truth for? It's interesting that you bring that up. It reminds me of the following question. Why should I be moral?
Mm-hmm.
The question involves within itself
I
a
like
bit of
this question.
it's almost like a question that is unconscious of its own presuppositions,
Mm-hmm.
if you want to think of it this way. Because there's many different meanings of why. I actually wrote this. Let me actually just pull this up here because I wrote this as one of my papers in a class. Why should I be moral? Let me just, cause I have the argument here. It'll just make life 1,000 times easier. Let's see. Maybe if I put, let's see.
I have some like interesting thoughts on this question, but I'll let you.
Socrates. Um, let's see here. I probably shouldn't have put Socrates. I should probably have just put, let's see here. Yeah. Plato's dialogue. Socrates' mouth.
Oh shit!
Hang on 1 second. Ah, let's see if I put Cephalus maybe. No, let's do Agathon. No, let's do Gyges. Let's do why should I?
I have some interesting thoughts on this. If you want to talk about it.
Yeah, here we go. Oh wait. Oh, let's see. Here we go. Got it. Okay. So the way I frame it is actually, why is justice better than injustice? But let me see here, because I know I changed the.
Martin Luther King has some great quotes on that.
Martin Luther King wrote an undergrad paper on the idealist philosopher J.M.E. McTaggart.
But like the quotes are similar to what I was just saying about like
Mhm.
maintaining strength and not choosing weakness. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's like basically not upholding justice. Like the main idea is like all about like if you don't uphold justice, you're basically uh engendering injustice. You know what I mean?
Mm.
You get what I'm saying? I don't remember the exact quotes, but there's a bunch of quotes like that.
Let me see here, because I know I have. Let's see if I.
These opportunities they come and go. It's on you to take them up, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, let's see here. So this will be. Hang on one moment. Thank you for your patience, everyone.
But that's like connected to my thoughts on this issue.
Here's the first part. Fortunately, there might be some italics that are normative comparative. Okay, let me just edit this here. Normative comparative phrase. Better than. Okay, so here's the first couple paragraphs. Hang on. Okay. Why should I just? Why shouldn't I? I don't just. Okay, let's break these calls.
I mean, but how did we even get here, bro? What were we
Because
meant
we were
to do?
because you were talking about the why, what is truth for?
Yes.
That's the question you were asking,
But
and
like how
that's
did we even
very
get
important.
there, bro? We like just
Universals, I think. It's
universe.
very important. To be honest, this is very important. Okay, let's see. Why shouldn't I? Oh, damn! There's so many. Hang on. Let me just do this. Hang on. Copy, paste. So I need to get all of the italics correct in order for it to be easier to
I
read.
mean, my basic answer is just like counterfactually, right? You would sort of be just committing yourself to a life where the fruits of morality can't exist, right? Or can't, yeah, you know what I mean? Well, yeah, the fruits of morality for you can't exist.
Yeah, but there's something even deeper.
Is it?
Yes. Let's see. And I'm about to show it. Oughtn't I do X? Should. Unjustly. Oughtn't I?
I think it's just like generally a value that one doesn't pursue is like it's not an unreal value. You know what I mean? It's just one that, you know, isn't obtained by that person, right?
Here we go. Almost there, almost there. Just about to respond to your question. Nearly there. I'm thinking. Well, I'm actually thinking and putting in these asterisks to get all the italics correct before I could paste this. But no, you'll find this very interesting, and it's very relevant because it could be transposed to the question of regarding truth that you had. And oh shit.
Oh man.
Okay, let's see. I actually wrote this in one of my master's classes back at Boston College regarding. It was actually on Socrates. Class in Socrates, actually. Didn't really like the class. Kind of boring. The professor was good, but I just had way too much work going on that semester. Let's see here. Normative domain appeared. Also fell within. Okay. Normative domain. The question is oughts. Oughts. Within. Beyond. Nevertheless, okay, why is it better just was this question? Okay, why should I ought? Okay, ought to do accordance with one. Okay, I haven't looked at this essay in probably a year. Actually, wasn't that disappointed with it. I got an A, but it was a bit of a rushed essay. Didn't really enjoy writing it that much, but hey, okay. Why shouldn't okay? Locator, okay, something, okay, just for him is something. Thank you for everyone's patience and humoring me. Because you're going to learn something.
Let's see.
Why do you turn and walk away from all of us and what we say? To gratify is not my aim. You shall learn something all the same. Goethe. Okay. Good. What? So, we suppose that such a thing already okay. What ought
I just took a little bit of Adderall, so when that kicks back in, I
that probably what's the
gotta
what's
go
the
back
dosage?
to studying.
How much do you take?
Well, I split like a 30 milligram instant release in half. That's what I usually do. Like it's getting late, and I could feel already myself in this discussion. I'm
Do
like,
you
oh
feel
yeah.
you feel
I'm
it
like,
feels great.
no, I mean in this discussion, like I feel off kilter. You know what I mean?
Oh wait, you oh wow, you don't get the euphoria?
No, because I was I was like what's it called? I was already crashing, from early because I took early. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Okay, let's see. Here we go. All nominative systems. It actually kind of has to do with predicativity a little bit. So this might
I
find
bet
it. You might find this.
I bet it
Yeah.
does. A lot of things have to do with
Yeah.
predicativity.
Okay. Let's see.
I mean,
Mm-hmm.
it'd be weird if it didn't. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Okay. And good. Okay. Now I could post the remainder. Okay, where did I begin? Okay, so that's where I start off. Why? Okay, good. Let's break it down.
But these Discord calls aren't uh like I usually walk around my house the entire time. I just like
Mm-hmm.
walk in circles, you know. So
Yeah.
I end up walking like 6 miles or something.
Holy shit.
Like literally, we'd be talking for hours or something. You know, I would walk.
Yeah.
I would be walking around the house the whole time.
Damn.
It's like can't sit still, bro. When I'm talking.
Okay. Oh shit, it's a bit large.
What's going on,
Okay.
pessimistic?
Hey. I don't know who just said that, but hey.
That was me, bro. Like, what's
Okay.
going on?
Yeah.
What's
Oh
going
yeah.
on?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'm bathing in the ether of the one substance.
I got other things to do, man.
You have nothing but no. It's kidding. That's the essence of the question. Turns out to be okay. What ought I do? What I ought to do? Why ought I do what I ought to do? Okay. Okay. Okay.
I mean, obviously, if we're not going to be deontologists, you know, deontologists is like they we're talking about oughts without reference to goals. If we're deontologists, but we're not like if we're not deontologists, we don't have to do that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What's the question? Okay, let me do this here.
And obviously, I'm a realist about goals and
That's good.
selection, selectivity, all that stuff. Goal selection and directedness. Obviously, I'm a realist about that.
Mm. Good.
Like
Good.
universal, yeah. You know? Not just for living things. You know.
That's good. And then here are just some footnotes. Okay, and I'll post those footnotes. Footnote. People need to know how to do footnotes. Okay, so let's look at this a little bit. Let me go here. So, why is justice better than injustice? We could transpose this question to the following, like, well, why or what? Why?
Better.
Let's do it this way. Yeah, why should I be
I feel like there's
moral?
something wrong with that question. Why is
There's
it
something
better?
very wrong with that question.
Like
Very wrong indeed.
the question of like sort of ranking justice and injustice. I feel like
Right.
there's something wrong with that question.
There is something very wrong with that question. But the question now becomes, well,
What's you
what?
know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah.
Better by what standard,
So
right?
what we can do is this. Let me just go up here.
Or what and by what
Um,
standard?
right. Um, the above question deserves to be analyzed in precise detail. Firstly, let us examine how the comparative phrase better than functions in the question. When it comes to Glaucon's initial worry, we find that the sense of better than featuring in the question can be understood either in a normative sense or in a non-normative sense. If we view it in a non-normative sense, then the question doesn't make any sense when taken in the abstract. It only makes sense in connection with the relationship between the profits, rewards, and material wealth that one would receive if they carried out the just action. And the profits, rewards, and material wealth that the agent would receive if they performed the unjust action. However, since the question is trying to determine whether justice as such, i.e., all actual and possible just actions, rather than any particular just action, is better than injustice as such, i.e., all actual and possible unjust actions, rather than any particular unjust action, there is no way of gauging the material consequences to be gained or lost. As a result, the comparative phrase better than must be understood in a different sense. If an answer to the question is to be forthcoming, what if we interpret better than as functioning as a normative comparative phrase, If we do this, we have several ways of rephrasing our initial question rephrasing our initial question. I fuck it up there, but that's okay. Why is justice to be preferred to injustice? Or, again, quote,
Mhm.
why are just actions better than unjust actions? To make the discussion more concrete, we can transpose our question into one that reflects the standpoint of a questioner. This can be done by breaking down the question into two separate yet interrelated ones. Quote, A, why should I act justly? And 2, why shouldn't I act unjustly? Let's break down these questions.
I
Part of
don't
the
know. I
question
agree with that. Like, I definitely like have a lot of problems already.
with questions, why should I act justly?
Well, definitely the latter. Why shouldn't I
Oh
act
yeah.
in this?
I mean,
Like,
I completely agree with you. I think these questions are ultimately incoherent. But I'm
right.
just breaking down that original question in terms of
Okay.
ones that are reflecting from the standpoint of a
Yeah.
questioner to make it a bit easier to show that
Okay.
the questioner doesn't even know what he's talking about or like he
Right.
doesn't realize what he's saying is nonsense. So I'm just kind of
Yeah.
like
I think it's sort of
working them through it.
if you're not choosing justice, then it's sort of you're deferring on the responsibility. You know what I mean? You're just like you're sort of
Yeah,
being a second hander. You know what I mean? Like
it's
you're
like
like justice for an objectivist is more like like the epistemological aspect of it is like about independent judgment, living on living with unborrowed vision. You know, living by
mhm,
unborrowed vision. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah. I can see what you're getting at here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. Um.
And it's sort of
Well.
like what Martin Luther King said, like what I was saying, right? It's and what I was saying about like maintaining strength, right? If you don't do that, then like weakness, necessarily follows, right? So if you don't uh like maintain justice, take up the responsibility of independent judgment and all that, right? Then you're like, what's gonna happen is injustice, like necessarily, and like
Mhm,
justice will be sort of like it's sort of like they operate like in pari passu, you know, like
side by
right
side.
along. Yeah, you get what I'm
So
saying?
yes, I do. So let's break down these questions. The part of the question that reads, why should I? And the part of the question that reads, why shouldn't I? Both deserve careful scrutiny. Uh, Firstly, if I am told that I should do X, then I am being told that I ought to do X. And if I am told that I ought to do X, uh, I'm being told by implication that I oughtn't or ought not do not X. With this in mind, we can see that the question, why should I act justly, resolves itself into the question, why ought I act justly? And the question, why shouldn't I act unjustly, narrows itself down to, why oughtn't I act unjustly? Moreover, to act justly is to act in accordance with what one ought to do, and to act unjustly is to act in accordance with what one oughtn't do. Insofar as one asks the question, why ought I act justly? One is granting that there is a fact of the matter regarding the normative status of certain actions, namely, that some actions, if performed, would be just, and other actions, if performed, would be unjust. Moreover, if as Moreover, in asking the question, one is also granting that there are actions which, if capable of being performed, ought to be performed, and other actions which, if capable of being performed, oughtn't be performed. If we introduce the comparative phrase better than, we see that the questioner is asking why actions which ought to be performed are better than actions which oughtn't be performed. But if we take better than as a normative relation between actions that ought to be performed and actions that oughtn't be performed, it seems that we must interpret better than as identifying actions that
Yeah.
ought to be performed as actions that ought to be performed, and actions that oughtn't to be performed as actions that oughtn't be performed.
Like
This is
I think
beginning.
they're like incommensurable. You know?
Yeah, it's this is beginning to sound like sound tautological.
Right.
When we first confronted when we were first confronted with the question, why are just actions better than unjust actions?
Okay.
We were first confronted with the question, why are just actions better than unjust actions? And we have
So
seen
if
that the
I'm
question
following,
resolves. Mhm.
is the argument basically just like proving that ought nots and oughts are incommensurable?
It's basically proving that you cannot ask
Oh,
why.
I cut out.
Oh, yeah.
I cut out.
It's basically
You
saying, yeah.
yeah.
It's basically saying that anyone who asks such a question
Oh wow.
is
I
already.
just cut out again. What the fuck?
Yeah, let me actually turn off my camera just in case.
Yeah, you said anything who like
Anyone who
yeah.
is asking such a question, what they are doing is buying in to a normative system while simultaneously
Hmm.
trying to question that normative system from within this normative system itself.
Right, right.
So, and
It's like
but
ought
it's, yeah,
nots, like duties, right?
yes, and
Deontology.
they're
They come. They're imposed from outside of morality. You know what I mean? Like in deontology. You know
sure,
what I mean?
sure. Let me
Like
just put my phone in the charger real
like
quick.
I've made
So
I've like I've already come to this conclusion on my own. Like I've already made
yeah,
arguments, a bunch of these sort of like arguments that like you know that they're incommensurate.
yeah, yeah. So
Like
let me just
good, like only like you can't rank good and bad. You get what I'm saying? Like you can only rank more or less good, right?
yeah, yeah. It doesn't make any sense in the same way that you can't say like, okay,
Like they're
more and less is
incommensurate.
more or less. Yeah, it doesn't really make any sense to speak of like, okay, just uh, yeah, yeah. I mean, it's kind of like saying, okay, well, hot is cold. Well, it
Hmm.
doesn't really make sense in that case to
Yeah,
say
yeah,
something can be more hot than cold, but it doesn't make sense for hot to
yeah.
be.
It's identifying
Yeah,
things by negation. It's like this is what it's not like,
yeah.
or like this is not that, not that, not that.
Mhm. And so we found that the question, why are just actions better than unjust actions? We've seen that this question resolves itself into the following: why are, quote, actions that ought to be performed actions that ought to be performed, and actions that oughtn't be performed actions that oughtn't be performed? It's kind of a silly question. The question first appeared to be operating within a normative domain,
Yeah,
and it
I
also appeared to
understand.
be demanding an answer that
Can I
also
anticipate?
fell with.
Can
Yeah,
I anticipate the answer? One
sure.
one
Let's see what
basically
happens.
one basically assumes that uh action is intelligible to with reference to ends, and the other doesn't. I mean, the other
Yeah, so
assumes the opposite.
it's trying to have both ways at once.
Yeah,
It's trying to
right.
like it's have its cake and eat it too,
Yeah, I mean, when you're
essentially.
asking for a reason and not or like why, you know, right?
Mhm.
You're basically for an action, right? You're already assuming that
Yes,
action is
exactly.
intelligible by reference to some end, right?
Yes, exactly. So you can't simultaneously be denying or questioning the very validity of
Yeah,
the concept of ends in such
yeah, and
a
hence why deontology, like it speaks about oughts without reference to ends, right? Because it's all ought nots. You know what I mean?
right. Yeah, you shall do this. Just why? Well, you just shall. Yeah, it's
Right.
because. Let's just continue real quick, just to wrap everything up. The
Mm.
question for okay. The question okay. Yeah. The question first appeared to be operating within a normative domain, and it also appeared to be demanding an answer that also fell within the same normative domain. However, we now see that the question discloses itself as assuming a standpoint outside of the realm of oughts, and is nevertheless attempting to derive an answer that lies both within and beyond the domain of normative facts altogether. The question demands that it receive an answer that is normative, yet simultaneously excludes it. Uh,
Mhm.
Nevertheless, Glaucon's challenge to Socrates could be examined under a different light. We saw that the question, why is Why is it better to be just rather than unjust? Resolves itself into a question that precludes the possibility of its own answer.
Mm.
But
I have a
what if
similar thing on this. It's crazy. I didn't know
let's keep
Like this
going.
was back in Socrates' time.
Oh
They
yeah,
figured this
yes.
out.
Yep, this is the Republic.
Wow. Okay. Because I have something
Mhm.
super like uncannily similar to this in
Mhm.
my notes somewhere.
Yeah, it's a very interesting question, but let's keep going and let's just see what happens. So
Yeah.
we said that the question, why is it better to be just rather than unjust, resolves itself into a question that precludes the possibility of its own answer. But what if we instead interpret the question, why should I be just? Instead, uh, how does this question fare? As a matter of fact, the answer to this question, or rather the solution to the problem, may be said to lie within the very question itself rather than outside it. In order to do this, we need to concentrate on the why should I and
Like
the
it
be
requires
just.
a positive criteria,
Yes, yeah,
right?
that's definitely yeah, major component of this. As we saw above, to be just is to act in accordance with one ought to do, and to be unjust is to act in accordance with one oughtn't do. Likewise, we saw that if I should do X, then I ought to do X, and if I shouldn't do X, then I oughtn't do X. Moreover, the question, why should I be just, is a question which, when asked, involves the questioner committing himself to several presuppositions, i.e., he is committing himself to certain things being the case. For example, in asking the question, the
Mm.
questioner is acknowledging to his interlocutor, the person to whom the question is addressed, and from whom the questioner is expecting an answer, that there is something, i.e., an act, a behavior, or a way of life that is just for him to do,
Yeah.
i.e., the questioner, and that if he did not perform it, then he would be acting unjustly. And by acknowledging that there is something that is just for him to do, the questioner is, by implication, acknowledging that this something is a something that he ought to do. Thus, the essence of the question turns out to be, why ought I do what I ought to do? It is important to note that the above question is not asking what ought to be done, i.e., it's not demanding an answer as to what the questioner ought to do, since the question itself presupposes that such a thing has already been determined. I.e., the questioner acknowledges that there is something that he ought to do, even though he might not
Oh, did I cut
know
out?
exactly. Oh, whoops.
Hello?
No, seemed okay. Uh,
You said the questioner acknowledges, and then I cut out.
yeah. Yep. Yeah. No worries. The questioner acknowledges that there is something that he ought to do, even though he might not know exactly what it is that he ought to do. Moreover, by acknowledging that there is something that he ought to do, the questioner recognizes that it would be just for him to do it and unjust for him to not do it. Now, we have revealed the essence of the original. Now that we have revealed the essence of the original question,
Hmm.
we can see that the question is asking for a normative reason for doing what I ought to do. However, does such a demand make sense? After all, the questioner is not concerned with any particular just action. On the contrary, he is concerned with just actions as such. Moreover, the phrase, why ought I, places the question within a framework or system of norms, and it is senseless when placed outside of such a system. Thus, the question,
Yes.
why ought I do what I ought to do, not only demands a normative answer, but also cannot be sensibly asked outside of a system of norms, e.g., a normative framework. Now, the questioner both accepts that he ought to do what he ought to do, yet simultaneously asks for a normative reason for doing so, a reason that A supplies an ought, i.e., is contained within a system of norms, and
Yeah.
B transcends the sphere of oughts, i.e.,
Questions
is
must
not
be
its.
asking after something,
Yeah, yeah,
right?
i.e.,
It's like
it is.
instead of like asking after some assume, right, that it's like they're asking like they're asking an empty question when they're asking after basically like an x-less source of x, right?
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, it's like trying to. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Let's see here. And B transcends the sphere of oughts, i.e., is not itself included within the system of norms which the questioner is demanding a normative reason for. Returning
Transcends.
to the
Yes.
yeah,
That's it.
exactly. Returning to the original question, why should I be just? We find that it makes sense as a question only insofar as there is a more inclusive normative system which contains the normative system being targeted by the question asked.
Yes.
However, since the question being asked is not restricting itself to any particular system of norms,
I see
but
the
is instead
implicativity.
directed, yeah, but is instead directed to all normative systems, it follows that if any answer is to be given, the answer must be, and yet cannot be, contained within the scope of the normative system being questioned. We have also encountered a contradiction involved in the original formulation of the question if it is read as implying that A, if X is better than Y, then I ought to do X and I oughtn't do Y. And B, it is always better for me to act unjustly than justly. If one holds these two positions, then a contradiction arises. If it is always better for me to act unjustly than justly, then ex hypothesi, whoops, I have a grammatical error there. I always ought to act unjustly and never justly. However, to act justly is to do what I ought to do, and to act unjustly is to do what I oughtn't do. I am forced to conclude that I always ought to do what I oughtn't do and never do what I ought to do. However, if I always ought to do what I oughtn't do and never do what I ought to do, then I ought never to do what I oughtn't do and always do what I ought to do. When all of this is taken into consideration, it appears that the question, why should I be just, like the question, why is justice better than injustice, precludes the possibility of an answer that meets the demands presupposed by the question. Impossible, not because one ought not to be just, but because the very question is confused.
Mm.
So that's the one of the
Yeah.
essays that
Can you
I
send this
wrote.
to me? Can you send
Yeah,
this to me?
yep, I could do that. This is
Because
in the
like it's crazy.
general
It's
chat.
and that's all Socrates, pretty
This
much.
is yeah, basically an extrapolation from like an argument that's given in the Republic.
Awesome. Because like I like I have something like uncannily like similar to this, bro. You know?
Very cool. Yeah, so like um
So like I'm gonna definitely incorporate it and sort of what I was doing. Like my thing is like I sort of saw it as like a 2-question test, right? It's like somebody asks, "Why do this?" Right, and you can sort of test, right, by
mm,
asking, like, "Well, why does anyone do anything?" Right?
mm,
If asking that question, right, makes them sort of draw a blank, right,
mm,
then they're not in a position to understand my answer to the first question.
mm,
You know what I mean?
mm. It's
But
yeah.
yeah,
Let me
I'm not saying that they need a full like theory of like action, before
mm,
answering the first question, right? It's just a test whether they're asking after something. You
mm.
know what I mean?
Yeah. Let me see if I could I think I just have it here.
Because again, I mean the impergativity, right? It's like the question refers beyond itself,
Mhm.
right?
Moral. No, justice. That's what.
It refers beyond
Justice.
itself. Yeah.
Ah, here we go. Okay. Wow, yeah, that was a long time ago. Let's see, when was this written? December 15th, 2024.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna
Okay,
make
yeah,
use of that.
I'll send you this right now. There are a couple grammatical errors because I literally like wrote it on the last day before like it was due. It's not that badly written, but it's pretty good. Give me send this. I'll post it in the general.
Yeah, I'm glad I stuck around. That's crazy. I like very crazy, bro. I don't know, like how you did that, bro. you know, or how I
Let's
did
see.
that. I guess I don't know,
Let's see, send.
but it's definitely put
The
way better than I put it. You know?
Gee. 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 I'm gonna call you Gee, like cheese or whatever it's called. Gee. Gee. It's like GIF or GIF.
Just DM it to
Gee.
me.
Oh yeah, I
Or
just sent it to you in the
oh,
general. Yeah, the
okay. I
doc.
see. I see. I see. I see.
Yes, let's see here.
Answering Glaucon's challenge. Nice. Very cool. And
I
it's
like,
sort of
yeah.
yeah, it's very cool because it also connects with like it connects two things that I worked on like that. Like I did something similar with the questions, and then uh like another thing when I didn't see the connection between them before, but I've seen the
Mhm.
connection like the incommensurability right between
Mhm.
like good and bad and like evil
Mhm.
and good, you know,
Yeah.
and like oughts and
But
ought
the
nots, right?
yeah, it's I actually really like the logic of this paper, to be honest. It
Yeah,
was kind of like fun. Um,
yeah, I like
but
it.
the let's see here. I'm just looking at it. Yeah. So here's the actual context of uh, here we go. Here. So I'll just give you the context real quick of like because you were asking like where is this like in like Socrates and the like. So here's
Hmm.
So I'll just read this real quick. Other people might like it. It's a bit more flowery here. In Plato's Republic, the question of the nature of justice is the initial spark that sets ablaze the meandering arguments unfolding between Socrates and his interlocutors. The following essay is an analysis of a question that is buried in the heart of Glaucon's response to Socrates at the beginning of Book 2.
I think I see
This
what you're
found
going. See what you're going though, like where you're going. Like I maybe you're trying to say that like this is why it depends on universals. Is that what you're trying to say?
actually no. It's kind of
No,
funny because this is like no, I had no like I was not thinking about universals at all when
really?
writing this. To be honest, yeah,
Was like
yeah, no,
that
it
was
probably
like an
no,
basically a
yeah,
concern of mine when I was working on like the two
oh,
question test. Like it might be taken that way,
oh
right?
no,
That's like
yeah,
oh, it's
oh you,
depending on the universal, you know?
oh yeah, yeah, were you worried? It's like oh no, he's gonna pull like a reverse Uno card or
No.
something like that. Yeah, it's like
Yeah,
oh
I thought you were gonna
no,
do
no,
that,
yeah, yeah, yeah. I
I
should have,
but
finally got
you
I
should,
already
C.
anticipated it. I
I finally
anticipated.
got two.
No, but
yeah,
I guess you're
exactly.
not going that route.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, this one I think is more like, but it is though interesting because it does talk about like that. Okay, the system that like kind of ultimately it's going to be referring back to itself as a part of a system. So it's kind of like
Yeah,
you
it's an
can't.
imperative.
Yeah, exactly. And so
Participates in its own definition or
right.
entailment, whatever.
So it can't question the very system of which it is a part without making like nonsense.
Well, it's not
Um,
nonsense. I would say. I wouldn't say it's nonsense.
well, it can't question the own validity of its system as a whole, basically. So it can't question its own system of norms with
I
that
think
it's
the
literally buying it.
validity is like I identify validity with imperdicative loops. So I think that's what makes it valid. You know
Well,
that it
the
integrates into the whole. You know what I mean?
question. I mean, if a question is like okay about norms and it's like not attempting to invalidate. So if like let's say you could have like like a question that's like yeah talk about the system of which it is a part. But if that very question, built into that question, is a presupposition of the illegitimacy of that very whole of which it is a part, then you're going to have a problem there. But if there's no presupposition of its
Yeah. You're
being
right.
like
You're right.
invalid,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So that's yeah. I just wanted to make that clear. So it's not like the yeah, like it's all fine
Hmm.
and good to have questions that are like okay, yeah, mutually like
Hmm.
reinforcing kind of things. That's perfectly fine.
And I think
But
that's
when
because that's sort of
yeah,
connected with like how an imperdicative loop is broken. You know what I mean?
mm,
And like and like you get artificial or you get artifices. You know, like the result is artifice, like fragments. You know,
mm,
I think maybe there's an interesting connection there.
mm. So I'll just continue reading these couple of paragraphs. It says the foundational question can be formulated as, quote, why is justice better than injustice? The task of this paper is to provide a critical analysis of the meaning of of the question, i.e., framing the question in light of norms, oughts, and the different types of goods identified by Glaucon and Socrates, and then examine the assumptions embedded within the question. Based upon these findings, it will appear that the very nature of the question precludes the possibility of a satisfactory answer. As the end of Book 1 transitions into the opening of Book 2, we
What's
find
the standard,
Thrasymachus.
right?
What's that?
What's the
Oh, yeah,
standard
yeah.
of a satisfactory answer, right?
A question that, well,
Well,
it should
yeah,
be,
again, you're talking about a question that's like the presupposition is
yeah,
like,
yeah, it's like,
yeah,
it's meaning. The question becomes like,
it's denying its own answer. Right.
exactly, it precludes the possibility of its own
Yes.
answer.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
it's like,
Yeah.
because if it was to receive such an answer, it wouldn't be able to accept that answer.
Right.
And if it, yeah, but it's nevertheless demanding an answer. So it's
Mhm.
like, it's like
But
someone that complains.
I don't know if you can get that from sort of like the syntax of the question itself. You get what I'm saying? I don't know if
Yeah,
that's
I think you would need the meanings. It's like the thing is, you can
right.
only get it insofar as there's those meanings there that
Yeah, the
are
question is asked by someone, right, in a world.
exactly.
Right.
That's why I transitioned the question so that it's an agent speaking, because
Yeah.
only then would you be able to really be able to see how built into this
And
whole
that's what I like
scenario.
about like framing it as like a test, you know,
Mhm.
like I did,
Yeah.
because it kind of just does that already, you know.
So here we go. So here's like the part of the book where like you were like asking about. So it says, quote, at the end of book one, as the end of book one transitions into the opening of book two, we find Thrasymachus, who believes justice is the advantage of the stronger. That's what he's known for. Basically just might is right. We find Thrasymachus silenced by Socrates' quick wit. Nevertheless, Socrates' friends, especially Glaucon, remain dissatisfied with Socrates' dialectic. Glaucon, a man whom Socrates conceives as being the most courageous in everything, inserts himself into the discussion. He is sympathetic to the spirit of Socrates' intentions, speaks up, and presses him on the adequacy of his arguments. Quote, Socrates, do you want to seem to have persuaded us, or truly to persuade us?
Oh, are you saying this connects with truth? This is like
Uh,
Tarski's thing, you
yeah,
know?
yeah, yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, it's a lot of things, but
But it's like the truth, you know, like it has to be placed into a larger system. You know what I mean? To
sure, yeah,
understand. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah. So Socrates, do you want to seem to have persuaded us, or truly to persuade us that it is in every way better to be just than unjust? Glaucon and his friends, quote, have not been convinced that there is nothing
I
in
see.
what Thrasymachus says.
It ties
They
back to
want
the
Socrates.
comparison. The
Mhm.
comparison being basically there's no basis for the comparison. You know, there's no standard for the comparison. There's no commensurate standard. You know?
Yeah, it's rejecting the very possibility of such a standard almost because it's
Yeah.
yeah. And so they want Socrates not only to prove to them in argument that justice is better than injustice, but to show them justice and injustice as operative principles in human life. And so, yeah, this is from R.W.
Yes.
R.L.
So he's
Nettleship.
saying that's what Socrates was trying to show.
Yes, and his friends are like
That's
they
very
don't really get
strong.
it yet.
I like yeah, I like that. I like that. I really like that. Mm,
Let's see here.
that's very nice.
So Socrates must now not only provide a demonstration to his interlocutors showing that justice is better than injustice, but also must offer a compelling argument outlining the relationship between the asymmetrical uh, relationship between justice and injustice. Oops, yeah. I mean, I wrote this on the very last moment. So yeah,
It's like you're
outlining the
taking
very.
basically when you're doing that, it's like the taking of a limit. You know what I mean? But it's like
Mhm.
it's like how we basically um it's like injustice is like a limit of what it's not, right? It's understood as a limit of what it's not, justice, right? But justice cannot be understood as a limit of what it's not. Like how nature cannot be understood as a limit of what it's not, right? But formalisms, right? They can be understood as a limit of what they're not. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Here's a like a very very condensed version of this by F.H. Bradley in one of his essays. The essay entitled "Why Should I Be Moral?" He
Well,
asks
what do you think about that though? The taking of a limit view, because that's how I
of like
understand
formalism.
like these incommensurabilities.
I think it's like, yeah, I mean, it's definitely like breaking the system, or it's pushing the system, like a system to its ultimate kind of limit of intelligibility, or so it's like you kind of like
Like it's like no, yeah, keep going, keep going.
like I mean yeah I mean I'd have to think a bit more about
Yeah.
what you were saying. Oh, she teaches
Mhm.
us. Let's see, but here's just a
I
very
mean,
very
how like
very
we can
concise.
approximate a limit, right? We can
Yeah,
approach
yeah,
a limit. You know what I mean?
mhm,
And
right.
that's how we
But we'll
understand
never actually.
injustice, right?
Oh, sure. Yeah, yeah.
You get what I'm
Like
saying?
in yeah, so like injustice is you can't actually get to. Well, I mean, no, it is basically the uh, the thing that is never able to be. You can't compare the two things in the sense of
Yeah,
like putting. You can't say that injustice or justice is justice, or justice is injustice, and injustice just like you can't do that kind of thing. They kind of
right.
exclude each other in that sense.
Yes, yeah.
But here's a very, very, very brief statement of another way. Did I just say state? Or, oh, never mind. I heard an echo of myself. um, so it goes like this. It's from F.H. Bradley. I posted the image in the general. It goes like this. Quote, "Why should I be moral? The question is natural, and yet seems strange. It appears to be one we ought to ask, and yet we feel, when we ask it, that we are wholly removed from the moral point of view. To ask the question why is rational, for reason teaches us to do nothing blindly, nothing without end or aim. She teaches us that what is
Mm.
good must be good for something,
Mm-hmm.
and that what is good for nothing is not good at all. And so we take it as
Right.
certain that there is an end on one side, means on the other, and that only if
Yes.
the end is good and the means conduce to it have we a right to say the means are good.
And
It is
you know what I'm
rational.
thinking here when I'm hearing this? I'm thinking about how sort of the second law, right? The second law of thermodynamics, right? Is like what's it called? Like it the argument or what's it called? The fucking the test or affirmation by denial. That's what it's called, right?
Uh-huh.
You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying?
Yeah. The yes. Mm-hmm.
Affirmation
Reaffirmation through
through denial.
denial.
Yeah,
Yeah.
reaffirmation through denial, right? It's like it's subject to that, right? I think like the like
Yeah.
it's like
It's
what he's
analogous
saying
in a
now.
sense.
What he's saying there's like another version of just the second law being subject to reaffirmation through denial.
Yeah, I mean, like I think in this case, though, there's definitely something along those lines of like that reaffirmation through denial going on almost.
Mhm.
This kind of this preclusion of the very thing in our assertion of it.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
so it doesn't really make sense. But let's keep going. So um, let's see here.
I just thought that was an interesting
Uh,
thought because I
yeah,
told you about that before, like the laws of
yeah.
thermodynamics.
It is rational then, always to inquire, why should I do it? But here,
Right.
the question seems strange. Both virtue and the asking, why, seem rational, and yet incompatible with one another. Has the question, why should I be moral, no sense then, and no positive answer possible? No, the question has no sense at
Right.
all. It is simply unmeaning, unless it is equivalent to, is morality an end in itself? And if so, how and in what was it an end? So yeah, essentially that's one way to put it. He wrote it when he was like I think he was my age when he wrote ethical studies actually. Um,
Interesting. How
but
old were you?
I'm 29 actually.
No, but
When
how
was
old were
this?
you when you wrote that thing? This is interesting.
This paper, the paper that I
Yeah.
wrote.
Was that what you're saying?
It's
You're like how old you were when like the same age as this guy?
Let's see, F.H. Bradley. Let's see, when was Ethical Studies published? 1876. So 1846. So he was 1 year older than me, actually. Probably just around my
Oh,
age, actually,
now?
when it was
Okay.
published. Yeah, but that essay though, I wrote that essay 2 years ago. The one that I just sent you in the Word doc. And there are a couple of grammatical errors and a couple of double words here and there, but yeah, that was just because I was in a rush when typing. But let's see. So yeah, he'll have to forgive me for those. But it's interesting though, because there is that relevancy with like, okay, the system kind of looping back upon itself almost that you have here in the case of like morality, like the moral agent asking questions that preclude the very possibility of his engaging or of his having preclude basically preclude his
He's
possibility of
not in a
having a
position
knowledge
to
of.
understand any answer you give him.
Yeah, exactly. He if he was to receive an answer, he would not be content with said answer because the conditions that he has outlined for himself preclude the possibility of his being satisfied with any answer. So it's like, why even answer the
Right.
question? It doesn't make any sense. If you're going to be like kind of like just slapping the person whenever they give you an answer, it's like, well, why bother answering? It's like they're never going to be content with it, and so the very question itself precludes any answer that it's to receive. So it's like one of those stupid games that kind of like it
Yeah, but
opens
I
the
think, do you think what is morality for is a valid question, right? Do you think that's like, because you got here from what is truth for, right?
Yeah. What is the purpose of truth? Because in that question, because with that question too, it's asking or it's searching for an answer that the questioner will deem true or correct.
I don't know if I agree with that.
So you would look for something you'd be content with a receiving a falsehood or a
Well,
meaningless
what does
answer.
falsehood mean in this context, right? What does truth mean in this context, right?
You would receive something with which your intellect could rest content and be satisfied with.
Well,
That's
like
what
I
I
said,
would
I
think.
don't think that's like what truth it means. I don't know. Like truth, like I said, it's just a conditional label, right? I think like questions and answers are like something much more like cognate, right?
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Like cognitive epistemic, right?
I see.
You know what I'm saying? And like truth is
Yeah,
like not. You know, it's
I see.
literally something, like obviously it can't, like the machine, right, can entail like it's like the truth conditions or whatever, right? But it can still use, truth and false. You know what I mean? It can still like do
I
deduction.
mean, it could use and manipulate symbols. I don't think it would have any.
Right. Yeah.
Um,
We need an agent, obviously. I mean, like it won't
yeah,
exist without an agent. You
yeah.
know, right? But you got what I'm saying, right? It's like
I
truth.
think, yeah. Mhm.
You know what I mean? It's like it's like something basically. Well, deduction in general, right? It's something like you fix some in advance such that you don't have to like determine something cognitively, right? It's just like deducible. You get what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Like as opposed to like measurement, right? Like you know what I mean? Like you saw Rosen's measurement regress argument, right? So it's like
Yeah.
the one way of like stopping the regress is by fiat, right?
Mhm.
And that like
Right.
that way is like you can just deduce uh basically the feature, right? The you can verify the feature, right?
Mhm.
Or you can detect the feature, right? Quote
Yes.
unquote, right? By non-cognitively, right? You don't have to determine it cognitively. You just have to deduce it from the rule, right?
Mhm.
Because you fixed it in advance. It's decidable from the rules, right?
Mhm.
So that's what I think. Like I'm getting here, you know.
Let's see. I'm just
Like
checking
I
something.
would be like I'm trying to be careful with conflating like truth with answers to questions. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Because that stuff about questions, right, is so important, right? That we take into account like the larger system. You know what I mean? And that's
Mhm.
like you get what I'm saying?
Sure, yeah.
It's a lot more epistemic, you know? Like there's an
It's
epistemic dimension to uh questioning, right?
yeah, yeah. I'm just
And not so much for truth, I don't think. You know what I mean?
mhm.
Well, there is in the sense uh that basically, yeah, it's like any other label, right? I just say like this plate of lasagna is a label for, it's a representation for broomsticks, right?
Mhm.
I'm not going to be able to find out anything about broomsticks by looking at the lasagna and like studying all the stuff about it. You know, you get
Mhm.
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like it
Ooh.
requires independent access to what the reference I'm attributing to it. You know what I mean? Like the meaning I'm
Mhm.
attributing to it. I need independent access to it, right? Independent of the truth, right?
Mhm.
Whatever truth means in this context. I need independent access to the meaning, what truth means, right?
Mhm.
And that like so I can't just basically for that it requires
I'm
more than
Wait,
attending
I'm
to
a
truth,
minarcringe?
right? Wait, yeah,
Who put me as a
but
minarchist?
wait, just wait,
I'm
right?
sorry about that, yeah.
Attending to the meaning of truth, right, requires more than just attending to truth.
Mhm.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Guys, I'm also.
Oop.
And so that's why I'm really careful about those sort of like conflating with that,
Yeah, sure. The
like
meaning of truth, the meaning of X must be
That's
distinct
crazy.
from X.
like how conflating knowledge with like justified true belief, right?
Yeah, I don't like knowledge is justified true belief. I don't think that's right.
Yeah, obviously, because it's an infinite regress, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you get to like the Munchausen thing. It's like, how do you know?
Mhm.
Yeah, well,
It's like saying like concepts are just like basically concepts are just combinations of propositions, and well, propositions are combinations of concepts, right? You get an infinite regress.
that's straight from Ito.
Yeah, it is, right?
Yes, I remember. I remember. I still got it years later. I know for a fact. Yep. Wonder if yeah, that's
Yes,
very problematic. Um,
right.
putting on my problem glasses.
And I would
Uh,
say like if I were to give a sort of definition of knowledge, I don't like to say it's not a definition, right? I just like identify knowledge with sort of the form of existence, right? The way, like the means of existence for the organism environment system, right? Just
mhm.
like you know what I'm saying? Like it makes
Medium through which it
it's like
discloses itself, or the medium of its
it
own
makes action possible. You know what I mean?
the means for facilitating its own action and replication, or whatever you might want to call it, like
Yeah.
its own self development, or whatever you might want to call it.
Mhm. Right.
Yeah. Well, I do have to head out
And
right now.
and that would
Oh yeah.
be uh basically it's not a species of belief, right? It's a state of affairs. It's not true nor false, right? Because it's like rock simpliciter, it's not a proposition, it's not propositional, right?
I would say that. So this is where it gets complicated. So I would say that there's awareness, in a sense, is like that. Strict in a sense.
Mhm.
Um, knowledge. I think there's
Well,
only what is.
I guess I would sort of conflate the two,
You
knowing
would
and
identify the two.
awareness. Yeah.
I used to do that, and then I kind of moved away from it. I'm much more hesitant now. for a whole host of reasons. I mean, I used to kind of think that, like, okay, in the case of like awareness and knowledge, it's just simply like
in the sense that knowledge is not static; it's an activity. Like when you say
yeah,
knowledge, right? It like instead of
knowing.
knowing, right?
Yeah,
It's an
yeah,
activity.
yeah. Well, I do have to head off to bed right now, but this has been a lot of fun. I
Well,
really
I mean,
appreciate
I
it.
did want to see where you
Oh
were going with that,
no.
with the what is truth for thing.
Well, you
Like,
could
'cause
kind of substitute the same thing in this case. In the
well,
case
yeah, but
of
then you were getting into that, and I was like telling you, like, well, I don't
uh,
think that sort of applies to what I'm saying about truth, right? Like,
uh,
I don't know what you think like
years of
is going
academy
on.
training wasted.
You know what I mean?
Years of academy training wasted. That's how I feel. No, I'm
I
just
mean,
kidding.
do you think that applies to what I'm saying about truth?
I think it's I'm very hesitant to say that it I think it's the I think the main idea that's being articulated in the case of that paper with respect to like justice and the like, it would also apply to the question, well, what is truth for?
Right. But
As a
I'm
question that's offered by or being asked by an agent um, in pursuit of an answer. Uh, but
yeah, but
let me.
I think I can give a like an intelligible answer. I think there's like an intelligible answer to that, like an important answer. What is truth for? You know?
But you're gonna have to give it tomorrow because I'm going up to.
Well, I feel like I mean I already gave it, right? It's just about like it's just you're using it to track things, you know?
Sure, I mean, like I could track a lot of things, but
And truth is the best tool ever invented for that. You know? Truth and falsehood, like truth value, you know?
yeah, let me this good.
I mean, it's basically how Tarski defined truth.
Yeah,
Oh, the horrors.
So okay, I mean I'll let you go, man. Sorry.
yeah. I'm being held hostage. Let's see here. Um, one
Let this man
second. Let me
go.
find. Let's see. Yeah, this is like a question to all people listening as I like lecture. Check the general chat, you'll see the pictures. Is everybody
Hmm?
I forget it. Oh,
General chat. Oh, I see.
yeah, that's like how I feel. After like doing this, is everyone having a good
No,
time?
I found I got a lot of value from it. Remember, I said I got a lot of value from it, right? But
Yeah.
like for a lot of
Um,
other things.
hmm, let's see here. Uh, just wanted to find another. Um,
Like I think there's a lot of things like we can even say like what is morality for, right? We can say that life, right? And but like what does that mean, right? It's empty when you're saying it's like a terminal point, right? But it's not when it's like it's allowing you to basically relate morality and like sort of philosophy or science or you know what I mean? Things like that. You know what I'm saying?
mhm, mhm,
Yeah.
And that's what I think is happening, right? When I ask like, what is morality for? Right? It's asking after, you know, these entailments from the larger system, right?
mhm,
How are all these things like uh mutually realizing the result of the larger system? You know?
mhm.
Because it doesn't do it on its own. right? It's not the like. There's a larger system that means it's not the only sort of aspect like of my life. Morality, right?
Mm.
It's mutual with like other things, right?
Mhm. Let me see here.
Mutually entailed.
Hmm. Just a good thing.
Mm.
Well, I'd say morality or like ethics is something like since it's or philosophy, it's like it runs through every aspect of my life, right? There could be like like that's the evaluative dimension, right? And there's also the epistemic dimension, right?
Mhm.
And sort of like these sort of like the branches of philosophy sort of correspond to like different like dimensions, right?
Mhm.
Of life as a whole. You know what I mean?
Mhm. Before I head out, here's another meme. This is what I was asked in a server. Ugh, get all these damn questions.
Objective idealism.
Yeah, it's like, ugh. It's like, yeah, don't even respond. Just use the Clint Eastwood gif of the disgust gif. But yeah, well, now I'm heading out. This was a lot of fun. Yeah, thank you very much, G Sakura. It was very nice to meet you, I guess. Uh,
You too, man.
sure. Yeah, it was very fun. Gameaholic. It was nice that
Said
you were.
anything so far,
And
so I've been mostly silent. I've
yeah,
just been listening.
very cool. You've been part of the ambient light.
Suppose I was,
Yeah,
yes, here.
He's part of the
the
ambient
ambient
array.
light. Exactly, exactly. Um, the yeah, yeah, and then let's see. Yeah, that's about it. But it was very interesting discussion. I think it was productive. It was very interesting. A good way to
I found it productive.
yeah, think. Have you had like conversations like this productive in a while? Like before like actually like challenging. Like I mean like challenging like people, or is it mostly like pushovers that you
Um,
work with? Like in the sense of like a lot of objectivists or like the Zulu type that have like the horrible physiognomy.
I think it's more like I don't know. I guess I don't experience that because it's like I sort of pose a challenge already, and
Mhm.
it's like they have to like sort of try and raise their level a bit. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? You know what I'm
exactly.
saying?
To even engage, they need to like
Yeah,
arm themselves.
yeah, to engage. Like if they're
Yeah,
not like, I usually just dismiss. Like a lot of stuff. I mean, a lot of stuff is
yeah,
I mean, deserves to be dismissed, and not wasted,
yeah.
like, like waste time on.
Mhm. Here we go. Okay, so here's so E.B. Holt was part of the New Realists, and
Yes.
so here's this. W.B. Pitkin agrees with Holt and Montague that the problem of error in all its forms is a crucial one for the New Realism, as for every other theory of cognition. He himself follows Alexander, or Samuel Alexander, in T. Percy Nunn, and the extreme view that the contents of hallucinatory and illusory experience are quite independent of cognition. They are simply very intricate instances of objects in complex physical relations. This is courageous and consistent, and the only way, but one, by which the realist can keep the fact of error and hallucination from driving him into dualism. But it may well be questioned whether dualism itself, with its agnostic implications, is not to be chosen in preference to this pan-objectivism, whether the neo-realist's boldness is not
I just realized
suspiciously
that Bunge
misguided.
was like recently I just realized that Mario Bunge was a new realist.
Mario Bunge,
Yeah.
like I'm talking about like the neo-realists from like the 19 teens.
Yeah, I
The
know.
new realists are like supposedly like Sellers and not Seller. What am I? The fuck am I thinking? Searle. I mean Sigma Searle. And people like that. Yeah, Sigma, Searle.
Well, I was reading Malebranche and I felt like it was a lot of like similar stuff to like the new realists, you know?
Old man yells at cloud. Let's see here. With those positions taken, okay, reduction. Okay, assuming that everything which functions as an object of awareness, error included, must exist independently of the awareness. The consistent neo-realist has led to the virtual denial that there ever is or can be any perceptual or other form of error. According to the new realism, therefore, idealism and dualism both are and yet cannot be erroneous. In other words, the new realism is self-refuting. It's a self-refuting system, and this was basically admitted by everyone in the end. So it's like, yeah, because they hold that
Oh, it was
whatever
like
you
a
think of.
it was like a dialogue thing.
Yeah, basically. It was a huge debate in like the teens, the
So
19 teens.
how did they characterize realism?
Very, very, very radical in the sense that all relations are external to their terms. So that means that
Mm,
nothing is what it is in virtue of its relations. So everything is just
mhm.
itself and completely, essentially self-enclosed and isolated. Nothing
Oh,
can be changed or altered by its relations. Um, Secondly, they also said that knowing and the known are completely independent from each other, or from each
yeah.
other. So knowing makes
All of
no.
this, like Gibson, like Holt, or like Holt was Gibson's advisor, and all of this is stuff that was like inspired Gibson to be massively against these positions in particular.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. This is like crazy, like stuff. Like for
Yeah,
instance, they hold that like objects of hallucination, as well as just like any object of thought, it must
yeah.
have existence independent
Like
of the thought.
Gibson's alternative, like or Gibson's, you know, like his own realism, right? Is
Yeah, it's
like
much more like reasonable.
explicitly against all of this stuff, you
Yeah.
know. So I
This
think
is like
he was going against his advice or his teacher, you know. If you
yeah.
go there,
Here's like a some memes, like neo-realism memes. There are no neo-realism memes except the ones that I've made. But here's like one of them right here.
You know, if you
Um,
really think about it, Gibson is literally Howard Rourke.
oh my god.
How much thinking did you need to do to reach that position?
did
Not a
you read
lot.
Remember yesterday I was like read paragraph 4 of that doc thing.
Me?
Yeah, did you check that out?
Yeah, you.
I'm pretty sure I did, but I can't remember what it said.
The thing on introspection was like the world is already underway.
Yes, I was reading that.
Yeah. What
And
did
I
you
fell
think about?
asleep.
Oh
I
wow.
can't remember what
Oh,
it said.
you read it when you were you read it when you were falling asleep yesterday. Okay.
Yes, I did. I was listening to it when I was falling asleep, but I can't remember what it said. Yeah, if I was like, if I actually like listened to it for a bit too longer, like I would have become like a realist. Um, uh,
Yeah.
yeah,
Wait. Okay, yeah.
myself. Yeah,
Uh
my headphones thankfully died. Like the power died in them, thankfully, so I couldn't be brainwashed.
bro, just
Um,
definitely
He
read
almost
that
became a vulgar realist,
hmm
because I want to hear what you think
as
about
was said by that one
that
Nazi.
sort of that argument or that test.
Yeah, I'll have to listen to it again tonight as I'm falling asleep.
Divine intervention.
Uh, yeah, exactly. Here's let me send. Where's that
Yeah,
meme?
I'll DM it to you so don't forget.
Good.
Ooh.
Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Mm-hmm.
So I definitely want to hear what your thoughts on that.
Mm-hmm.
To me. See. Tomato. I have that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, bro, last time we DM'd was like in 2024.
Really? Whoa.
Yeah.
I wonder what it was about.
It's just like, who is this?
Yeah. Who are you? Who the hell
New
are you?
phone,
Yeah.
who dis?
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh, I sent you an invite to my server. That's right.
Here's one of the few things that ever came out of the new realists. It's this. Life begins at 40.
What the?
Isn't that the most depressing outcome of the new realists? Life begins at 40.
Oh man.
Through this book's inspiring and helpful advice, thousands of men and women fearful of middle age have lost their anxieties and found new ways to make life richer, happier, and more worth living. By Walter B. Pitkin. Oh, how depressing and disgusting. Literally, I kind of make that my thing. I say that's the only thing that came out of the neo-realists. Life begins at 40. But let's see. Where is that? Here we go. Here's the head of the new realists, R.B. Perry. Yeah, it's yeah, it's that's all you need to know. That's exactly all you need to know right there. You don't need to read anything of his. You just need to see that image, and you know exactly what it's like.
Dude, you've mogged.
Yeah, it's yeah, that's it.
Okay. When you go, I'm just gonna ask Sakura what you guys talked about when I wasn't here.
Yeah, sounds good. And then you could send it to me in the morning when you
Yeah.
when I wake up, so I could listen. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but I definitely, again, I want to hear your thoughts on that thing, the fourth paragraph there.
Yeah, definitely. So, have a good night, everyone, and
Good night.
sleep well. This was a lot of fun. Thank you for making my night enjoyable.
All
You're
right, see ya.
welcome.
See ya.
Ah.
Wowie.
All right, he's coming in here every night, man.
Yeah. Really
He's
makes me wonder if we're
falling asleep to realism, and it's all getting integrated.
Absorbing it like osmosis out here.
Hell yeah. Wait, you said you wanted to know about whatever we were talking about?
Yeah.
So I think, yeah, we were just talking about our histories, how we got to where we were, and then Zetetic came in here, and then Pessimistic was reading off whatever. I don't know what the hell he was talking about. Do you even know what Zetetic was talking about in the general chat?
What?
Do you know what Zetetic was talking about in the general chat? Because that was how it started. I remember. Or yeah, it was about induction and deduction or something like that. And then yeah, and then Pessimistic just started reading off Zetetic's message, and he was kind of saying how Zetetic was wrong. And then I said G responded to Zetetic, and he was like, "Oh yeah, G's also wrong there." And then he said something about how without universals we wouldn't be able to perceive anything, or because of universals we can perceive. And I was like, definitely not. That's definitely not the case. And yeah, I think he was trying to let me find it. Yeah, here it is. He was reading this off, and it was on, I think it was the 4th page that he sent, where I was just like, or no, it's not the 4th page. Shit. Or no. It is the fourth page. Yeah, it's the fourth page of that, and I was just like, okay, well that top paragraph is completely bullshit, and then that's when you came in, and I was just like, yeah, that's like sensations. Like, where'd you get that from? And then yeah, that's when you came in.
What's
Must have
going
been
on,
disappointed by
guys?
how quiet it was.
Yeah, he's like he's locked in.
He probably joined expecting, oh, there's probably a bunch of conversation going on in here, and nothing.
I was just typing.
Did you even hear what I said?
No,
You
what
were
were
saying
you?
something?
Yeah, I mean, like you were just saying you guys were talking about the book, but like you guys were talking for a while, like an hour.
I mean, yeah, like I said, most of it was just about it was just about our history, and I mean, I was inquiring about his job,
Oh,
right, of him being like a
oh, okay.
philosophy professor, stuff like that.
And what are you saying?
Um, I mean, I was just kind of asking him kind of the stuff that we've talked about, like college like philosophy classes where it's like they'll immediately get you in this like formal world of like, all right, analytic synthetic dichotomy.
That's like the first lesson they teach you. Yes, even my college does that.
Yeah, and I just kind of asked him, I was like, do you have to do that? Or like do you have like control over what you teach? And he's like, yeah, I have total free reign over whatever I teach.
Oh, that's
Hmm.
nice.
Uh so
So
yeah,
did he say that?
that's
Did he say he does that anyways?
oh no, I don't know. He never said anything about that.
I
Maybe he
have free reign
does.
to do what I
Maybe
teach,
he
and
does.
I
Maybe
choose
he
to teach the
does.
same thing that everyone else is forced to teach. The illusion of choice.
No, he said he talks a lot about like philosophy of life and
Oh, nice.
I can't remember. He says he uses like a specific textbook. He has a textbook that he likes to use. I forget the name of it.
Name of
It's
it?
in the recording. I could probably look for it. Um, but yeah, he uses a textbook and like how philosophy comes about and stuff like that.
Hmm.
Which I think what he does is fine with that as well. Like it's kind of what we talk about, how like philosophy is very deeply intertwined with the literal like existence of the person, you know.
Like, I imagine, like maybe next semester he's gonna take like some of the stuff that we've been
Or
with
maybe
and start teaching
I
it.
don't know. Yeah, I don't know, man.
Like I told him that literally. I mean, Terry's book, Lectures on Perception, was meant for basically like to adopt it into like a course,
Yeah, yeah,
for professors and like educators and stuff.
for sure, for sure. Yeah, I mean, he was asking me about my history, and we were just talking for a while until Zetetic joined, and then we had like a disagreement.
What was that?
It was the whole like perception as universals thing, and I was just like, that doesn't make any sense. Um, and then yeah, then he showed me like that excerpt from the book, and if you look at like the first like paragraph on page 4, I looked at that and I was like, there's no way this guy is trying to show me that, right? This like anti-representationalist, anti-computationalist idealist is showing me that, bro.
Yeah, I don't know. I would say it's obviously uh, patently
Like I'll
false.
read the exact thing that like I was like, what the fuck?
Perceptions are universal. Like that's like patently false. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll just read the part that like set me off, right? Uh Sensation is the nether limit of perception. Explicit judgment is the upper limit. We are clearly beyond mere perceiving when judgment is made reflectively. When what we assert is no longer taken as simply presented, but is
Yeah.
recognized as a venture
It's
of
it's
our
like
own.
all of this stuff. I just like, bro. All of this stuff gets totally like thrown out when we take it that perception action, like you know the mutuality of perception
Yeah,
and action. right?
Neutrality and
Because
reciprocity, yeah.
right, because perceiving a sit-onable thing is equivalent with sitting on a sit-onable thing, right?
Right.
Perceiving a sit-onable thing is sitting on a sit-onable thing,
Hmm.
right? And so it just like it's easily like you can there's no separation you can make. So it's like perceiving is continuous with like you know conceptualizing and stuff, because it's literally like the activity of conceptualizing, right, is literally equivalent with like perceiving affordances for where concepts are needed, right? Perceiving
Mhm.
affordances for that, right? Concept formation and all that, right, is equivalent with concept formation, and using
Yeah.
concepts. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like perceiving the relevant variables for concept formation is equivalent with concept formation.
Right. You get what I'm saying? You see how like perception, action, mutuality obviates these sort of separations, right?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like you're saying the thing that you always say, how, or well, I think maybe it was Gibson that said it, but you don't see what you think you see what you see. It's like
Right.
there's a connection there that I'm trying to make. It's like um
Perceiving is acting.
right, yeah, yeah, yeah,
Or
yeah.
acting is perceiving.
Yeah. So
Here
it's
we
like,
go.
yeah.
That's a chapter title in this book. I forget which one it was. Perception is information detection. Here we go. Perception is information detection. I forgot which one the title was called. Here, I put it in general chat.
Perception as information.
Let me see. Yeah, acting is perceiving. Chapter 10. Acting is perceiving.
Is perceiving. Movement. Yeah. All right.
Let me see. Let me go to this chapter.
Let me keep reading on because the next words are very important for what set me off specifically.
Here we go. Acting is perceiving.
Mm-hmm. All right. I'm gonna keep reading this. For example, if the light raised doubts about the color, if the light raised doubts about the color, and we said that is a darker blue than it looks, we should have passed beyond a mere perception into the region of explicit judgment. Thus, the territory we are first to explore lies between two well-marked boundaries: pure sensation on the one hand, and explicit judgment on
Yeah,
the other.
this is just Descartes' three grades of sense.
Well, yeah, because I mean the well-marked boundary. I'm like, that has to be like a dualism. So, uh,
Well, it's a
but while
trichotomy.
differing,
It's a
what is it?
trialism. It's a trialism, but it still has it's the same problems with a dualism.
Oh, I see. So, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I guess you can have many dualisms. You can have like
Well, yeah, I mean, it's
six
usually
ways
a
dualistic.
consequence of dualism, right? It's usually a consequence of dualism when it's realized that, like, oh yeah, considering any one side of dualism makes you a monist, right? So it's just like instead of doing that to try and find a bridge, let's just posit some other thing, you know, some other reality that connects the two somehow, right? You know what I'm saying? And that's usually what the third grade of sense is meant, right? It's meant to sort of connect sensations and perception. You know what I mean? Like to get you perception from sensations. You know what I mean? It's like the homunculus, the computationalist, you know, like the computation going on the what's it called, the
So
unconscious inference.
it's like trying
You know
to
what I mean?
offer like a structure beam for the bridge,
It's
basically.
like sheer reason, you know.
Right. But while differing from both of
Well,
its
just look at what
neighbors,
Turvey says about Descartes' three grades of sense and the third grade of sense, right? Because Turvey explains it
all right.
in lectures on perception.
But while differing from both of its neighbors, perception has something in common with each. It plainly involves sensation, though sensation molded and interpreted. It
You see?
involves judgment.
Yep. You
But
see? You see?
yeah,
It's exactly Descartes' three grades of sense.
interpreted.
That's exactly what it is.
It involves judgment,
Yeah.
but judgment that is still
Go into
illusory.
lectures on perception. Go into lectures on perception and look at where it talks about Descartes' three grades of sense. Just search grade of sense, grades.
Grade of. It was the second grade of sense.
Grades of sense, probably. Search grades of sense first, because then it's gonna take you right to where he first talks about the three grades of sense. Right.
The interpretations of sensation as irreducible points and irreducible instants forecloses on the possibility that the first and second grades of sense are changeable by learning. No,
Why aren't you looking at the first one? So,
because it's still
lecture
loading.
six, section 4.
Okay, there we go. But what should we assume then of the human? How should this member of the human-animal dualism be approached? To begin with, a human, unlike any automaton, would pass the following tests: using speech appropriately in the response to queries and acting appropriately in indefinitely many novel settings. Second, a human, unlike an automaton, would operate in modes involving awareness, consistent with the hypothesis of corporeal ideas. In common with an automatism, the human possesses a mode of functioning that is purely mechanical. Involuntary human behavior, thoughtless movements or reflexes, one might say, reveals an underlying system of physical reactions to external impressions upon the body. Yeah, because I think in the excerpt that he gave me, they were like, "Oh yeah, it's like automatic what we're doing here with this judgment."
It's 100%. Dude, it's 100% Descartes' three grade of sense. Like
Yeah,
you don't understand how influential Descartes was in psychology, right? Like everybody was using Descartes' three grades of sense. You
yeah.
know? So this is definitely 100% just Descartes' three grades of sense. Like 100%. Like even fucking Rand used it, bro, in her like three levels of consciousness, right? Or like
Oh,
levels of awareness or whatever.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
But it's like all the assumptions behind it get hidden when you don't trace it back to its origin, which is Descartes, and why the fuck he, you know, posited three grades of sense, right?
Mm. Yeah, that's because he was religious himself.
Yeah, but keep going, keep going.
Uh, Reveals an underlying system of physical reactions to external impressions upon the body. They are brought about by the felicitous, machine-like manner in which the organs of the body are arranged. This mode of functioning, which involves no awareness, is Descartes' first grade of sense. Both the second and third grades involve awareness, but they are of fundamentally different kinds. It is in respect to Descartes' third grade of sense that the human-animal distinction is primarily made. The second grade of sense involves subjective awareness of states of the body. There are multiple forms of this latter kind of awareness, each associated with an organ of sensing. They are the sensations of brightness, color, sound, smell, taste, touch, and so on. They are, in short, Galileo's secondary qualities. The sensory awareness in each case is the consequence of the body's nearby action on the mind. In each case, the awareness serves to unite mind with matter. The third grade of sense involves objective awareness of states of the environment as a result of the mind's rational operations on the state of the body. Oh, what the hell just happened to Discord? What the hell? My internet down? I feel like a DNS server thing. Bro, why is this shit always breaking on me, man? Oh! Alright. Where was I? They are, in short, Galileo's secondary qualities. I don't know, I'll just start here. The sensory awareness in each case is the consequence of the body's nearby action on the mind. In each case, the awareness serves to unite mind with matter. The third grade of sense involves objective awareness of states of the environment as a result of the mind's rational operations on the state of the body. It is a mode of judgment directed at ascertaining Galileo's primary qualities, the initial physical causes of the sensations, rather than the sensations themselves. Together, the second and third grades of sense constitute the hypothesis of corporeal ideas. awareness of the world, as might be obtained through vision, for example, is based in awareness of body states. Together, the first, second, and third grades constitute a new ontological hypothesis.
Oh, it's like what Rosen says. Whenever impredicativity is removed, it inevitably comes back in a worse form.
Hmm.
Do you have like a quick definition or summary of impredicativity? Because I've heard you say it a lot, and I still don't really know what it means. Like I know,
Uh,
like
let's
something that entails something else.
we're talking about something else right now.
You can
Sure
look
thing.
at the pinned messages in general if you want. That's
Yeah.
Okay. Sure, I'll go look at it.
a trialism rather than a dualism. Whereas the first grade is essentially material, and the third is essentially mental. The second is
Did you
neither.
wait? Did you read? Okay. Did you read the whole paragraph? There, I think you skipped the paragraph.
No, we got here.
Yeah. Yeah. Wait. So no. Together, the second and third grade of sense constitute the hypothesis of corporeal ideas. Awareness of the world, as might be obtained through vision, for example, is based in awareness of body states.
Right.
Yes.
Essentially material. First grade is essentially material. The third is essentially mental. Second is neither. Second grade of sense is at the interface of matter and mind, a kind of physical mental hybrid. On Descartes' trialist view, when Descartes looks at a cat, then certain physical processes occur in his eyes, optic nerves, and brain. Grade 1. His sensory experiences of the cat will tell him the cat's color and what kinds of noises it makes. Grade 2. His mind, which is purely mental, will then make judgments about the cat's shape, size, weight, and so on. Grade 3. We should let Descartes speak for himself, as he did so well on this matter in his reply to the sixth set of objections. In order rightly to see what amount of certainty belongs to sense, we must distinguish three grades falling within it. To the first belongs the immediate affection of the bodily organ by external objects, and this can be nothing else than the motion of the particles of the sensory organs and the change of figure and position due to that motion. The second comprises the immediate mental result, due to the mind's union with the corporeal organ affected. Such are the perceptions of pain, of pleasurable stimulation, of thirst, of hunger, of colors, of sound, of savor, odor,
And
cold,
how does that union happen? Right.
heat, and the like. Right, and he's trying to posit the third one, which is saying that
Right.
that's what makes it all happen, I'm guessing.
Hmm. Yeah.
And alike, which in the sixth meditation are stated to arise from the union and, as it were, the intermixture of mind and body. Finally, the third contains all those judgments which, on the occasion of motions occurring in the corporeal organ, we have, from our earliest years, been accustomed to pass about things external to us. And that's the end of the
Right.
quote.
And the
And then he
basic
goes into
problem
section
here,
5.
the basic problem here is basically an incommensurate. Like these are two completely incommensurate descriptors. There's a mismatch in the degrees of freedom. Right. So there's just like there's no way to translate from one to the other.
And so that's why he puts in the third one? Or is that like
No,
just
no,
the
I'm saying
grade
like
one?
this is the problem with the third grade of sense, right? Is like there's really just no way to translate the two, right?
Hmm. So he's
Unless
saying, yeah, the
right,
third grade is
the
in
only
some kind of
way.
translation of the first two.
Yes, right, exactly. From translating one to the other somehow, right? And it's like what you need for that is think how you translate one language to another, right? You need a dictionary. You get what I'm saying? You need a dictionary that literally like it has both. You get what I'm saying?
Need a dictionary that has both.
Right. It tells you like the word in this language is the word in this other language. You know what I mean?
Oh, the third term is like a dictionary for the first two.
Yes. And so basically it's like innate knowledge.
Right.
Yeah, it requires innate knowledge.
Yeah. Whoop-de-doo.
Whoop-de-doo, innate knowledge, No big deal. Just like, but then it kind of makes, then it's like, okay, you innately know everything in the first greater sense. Everything that the first greater sense can give you is given in the third greater sense, and everything that in the second greater sense is given you in the third greater sense, right?
I mean, yeah, it's like
You know what I'm saying?
yeah, it's like
It
what they
makes
say in
the
the
first two superfluous.
yeah, it's like what they
You know
say
what I
in
mean?
the
It makes the first two literally like a controlled hallucination. You know what I mean? Like you're
mm,
hallucinating. You're making yourself hallucinate. You know what I mean? Like, and that's like for some reason I don't know. Yeah.
yeah, I mean like the third grade of sense is like the controller of like it's like putting the first and the second together. It's like
Well, it already has like it has contained it. See, it contains all judgments, right? You know what I'm saying? It contains all those judgments. That's what he means. Finally, the third contains all those judgments. It's just like how the rule it contains both circle and square, right?
mm, all of those all of the judgments as in like it has all of the judgments that could ever be made.
Yeah, anything. Yeah, exactly. Everything available
Oh, so it's
from the
like
first
all
person.
knowing, like the
Yes.
third.
Yes. Literally. Yes. Literally.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's literally like yeah. God's like it's literally like this extra faculty that you have above sensation and perception that's just like access to the world of forms because God like is God granted, God given.
Deus Volt.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Deus
God.
Vult.
God gave us this ability to do this.
Yes. Like God gives the well it's like it's sort of like God's mind and it's just like our mind is just like
Yeah. It's like God
God.
is like how they say like God is
Like,
like a part of us.
yeah, yeah, it's just like yeah, it's so they say it all the time how just like mind, like everybody's mind is just like a manifestation of God's mind, right? You know what I mean? Like it's just a part of God's
Yeah.
mind or whatever.
It's like always in
There
your
you go.
hearts and your mind, whatever. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Hegel
Yeah.
speaks of this.
Yes, Hegel, exactly. Right. So keep going, keep going.
To 6.5, thought as mathematical
Yes.
notation.
Yes, read this whole thing and then read uh then look for yeah, all of this stuff is really interesting, Like
The
lecture
highest
7.
grade of sense, problems in a
Yes.
paradox.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Thoughts?
Basically, but after lecture 6, let's look at Malebranche's bold question.
Okay. The operations of the third grade of sense underwrite a truly remarkable human achievement. Every person knows about the world and behaves fel- felicitously, despite being directly aware of nothing more than the activity in his or her own brain. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's literally what we were just saying. What
Yeah.
could possibly be
And so
the
it's like right. It's like again, it's very like there's like an infinite like there's infinitely many like combinations, right? You get what I'm saying? It's like all knowing, right? How do you select which one you get in the present like you get in the moment, you know what I mean? like that, because remember the problem of intentionality, right?
With an S.
Yeah, with an S, right? The variance of perception, right? Like there's no non-specific properties, right?
Right.
And so in the world of forms, there is non-specific. It's all non-specific properties, right?
Right. It's
You
only
get what I'm saying?
intent. It's only intentional, not intentional.
No, it's just pure like it's purified of intention with an S. There's no differences, right? It's Parmenidean symmetry, right? It's pure being.
Or yeah, I was saying it only has intentional, like the T, not the S.
No, no, no. Don't no.
So it has none of that.
No, yeah. No, no. Listen. It's Parmenidean symmetry, right? So it's
Mhm.
like it's an infinity, right? It's just infinity. So it's like which like there's no difference here, right? So how do we like where does the variance of perception come in, right? And it's sort of like you just like the third grade of sense. That's why the third grade of sense can't work without like God intervening. You get what I'm saying?
Mm.
Right? But we'll get into that with Malebranche's bold question. I just wanted to make the connection. So
Yeah. But basically, Turvey is just saying here, like, basically, whether it's like a dead world or like a dead mind, they're still behaving in this way with the world.
yeah, yeah. Basically, yeah. Just look at that. Look at that. Look at the
Third
rest
grade
of
question.
lecture six. Lecture six.
Mhm. What could possibly be the form of such operations, and how could they be so competent? Descartes' answer to this twofold question was fashioned in part by his appreciation of how abstract was mathematics and how broad in scope was its application. His discovery that algebra could encode geometry, and his recognition that both notations could represent, in addition to numerical and spatial relations, physical facts and physical laws, led Descartes to two primary realizations. First, that the notational systems used in mathematics could be extended to cover all meaningful things, including the thought processes implicated by the third grade of sense. Second, that a notational system bore no intrinsic relation to its subject matter, e.g., Euclid's geometry dealt equally with octagons and velocities. That is, symbols were logically distinct from that which they symbolized. If the thoughts implicated in the third grade of sense were merely symbolic representations, like the symbols of mathematics, then what they would then what they represented was equivocal. They could
Mhm.
represent with
Yes.
equal force
Yes.
any one of a number of very different topics, or they could represent nothing at all.
Yes.
I see. So that's what you were saying, is that it could be
Yes.
anything.
Exactly. And I think that solves it, right? But we'll see. That gives us just a bigger problem. You know what I mean?
Right. To put the mental notational system on a sound footing, to ground it and rid it of ambiguity, Descartes appealed to divine providence. God,
Exactly.
God ensured that for a conscientious mind, the symbols did indeed symbolize, and that what they symbolized was reality. That is, Descartes both recognized and offered a solution to the mystery of original meaning, or the
hmm
grounding problem.
Uh, meaning is intentionality with an S again,
Mhm.
which is again like how does Parmenidean symmetry break its own symmetry? It doesn't, right? How do you go from perfect symmetry to the manifest world around us. You don't. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because with Parmenidean symmetry, intention with an S was always a problem for them that they had
Mhm.
to answer to.
That's why, yeah, we don't start in a meaningless world trying to get to meaning, right? You get what I'm saying? You can't get meaning out of a meaningless world.
Yeah.
Meaning being intentionality with an S.
This
I
mystery,
explain that. It's one of the pinned messages in general chat where I explain meaning as intentionality with an S.
You can't get something from nothing, so that checks out.
yeah, yeah,
Right. You can't get difference from no difference. Right.
because that is a violation of the first law.
Yes, sir.
This mystery or problem is identifying those relations in virtue of which the relation of a symbol to the thing symbolized holds. For example, why it is that the symbol cat in one's thinking has the specific content of being about a cat, whereas some meanings can be
Mhm.
parasitic on other meanings. Not all
The
meanings can be
specific concept.
parasites. Some meanings must be original meanings. Descartes'
Mhm.
solution was a special form of innate knowledge. A symbol's ground was an endowment of gods. And this innate knowledge is one major key to the success, the
Yep.
competence of the operations of the third grade of sense. Other kinds of innateness contributed further to the competence, most particularly the rules of logical reasoning. To take a single example, Descartes suggested that because no person, regardless of experience, will accept a self-contradictory proposition, such as nothing at the same time can be black and white, alive and dead, etc., understanding of the principle of contradiction is an innate given.
And so this is like where the whole like philosophical program of rationalism comes from. Really, it comes to the picture. Like let's find out the like kind of like the synthetic a priori. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
You get what I'm saying? Like the categories, like the fucking just like the a priori rules of logic or whatever, right? The timeless, like you get what I'm saying? Like
yeah. How is it given to us in a meaningless world? How do we get
right,
that?
yeah, exactly, right, and that's like the whole again, like that's all fucking all of those programs have failed disastrously, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, but that's the basis of the competency of the third grade of sentence, right?
Is God.
Yeah, but I'm saying like like that's why
Or
the
like it
whole
needs the
rationalist
Parmenidean
program.
symmetry.
Yeah, but that's why the whole rationalist program is like trying to elucidate these synthetic a priori rules. You know what I mean? Or categories or whatever. You get what I'm saying? That's what Descartes trying to do here. We've all heard it. Like like a brain in the vat, right? Could still like discover the laws of logic or whatever. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
You know, or like still knows the laws, like the laws of logic are innate or something, right?
Mm.
You get what I'm saying? We've all heard it before.
And so he was trying to. He was
And
trying
so
to
then once we get there, we
justify
can deduce
that.
the world. Then once we have that, we can deduce the world. You know, we can deduce reality from the
Oh,
categories.
yeah, he
You
was
know?
trying to deduce reality from the Parmenidean
This is what
symmetry.
they were all doing. This is what Kant did. This is what Hegel did. This is what Descartes was trying to do. Like this, like Hegel, right? He was like, okay, let's start with the category of pure being, right? Pure being is the same as nothing, right? And he thought that, yeah, I mean, yeah, he still thought like, well, we can just have the violation of the first law, right? We just get all the differences from no difference, right? Somehow. Like the no difference, the nothing contains all the being, right? Because it's like it's taken like somehow like the subtracting, like the abstraction by subtraction somehow, right? Like it gets you to like the fundamental, what everything comes out of, what everything is, the origin, right? The source, right? But
So
it's
it's like
it's
they
the
were
it's the
all
ideal source. It's the X-less source of X. You know what I mean?
yeah, they were all trying to answer to Parmenidean
Hmm.
symmetry.
Yeah, they were all trying to answer to, yeah, basically like the problem of Parmenides.
Hmm.
They were all trying to answer the problem of Parmenides.
Under
But
his
yeah,
terms. Yeah. By taking it as given.
mhm.
By taking Parmenidean symmetry as given, I will now debunk Parmenidean symmetry.
But yeah, keep going, keep going.
In sum, the kind of operation that characterizes the third or highest grade of
We're making a lot of we're
sense,
making a lot of good integrations now. So like I want to record this and then like use it later.
highest grade of sensing, is a rule-governed quasi-mathematical process of reasoning. It is a kind of inference performed upon the data of the senses made possible by two types of innate knowledge, that of logical
Hmm?
and mathematical principles, and that of the composition of the world.
Yep. And okay,
Descartes,
yeah. Okay, let me just have a note to remind us. 1 second. Um, 1 second to go to lecture 20 later. I have a reminder, right? So I have an order of where we're gonna take this, right?
Hmm.
So we're gonna go to page 182 after lecture 6, after we finish lecture 6 here, and then we're gonna go to lecture, I think it's 21, where he basically, like, this is what I was trying to note right now, note that right now,
right?
and then
Because yeah, we got here from the excerpt of that book that pessimist.
and Malebranche's bold question. I wanted to go to that, but yeah, I want to go to 182 before Malebranche's bold question, and then we can go to lecture 21 where it talks about like you need like innate knowledge of like optics, right? I think it's like his discussion there. I just realized he's harkening back to this, or like I guess he was, I don't know, he probably wrote it all non-linearly and he was just putting this here because he's going to talk about it a lot later. But yeah,
Hmm.
I'm just realizing now. So we're gonna make some good integrations today here. So keep going.
Descartes was suggesting that perceiving is a species of thinking. In perceiving their surroundings, humans use a knowledge constraint process that is similar to the process by which they think or reason about ideas. As we may recall from Lecture 5, Hobbes had identified reasoning with the methodical application of rules to symbols, as in writing. If writing words using the letters, symbols of the alphabet is a good model for reasoning, then Hobbes' account is circular. Just as public writing implies a writer, so private thinking implies a thinker. On Hobbes' account, therefore, the reasoning done by a person presumes a person, but presumably not the same one who is doing the reasoning. This is the problem of the inner person, or more traditionally, the problem of the homunculus. In Descartes' third grade of sensing, an unexplained homunculus, Latin for little man, is at work. Right, and his homunculus is just God.
Yeah, all knowing. It has to be.
The necessity of the homunculus is underscored by the difficulty of mechanizing reasoning in the manner hoped for by Hobbes. Mechanization would be possible if the homunculus attended only to the symbols and the rules, which themselves could be expressed as finite sequences of symbols. If, however,
Mhm.
he attended additionally to symbol meaning, then the principle of local causality would be compromised.
Right. It needs
And per
independent access to
force,
symbol meanings
yeah, and per
because you can't get it from the
force,
symbols.
right, and per force, machine-like behavior would be ruled out, because a meaning is not the kind of thing that exerts a physical force. In order to reason, in order to determine what is reasonable, requires more than the rules and symbols. It requires heeding what the rules and symbols represent, that is, what they mean. But,
Right.
as we have
Remember,
seen in
it's
Descartes,
equivocal.
mm,
Remember.
right, he was basically just saying what you were trying to say earlier. Yeah, in order to reason, in order to determine what is reasonable, it requires more than the rules and symbols. It requires heeding what the rules and symbols represent, that is, what they mean. But, as we have seen in Descartes' symbolized subdualism, meanings are not enshrined in symbols but granted by God.
Yep.
Although we might identify symbols with Descartes' corporeal ideas or with Hobbes' brain packets, we cannot do likewise with meanings. Simply put, meanings are purely in the mental realm. Herein lies the paradox of mechanical reason.
Yep. Like, remember, all the worldly properties were left on basically the mind side of the mind body or the mind matter dualism.
If a process or system is mechanical, it can't reason. If it reasons, it can't be mechanical.
And then I love how Toby, like, he basically reformats this in terms of impredicativity.
Hmm. We can state the
Does he
paradox.
do it here?
What?
I think he does it here. I think he does it here.
We can state the paradox in the terms introduced in lecture
Yeah.
3 and 4. If a process or system is strictly predicative, it can't reason. If it involves impredicativities, it can't be mechanical.
Yes.
The immediate upshot of the paradox is that it will not be a simple matter to discharge the human analog from within Descartes' third grade of sense. The rule-governed, quasi-mathematical process of reasoning that characterizes perception requires an intelligent inner person to supervise the various processes, or, to phrase it better, but in a less picturable form, it requires a solution to the problem of impoverished entailment.
Yep.
Nice. An additional challenge, intimately connected to the aforementioned paradox, is posed by the origin of
Yes.
the
To
interpersonal
discharge
intelligence.
to discharge the homunculus, right, requires a solution to the problem of impoverished entailment. So it's like basically the basis of this, right? It all stems from the impoverishment assumption, right? How we're getting from sensations to perception, right? Because there's sort of like like he gets to it in another lecture about how there's a one to many destruction, right? Like the object, right, is the one, right? And it's like the light, right? Because it has to we the basis of our perception of the object, right, is just the light that hits our retina, right? So there's a one to many destruction, right? You know what I'm saying? So like there's the incommensurability in descriptors, right? There's a mismatch in the dimensions, right?
So it's like the light that hits our retina, we're like destroying all of the.
Well, it's like the light, like if the basis is the light, right?
Mhm.
The like like the it like the light, right, the traveling from the object, right, to get to us, right,
Mhm.
it sort of it makes it ambiguous, right? You get what I'm saying?
Is it like what they were saying in Intro to Ecopsych, where it's flipped and inverted and stuff like that?
Search one to many, one dash two dash many.
One. I'm not seeing it in lectures on perception.
It's definitely 1-2-many.
Oh, here we go. The claim is that the function that maps the layout of
Like it, look
environmental
at the
surfaces.
quote above. Look at the quote above from Kohler.
Hmm.
Right. Yeah. Look at just like quickly read through the doctrine of intractable non-specificity motivates the experience here. Quickly look through here. Just like read through this quickly.
There's a Kafka and Kohler quote. You just want the Kohler quote?
No, I'm saying read lecture 15, section 3.
Okay.
Right. Quickly.
Despite Gestaltism's goal to address perception in the modern lawful physical terms
Just
of its
no,
era,
like don't read it out loud. Like just go through it quickly.
I did not pursue this goal beyond the Faraday makes well.
Be right back in a few seconds.
You see the quote cough. To quote, like these quotes are really important, actually. So read the quotes aloud.
For each distant stimulus, there exists a practically infinite number of proximal stimuli. Thus, the same stimulus in the distal sense may not be the same stimulus in the proximal sense. As a matter of fact, it seldom is. And to quote Kohler, thus, in the reflected light, no trace is left of the units which actually exist in the physical world. Thus, in countless instances, sensory organization means a reconstruction of such aspects of physical situations as are lost in the wave messages which impinge upon the retina. Claim is that maps the function that maps the layout of environmental surfaces into light distributions available as one to many and destructive. The function equivocates on the surrounding environment and fails to preserve the relations or properties of its nested surface layout. This time-honored understanding of the distal proximal relation termed of the doctrine of possibility gives rise to a paradox as Kafka recognized. Oh, I freaking lost it. There we go. So, okay. This nature is left of units which actually exist in the physical world. So the light distributions available to the eye is one to many and destructive.
You see how it equivocates on the environment.
So it's like it doesn't know what to pick out.
Well, you know, like think about how equivocation is formally, like in an argument, right? It's like in one premise you use one term, right? And then in another premise you use a completely different term, right? To basically like replace the first term, right? It's an equivocation. You get what I'm saying?
Could you give it like, is it like unrelated to the first premise you're saying?
It's like, bro.
Do you just mean that it has like not that they're using different terms, but like they have different meanings? It might be like the same term, or we have different, maybe it's like a different term, but they don't have the same exact meaning or something.
It's like, okay, all stars are massive exploding balls of gas. Miley Cyrus is a star, therefore Miley Cyrus is a massive exploding ball of gas. The word star,
Okay.
yeah, the word star shifts from a celestial body to a famous person, right?
I see. Okay.
You see? So it's equivocating on the environment. like the one to many destruction. You see what I mean?
And you cannot have impredicativity when you're equivocating on the terms.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really make sense what Kafka and whatever is trying
Yeah,
to say.
the claim is that the function that maps the layout of environment surfaces into the light distributions available to the eye is one to many indestructive. The function equivocates on the surrounding environment and fails to preserve the relations and properties of its nested surface layout.
So it doesn't understand the relation of things.
It destroys it.
It privileges the organism, and since the terms are equivocated on, you cannot explain the organism in terms of the environment.
Yeah. So here we go. Basically, this time-honored understanding of the distal-proximal relation, termed the doctrine of intractable non-specificity, and intractable, it's unsolvable problem. You know, uh, yeah, it
Gives rise
creates
to a
unsolvable
paradox.
problems. You see what I mean? Like this move to impoverishment, right? See how it's like the base of all these like unsolvable problems, which make us go to God, to solve it, right? Because they're intractable, right? It's an intractable assumption. The doctrine of intractable non-specificity gives rise to a paradox, as Kafka recognized, right? And that
Yeah, because
raises at
I just
once,
kind of see it.
yeah,
Because I just kind of see it as like saying we only see in these isolated particulars.
yeah. So it raises a paradox, right?
Hmm.
It gives rise to a paradox, as Kafka recognized, and that raises at once the problem: how the enormous richness and variety of our visual behavioral environment can be aroused by such a mere mosaic of light and shade and color. I think when formulated in these terms, the problem must appear thrilling by the very paradox which it seems to involve. How can such rich effects arise out of such poor causes? For clearly the dimensions of our environmental field are far more numerous than those of the mosaic of stimulation, right? With few exceptions, the paradox has rarely been met with disapproval, and the severity of the paradox has rarely, if ever, been met with skepticism. Its backdrop is an implicit organism-environment dualism. In terms of the CES model, the question posed on the origin of such rich effects, in quotation, seems to expect an answer strictly in terms of composition, ignoring environment and structure. That is, in terms of the causal powers of an evolving animal's mind or brain. Yeah. Uh, if such is the case, then it is difficult to make a case for the evolution of an adaptive relation between biological visual systems and their environment. On reasonable grounds, it can be assumed that the sine qua non for that adaptive relation is a necessarily specific relation between reflected light distributions and the layout of reflecting surfaces. A doctrine of necessary specificity is implied diametrically opposed to the commonly accepted establishment doctrine of intractable non-specificity. Right. So, did we finish lecture 6?
Not entirely.
Let's finish lecture 6 cuz it's good. Let's just keep in mind, right? The paradox and everything, right? And like the infinitudes, right?
That's not. That's not 6.5. That's 16. There we go. Let's see. Could possibly be. Right. We were getting into the homunculus. Oh yeah, I think we're right here. We can state the paradox in terms introduced in lectures 3 and 4. If a process or system is strictly predicative, it can't reason. If it involves impredicativities, it can't be mechanical. The immediate upshot of the paradox is that it will not be a simple matter to discharge the human analog from within Descartes' third grade of sense. The rule-governed, quasi-mathematical process of reasoning that characterizes perception requires an intelligent inner person to supervise the various processes. Or, to phrase it better, but in a less predictable form, it requires a solution to the problem of impoverished entailment. An additional challenge, intimately connected to the aforementioned paradox, is posed by the origin of the inner person's intelligence. Adopting an economic perspective, one might say that Descartes built the third grade of sense by taking out loans of intelligence. Imagine a bank that transacts its business in intelligence rather than money. When intelligence is needed for a particular purpose, one goes to the intelligence bank, makes an application, and takes out a loan. Of course, like a regular money bank, the intelligence bank expects to be repaid. In Descartes' case, he went to the manager at the bank. There are no indications that Descartes planned to pay back his loans, or that the manager expected him to do so. And there is no possible way in which we can understand how Descartes would have fulfilled his duty if he had so intended. Right, it's like it's more like he's taking a loan from God.
Yeah, it's a non-repayable loan of intelligence. Remember, it's just like kicking the can down the road, you know? Like, yeah, like instead of explaining intelligence here, I'm just gonna posit intelligence over there to explain it. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
You get what I'm saying?
Or
Like
like intelligence up
I'm gonna make
there.
intelligent. Yeah, I'm gonna make intelligence impossible, right? At the like scale I'm actually trying to explain it, right? Like at the like the I'm gonna make the intelligence I'm actually trying to explain impossible, right? And then defer to intelligence, right? In order to explain it. You get what I'm saying? So it's just kicking the can down the road.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely making it unexplainable when he's trying to posit God. I mean, definitely make it unexplainable then.
Mhm.
And that just lets you kind of kick the can down the road forever.
Mhm. Yeah, forever. It's just like, oh yeah, disprove God, man. It's
To
just
appreciate.
that's been just like the you know like the main thing. Like just everybody's saying like, oh, disprove God, man. Yeah, it's God. Right. Disprove God. Everybody says that, right?
Yeah, man, just disprove it, bro.
You see it so often, right? So we finished lecture 6, season.
We have like 3 more paragraphs until we get to 6.7, the Cartesian program defined.
Okay, finish it. Finish it.
To appreciate what is at issue here with regard to the inner person, we need to say a little more about the notation of intentionality, or aboutness, introduced in Lecture 1. Philosophers of the 20th century sought to clarify Brentano's 19th century thesis by focusing on the logical definition of intentional idioms, e.g., decides that, hopes that, and recognizes that. That is, rather than attempting to define the states or events constituting intentional phenomena, they focused on how ordinary language describes or alludes to intentional phenomena. A frequently cited logical definition is that an intentional sentence that is true can be falsified by substituting one term in the sentence by another that denotes the same thing. For example, While it is true
That's
that
referred to as the failure of substitutivity of coextensive terms. A salva verite with truth saved. Yeah.
definition. Oh yeah. For example, while it is true that Oedipus hoped that he could marry Jocasta, it is certainly not true that Oedipus hoped that he could marry his mother, where in Oedipus's tragic case, Jocasta and his mother were, unbeknownst to him, one and the same person. The truth of Oedipus's hope is not preserved over co-extensive substitution. It turns out
Mhm.
that not only do the familiar mental terms satisfy the preceding tests, but so do terms that we would associate with the computation-like reasoning processes implied by Descartes' third grade of sense. For example, storing information that corporeal idea X was accompanied by corporeal idea Y,
Right. So
or
it's like okay, like that's supposed to be like, oh yeah, like we just learn to integrate. We just learn the rules, right? Because to integrate sensations into perceptions, right? You get what I'm saying? The corporeal ideas, right?
right,
Because like
it's the
yeah,
algorithmic rules that
because we store information that corporeal idea X was accompanied by corporeal idea Y. You know?
yeah,
You see? But that's the
yeah, and
third
it's
grade of
like,
sense. That's the
yeah,
third grade of
how do you,
sense, uniting the
yeah,
two, right? Or
yeah, it's the
assigning the
algorithms.
priority that processing corporeal idea X should precede processing corporeal idea Y, and so on.
Mm.
Yeah, just like it's very important to connect that to the three grades of sense, right? Because of the hypothesis of corporeal ideas.
Yeah, it's like what you were showing me with because we were talking about the primacy of perceiving paper about uh
Mhm.
like
Yeah, but
learning the rules
I
of
know Zulu
algorithms.
holds by this view.
I mean,
I know
yeah.
Zulu holds by this view that the rules are just learned, man.
It gives
But it's
us
a loan. It's a
perception of entities.
yeah. It's a loan of intelligence. But here, keep going, keep going.
Uh, Computation-like reasoning processes implied by Descartes' third grade of sense.
For
For
present
example,
purposes, I just read
oh
that.
yeah, for present purposes, what is important here is that whenever and wherever an intentional idiom is used in explanation, the taking out of a loan of intelligence is implicated. This is similarly true whenever and wherever a term is used in explanation that endows a state with meaning or content or significance. For
Right, because
example,
it's not found in the symbol, right?
right. For example, referring to a state as a signal or message or a command
This is very
implicates
clear. This is something that I don't know that Zulu doesn't get, right? Is that the assumption, right? The sensation view is the assumption basically like these just atoms of experience, right? That are just like total. There's no like spatial temporal order to them, right? That order is imposed by the order imposing mind, right?
Mhm.
You get what I'm saying? Like literally, like let's look at any sensation based view, like views of perception or in psychology. Like they literally all explicitly say this, right?
Mhm.
There's no spatial temporal ordering, right? Like of the sensations, right? Because I mean, what are the sensations, right? They're they're the secondary qualities. You know what I mean? There's no, uh,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? There's no spatial temporal ordering to them. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
Because that belongs to primary qualities. Like mutually, it's mutually exclusive in that way. You know?
Mhm.
So yeah, right. And the primary qualities are really they're not given to you in perception, right? They're supposed to be arrived at by pure reason, right? Through the abstraction by subtraction, you know?
Yeah, the synthetic game. Yeah.
Yeah, synthetic a priori. Synthetic a priori. Yeah, and that's what gets you. Boom. That's what
Perception
gets
of
you from
entities.
the perception of entities. That's what gets you second grade sense. That's what gets you perception of entities, bro. But yeah, we're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going.
For example, referring to a state as a signal or a message or a command implicates respectively a signal reader, a message
Yep.
interpreter, or a commander.
So go back, right? To the so storing information that corporal idea X was accompanied by corporal idea Y. What does that imply?
It's a
What does that implicate?
it implicates a signal reader for the signal.
No, it implicates a information storer.
Or yeah.
Storing information that corporal idea X is accompanied by corporal idea Y implicates an information storer. You know, a homunculus information, like, you know, a
Yeah, a
person storing information.
corporeal like a corporeal like bookkeeper or something like that.
Yeah. Okay, so yes, exactly, right? So assigning the priority that processing corporeal idea X should precede processing corporeal idea Y. So you see, like this is again the accompanied one, the association one, storing information that corporeal idea X is accompanied by corporeal idea Y. That's the spatial ordering, right? And assigning the priority that processing corporeal idea X should precede processing corporeal idea Y. That's the temporal ordering.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Right?
I'm sorry, what is the temporal ordering?
The second one.
Oh, the second grade of sense. Okay.
Yeah, but it implicates an assigner of priority, right? Because there's no differences in different directions with sensations, right? There's no, and that would be, you know, the second law gives you, you know, like there's differences in different directions. That's why things move, right? You know what I'm
But
saying?
that's
This
not given to you as
that gives you
sensation.
the arrow. Yeah, that gives you the arrow of time, right? Differences in different directions because sensations are punctate, you know.
Yeah, like sensations are very
They're supposed to be like,
non-specific. Like
yeah,
yeah, I think it's always been posited that like sensations are like ambiguous, stuff like that.
like think about, yes, like in a Cartesian coordinate grid, right? The points, right? There's no um basically the points are interchangeable, right? They're equivocal, right? So there's no relation among the points. There's no connection among the points, right? Like that preserves their identity. They're, you know what I mean? Their distinctness. They're not distinct. You know what I'm
Like you
saying?
could swap like point 1 with point 2.
Yes, they're completely interchangeable, right?
Okay.
In a Cartesian coordinate grid, right? The points are completely interchangeable because like their coordinates, right, are independent of the points, right? They're just like imposed from above. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Right. I mean, but like that's something you should probably ask ChatGPT to explain more. But that's like a real thing. Like why like the points in Cartesian coordinate grid are interchangeable, right? But that's like okay when you have like the points of like basically like the points of excitation right on the retina or whatever. It's the same thing, right? It's like a Cartesian mesh, right?
Hmm.
Right, and they're interchangeable, right? There's no way you can say like on the basis of the points themselves, right? Just the points that one is to like the right of the other, right? Or to the left of the other or above the other, right?
Right, and so
You need the third
to
grade of sense for that. You need
yeah,
the third grade of sense. You know
to
what I'm saying?
assign the priority and the
Yes.
unequivocality of it.
Yep. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, and he just appealed to homunculus for that.
Right. But that's like a very important part. A very important point. Like just put what I just said in ChatGPT and tell it to flesh it out because I'm not saying it as good like as it could be said. But it's like a real thing that ChatGPT should be able to help out with.
All right.
Yeah. Like analogies like that are great for ChatGPT to flesh out some things. You know?
Okay. Obviously, in constructing the third grade of sense, Descartes used intentional idioms. He presupposed rationality in the form of intelligence loans. If he wished to avoid such loan taking, he would have had to find a way of extending the mechanistic hypothesis that he so actively promoted for the first grade of sense to the second and third grade of sense. But that obviously was not an option, as can be emphasized by a further consideration of ordinary language use.
Yes. A command signal and message or a command implicates respectively signal reader, message interpreter, and commander. Right. And Zulu also holds by the command based view of action. That we just send commands to our
Our body.
the brain just sends commands to the fucking like to the muscles and the like all that stuff, you know, like the through the nervous system, right?
Oh man.
Yeah. Yeah, Turvey, I mean, I linked a paper earlier about Turvey on the nature of motor control, and he talks about the command theory.
Where are you getting the Zulu's position from? It's not from the debate, is it?
No, like I've seen him like we've talked about this before, and he just he's like like when I first like when we first argued with him, me and Eddie in his like general chat, right? He was like he was pulling out all this stuff, like all the stuff here, you know. He was pulling out this stuff.
Ooh.
Mhm.
Let's see. Yeah, okay, where were we? Presuppose rationality in the form of loans of intelligence. Oh yeah, the mechanistic hypothesis is expressed in
Wait, you skipped
extensional
some things.
sentences.
You skipped some things.
Mm,
In constructing the third grade of sense, Descartes used intentional. Yeah, obviously, in constructing the third grade of sense, Descartes used intentional idioms. He presupposed rationality in the form of intelligence loans. If he wished to avoid such loan taking, he would have had to find a way of extending the mechanistic hypothesis that he so actively promoted for the first grade of sense to the second and the third grade of sense. But that obviously was not an option, as can be emphasized by a further consideration of ordinary language usage. The mechanistic hypothesis is expressed in extensional sentences. The truth or falsity of these sentences, unlike that of intentional sentences, is preserved when one term in the extension of a concept is substituted by another term in the extension of the same concept. Right, so it's like substituting Jocasta, right, for what is her name?
Oedipus?
No,
It was only
wait.
Jocasta and Oedipus.
No, Jocasta and Oedipus's mom. They're the same
Oedipus's
entity.
mom, yeah, they're the same.
Right. Yes, Jocasta and his mother. Right.
Hmm.
So yes, they're the same entity, right? But again, if we're talking about propertyless things, you know, intentionless extensions, right?
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Right. It's like
They wouldn't be the
you
same.
should be able to yeah, no, you should be able to substitute them, right, and preserve the truth of the sentence, right? Basically Oedipus's hope that he can marry Jocasta and Oedipus's hope that he can marry his mother, right? Truth would be preserved if, right, these were just intentionless extensions, right? You know what I'm saying? Because it's the same extension.
Okay.
The same extension, the same entity, right? Entity is extension, property is intention with an S. So like we would take the view that we only understand entities in terms of properties and properties in terms of entities, right? There's no propertyless things or thingless properties. There's only propertied things, right?
Right, and what Turvey said earlier about Oedipus wanting to marry Jocasta but not his mother.
Right.
Wouldn't
And it's
make
like it's
any
only a
sense.
problem. It's only a problem if it's like we ignore the fact that Oedipus is in the same world. You know, it's like he's in a world of things. You know what I mean?
Right, he's in a world where he
A
wants to
world of
marry
things, you say?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Plato
he's
speaks of
in
this.
A world of propertied things. I mean, a world of propertied
Okay.
things.
Yeah. It's
As a propertied thing himself, right?
right, he's
We
in a world where he's trying to marry Jocasta,
where there's
but
no view from
Jocasta's
nowhere.
also
There's no view from nowhere, right? That's not the standard of reality, right?
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, yes. Connect this with, you know, sort of the prohibition of self-causation, right? That actions are caused by an entity, right? An entity's properties, its nature, right?
Mhm.
Uh, like that view, right, is like equivalent with the prohibition of impredicativities, right? So it's like that. Like it's denying that sort of Oedipus is an entity, right? You know what I'm saying? Like the view that like this is like subjective, you know what I mean?
What, the view that Oedipus is doing this?
Well, no, the view that I forget what I said. Sort of the view that this is like a problem. You know what I mean? Like this is an illusion, basically, right? That that truth is preserved, right? And it's just a illusory. It's just an illusion, right? It's just equivocating. You know, we equivocate on it, right?
Okay, and then it would just be, well, yeah, Oedipus is just trying to marry his mother.
Well, no, he's trying to marry Jocasta, but he only later realized that Jocasta is his mother, right?
Oh, okay.
Like in the story.
You've read Oedipus before, right?
I've not.
It's
I don't think I
one of
have.
those Greek tragedies where he's doomed by fate to do something.
Yeah.
Do they teach it? Maybe they teach it in schools. Maybe I read
They
it
teach it in high school,
recently.
yeah.
Maybe I just forgot about it then.
Yeah. So
Probably did. It was
right.
very forgettable.
If he wished to avoid such loan taking, he would have had to find a way of extending the mechanistic hypothesis he so actively promoted for the first grade of sense to the second and third grade of sense. But that obviously was not an option, as can be emphasized by further consideration of ordinary language usage. The mechanistic hypothesis is expressed in extensional sentences, right? The truth or falsity of these sentences, unlike that of intentional sentences, is preserved when one term in the extension of a concept is substituted by another term in the extension. So again, like Jocasta and Oedipus's mother, right? So that's not an extensional sentence, right? Because truth is not preserved over coextensive substitution. Over substitution of coextensive terms. Right? It refers beyond itself, right? You know, it requires attending to meaning. It requires
Okay.
attending to meaning.
Hmm.
Remember?
So is it like Oedipus is trying to marry Jocasta but not his mother, and then the second that he learns that Jocasta is his mother, then that changes things.
Yeah, I mean, it eventually leads to his fucking like downfall or whatever.
So it's like
As the
it's
prophecy foretold.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
true at one point, but it's false in another.
Right, but like that's like treating truth as like metaphysical, and like as like yeah, and like so you're privileging intentionless extensions, right? That's the
Well,
standard of
yeah,
reality.
I guess
You
I'm
know what
kind
I
of
mean?
confused because I feel like it would be like no matter
Well,
what,
because
it
it's
would be
it's
the
true.
fact that
Well, no, it's true that Oedipus hopes to marry his mother. Well, not hopes to marry Jocasta, but not his mother, because his
oh
mother
yeah
and
yeah yeah
Jocasta.
yeah
You get
yeah
what I'm saying? His mother and Jocasta, right? In these two sentences are not coextensively substitutable.
Well, okay, so the purely extensional view is
Mhm.
removing like Oedipus's knowledge here.
Yeah, Oedipus is basically like existence in the world, like difference, basically, right? The difference that makes a difference. You know what I mean? Because like everything that exists, right, makes a difference, basically. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so yeah, it is true that he's doing that, but it is a fact that that is his mother.
His existence makes a difference. Right, and that's like totally like uh incomprehensible in the like view where reality is Parmenidean symmetry. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Like there's only absolute isolation, there's only things in itself. That's reality, right? That's the noumena, right? Things in themselves, identityless, right? The things in themselves, they're pure extension, right? matter
Yeah, so it's like
is
here we can't
matter
know
the
things.
matter in the mind, matter dualism is pure extension, right?
Yeah, we can't refer to what other people know.
So it's all equivocal.
It's context independent.
There's no differences in different directions. There's no differences. There's no asymmetry. There's no identity. Right? It's pure being, which is the same as nothing, right?
Well, because then they couldn't even answer to any of it. It couldn't even be that.
Mhm.
I mean, what would the
Yes,
question even mean in that
it's the problem
context
of
of
Parmenides.
things being meaningless? Yeah.
But yeah, it's just the assumption that like the variance of perception is a problem. Like the problem of intentionality, quote unquote, is the problem, right? That's the assumption, right? Is that the world of change in particulars is what we perceive, so that can be the real world. You know what I mean? So we got to subtract all the change in particulars, and then we get to the real world, right? Just pure extension, right?
Oh, I see. So it was
A
so
view from
that
nowhere.
problem was proposed
Imagine
by
yourself.
rationalists.
Imagine a world where you don't exist, where nothing exists, and take that to be reality. That's like the view from nowhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But then it's like the question isn't even intelligible at that point, right? The problem is not nothing is
Yeah, but it's like
intelligible.
it's motivated by the problem of the variance of perception or whatever, right? That it's so like it's assumed that it's ambiguous, right? That I sort of perceive the thing in a different color, and you perceive the thing in a different color, right? So that makes color sort of ambiguous, right? It just like on a certain restricted view where sort of remember when we were talking about like from the point of syntax, semantics looks arbitrary.
Right. It looks very objective, but it's actually an
Yeah,
extremely subjective view.
exactly. From the point of syntax, semantics looks arbitrary because there is uh no necessary relation between like a symbol and the symbol's meaning. It's totally arbitrary. You can give it whatever meaning you want, right? You know what I'm saying? But you have to have independent access to that meaning, right? And that's actually like what we would say is lawful, is non-arbitrary, is you know what I mean?
Mhm.
That's where lawfulness, that's like what's really lawful, right? Is not like context independence, right? Context independence is usually equated with objectivity, right? But what context independence means, it means that it can be, the context can be any context, right? You can make it like it can be any context and the context changes nothing, right? Or it can be no context, right? You can make it whatever context you want. So that's arbitrary. That's truly arbitrary, right? Rather than being objective, right? But context dependence, right, is rather what gives you necessity, right? You get what I'm saying? The context can't be replaced. Any like sort of trying to replace the context destroys the thing in question, right?
Hmm.
You get what I'm saying? Context being there's a world, right? Like the first law, right? There's a like this thing over here and this thing over here, they're part of the same world. You know what I mean? Right? I can talk about two different things without severing the fucking universe in half. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's only talking about Oedipus and only talking about Jocasta.
Right? It's like the assumption is that I can't talk about two different things without severing the universe in half, right? Without splitting the universe into two like totally incommensurable worlds. You know?
Yeah, I mean, it's basically just like they're saying like, oh well, Oedipus is trying to marry Jocasta and not his mother, but if we look at just Jocasta, we
Yeah.
can see that
Rather
that's
than the
Killing
larger
Jocasta
system.
from his
Oedipus's.
mother.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
can't
yeah.
believe it.
It's trying to deal with an impredicativity in purely predicative terms, right? Instead of looking at the larger system, right? Instead of looking at the larger system, it's just taking one. It's splitting the sort of. It's like Turvey said earlier, right? Like on the liar's paradox. It's the strategy is to devolve the paradox onto two parts, right?
Right.
And one is an unmoved mover of the other. You know what I mean?
I have Jocasta. I have Oedipus. Fuck.
I have Jocasta. I have Oedipus. Shit. Reminds me of a thing I was doing. It's not about impredicativity and trying to deal with something in only impredicative terms, but we were watching like the fucking Mentis Wave video in Zulu server just for shits and giggles. And he kept going to he kept trying to separate like law and ethics and politics and stuff from philosophy.
Hmm.
So we had a running gag where we take a word from their sentence and we go, okay, should ethics, epistemology, shit.
Yeah, it's like the Wikipedia philosophy phenomenon. You know, if you
Yeah,
take
that
any,
one.
yeah, like any page on Wikipedia, and
Take
you
any
click,
link and you will follow it back to philosophy.
yeah,
I have law, ethics, epistemology, metaphysics. Shit.
Guys, philosophy is just like a hobby. Just
Philosophy is
don't.
when you read books and stuff and talk about how things don't exist, guys.
okay,
Yeah,
let's
it's like
continue.
yeah.
Let's continue. We're not
Yep.
even
Philosophy is just
finished
a
with
hobby,
with
but don't click through. Don't click through the Wikipedia pages. Whatever you do.
yeah. So
Aristotle
okay.
jump scare.
The
No.
Yeah, we'll
mechanistic
continue.
hypothesis. Remember, what's the mechanistic hypothesis?
Um.
That syntax
It's
exhausts the world. Basically,
yeah. Yeah.
it's basically that everything can be explained. Everything is intelligible by reference to syntax. Everything is intelligible as uh, a machine, right?
Hmm.
Right, and it's like, yeah, that's the like he explains it earlier, like in lecture 5 or lecture 6. He explains it, but we've
Yeah, I
talked
kind of
all
got
about
the
the
gist.
mechanistic hypothesis before.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
kind of got the gist of that whenever he was formulating the paradox of mechanical reason and stuff like that.
Right. So, yes, the mechanistic hypothesis is expressed in extensional sentences, pure extension. The truth or falsity of these sentences, unlike that of intentional sentences, is preserved when one term in the extension of a concept is substituted by another term in the extension of the concept. Right. The sentence, the stone weighed approximately 0.45 kilograms, preserves the truth of the sentence, the stone weighed 1 pound. Right?
Right. One is just a guess, and the other is
These are two, purely extrinsic metrics, right? Kilograms and like grams, like what is it called? Yeah, kilograms and pounds, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't see that they were using different metric systems.
No, it's not different. Is it different metric systems?
Approximately 0.45
I think it's just
kilograms and 1 pound. Those are different.
yeah. What's the conversion of kilograms to pounds?
Let's look. 1 pound.
Yes, for an approximate result, multiply the mass value by 2.205.
0.453592. So yeah.
But the conversion is 2.205 pounds. Or like 1 kilogram is 2.205 pounds. So 0.45 kilograms is like approximately 0.45 kilograms is
Yeah, I'm
um,
telling you, yeah. It's
equivalent
1
with the
pound.
pound.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. And you
Yeah,
can
so
do
then
that
they're
because
both
it's
true.
they're context independent,
Right.
right? They're extrinsic metrics. They're, you know what I mean? They're totally independent of what's being measured, right? But remember, these always leave something out, right? You know what I'm saying? Remember?
The what, these
We
kind of
talked
extrinsic measurements?
yeah, they always leave something out. They always like leave some remainder, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
What was the example? It was
the
like a
the
beach.
coastline of Britain. The coastline of Britain?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Which is that if
Yes,
you were
and
to try to
but
measure
like
the whole thing in like a yardstick, you would lose a lot of
yeah, and you would get it yeah, but yeah, and you would get a completely different measurement, right?
every
If you
time.
tried to measurement in a ruler. Yeah, and every time too, right?
Yeah.
And that's sort of the problem of the variance of perception because what we perceive is the natural world, right? Like coastlines of Britain, like the coastline of Britain, right? It's a
Right, we
natural
perceive, yeah.
structure. We perceive the natural world, right? And it's sort of like you can't formalize that, right? You can't you can't formalize that, right? Because you're always going to lose something, just like you lose something with a yardstick, right? And but it's like the assumption is that what all we have is just like extrinsic metrics. That's the standard of reality or whatever, right? These context independent metrics. But remember, we had the whole discussion about extrinsic versus intrinsic when we were talking about the measurement regress thing, and when we were going over my notes. And I was talking about how the measurement is independent of it's independent of the thing being measured. Like Kugler and Turvey talk all about it in natural law, information, the self-assembly of rhythmic movement.
Right, the formal extrinsic measurement is independent
Mhm.
of the thing being measured.
Right, that's very important here. It's context independent, right? And that's why we can sort of formalize it like this, right? But again,
Simply.
NPC text. This is Kugler and Turvey's book. You gotta understand that stuff. But
Oh man, I'm really tired.
no, we're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going. I just wanted to put that there. Yes, here we go.
When can we get
Simply,
to
extensional sentences are non-intentional, and a conclusion consonant with Descartes' substance and property dualism that holds mind and matter distinct is that intentional sentences cannot be reduced to extensional sentences. It is simply not possible to convert intentional, rational language, intentional sentences into mechanical languages, extensional sentences? We should give this problem a name. Let us call it the problem of non-repayable loans of intelligence.
boom?
Right.
Boom,
Yeah,
boom,
it's simply
boom.
not possible. Right? It's simply not possible to convert um the two sentences like Oedipus hopes that he could marry uh, uh Jocasta, but not his mother, right?
And he's saying you can't do it without losing something.
Right. Yeah, you can't, like, obviously. What do you lose? What do you lose?
You lose its meaning.
Yeah, you lose a meaning. You lose the difference that makes a difference. Right? You lose difference. You lose it. Right? And so yeah, and like you can't get it back, but like it's not a conversion, right? It's not a translation. It's a violation of the first law. You know what I'm saying? It's over unity, right? Or it's a perpetual motion. It's perpetual motion of the first kind, right?
Right.
Energy is lost or gained, right? Energy appears from nowhere, right? Nothing from something, right? Or something from nothing. Where does it go?
Nowhere.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
We don't know. Where does it go? We don't know.
But you get what I'm saying, right?
Right.
There's no one-to-one mapping, right? There's no
Yeah.
one-to-one mapping of those intentional sentences into extensional sentences, right? But like extensional sentences, there's like one-to-one mapping between extensional sentences, but there's no one-to-one mapping between any one intentional sentence and any other. You know?
Yeah, we can only focus on like parts of it.
Yeah. So yeah. So they're looking for that. But okay, yeah. So the Cartesian program defined. We have taken a lengthy and cluttered path to get here, but we are now ready to define the Cartesian program for perception and action and for cognition more generally. It can be expressed as three injunctions. First, develop as thoroughly as science and mathematics as develop as thoroughly as science and mathematics permit a mechanical account of the first grade of sense. That is, explain the workings of the senses and generating secondary qualities in the motor system and generating bodily motions through the strict adherence to the principle of local cause, using only the extensional language provided by chemistry, physiology, and physics. So, like, you know, the infinitesimal like portion of those which are formalizable. Right. Second, identify the kinds of knowledge with which the third grade of sense must be endowed a priori, right? Identify the kinds of knowledge. This is the rationalist uh, program, right?
Right.
Remember the categories, identifying categories, the synthetic a priori, right? Identify the kinds of knowledge with which the third grade of sense must be endowed a priori. That is, identify what principles governing the workings of the world are known independent of any experience with the world, and give, again, read it really slowly. Second, identify kinds of knowledge with which the third grade of sense must be endowed a priori. That is, identify what principles governing the workings of the world are known independent of any experience with the world, and give expression to the formal structure of the abstract and productive representations that embody this knowledge.
Damn.
All right. Third, discover and explicate the symbol manipulating procedures employed by the third grade of sense and using the secondary qualities, the second grade of sense, and the endowed knowledge to make useful, successful inferences about the world. That's the whole computationalist, representationalist, like the Bayesian inference, all of that stuff, you know? That's where that comes in. Right?
Okay.
Yes. So,
That is the end of 6.
lecture 6. So hold on that, like absorb it. We're gonna integrate it like crazy right now. We're gonna go on an integrating lightning round. You know,
All right.
we're gonna do an integration lightning round. Let's see. Yes. So here's what I want to do. I want you to control F for each of these terms. Like this is good. This is the order we're gonna control F for these things, right?
Hmm.
And VC text. Here we go. We're gonna control F for each of these in order, right? Share your screen, y'all.
Infinitude of sound-producing environmental events.
You're not sharing your screen there. You're not sharing the right screen. You're sharing the wrong one, bro. You're sharing the wrong tab.
Oh, 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 oh.
Yeah. Let me go through this quick, bro.
All right. Is this it? By irrespective
Yeah,
of magnitude of sound-producing environmental events.
right.
Do I start up?
The second greatest. No, like, yeah, wait. So just like read through this really quick. This section, right?
Okay. The first answer gave rise to a new and more general version of
Yeah,
the
read it
argument.
quickly, bro. Don't read it out loud, okay? I want you to just tell me what you're saying, okay? Just like when you're seeing it. You know? Yes, 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 yes.
Environment. Powers of the environment proceed visually exceed in both number and being firmly established through the study of the retinal image gave this to the visual perception characterizing two. Words that are not copied in the retinal image must be derived from or added to those that are copied in the retinal image. The discovery of receptors, the founding argument can now be extended beyond vision to the other senses. Lack of anything analogous to the retinal image, the properties that receptors do not encode must be deduced or constructed from the properties that they do encode. Following the form of the first question above, the science of the 19th century identified receptors.
See, all of
as
this
special-
was the first program for understanding the first grade of sense, right?
Hmm. So yeah, I mean, what are they?
Well, in lecture 11, they talk about the doctrine of elementary, like nervous receptors or something like that. But it's not like yeah, it's something like that. I forget the title, the fucking name of it. But don't worry.
Following the form of the first question above, the science of the 19th century identified receptors as special nervous mechanisms microscopic in size, which convert the external physical motions into
External physical motions into internal physical motions.
convert the external.
But this is under specifying. But let's continue.
Ooh. The mental counterpart to the physical variable intensity is called loudness, and the mental counterpart to the physical variable frequency is called pitch.
And there's
And
tons of
pitch,
illusions. There's tons of illusions that come from this assumption, right?
yeah.
Like
I'm
so-called
assuming this is
illusion
related.
when you take amplitude and when you take when you take intensity and frequency, right? Like what is it called, the like the fucking the electro or what is it called? What does it say before the amplitude, right? The amplitude and the wave pattern. Yeah. The amplitude of the traveling wave, right? And the rate at which the wave pattern repeats per second, the frequency. right? The amplitude is the intensity, the the rate at which the wave pattern repeats per second. That's the frequency, right? So that's just like basically the spatial ordering and then temporal ordering, right? The spatial and the temporal ordering, right? Loudness gives us the spatial ordering, right? And pitch is the temporal ordering, right?
See.
You get what I'm saying? Right? So, but this assumption, right, is like, okay, if we take the this is the standard, right? You remember like the Meyer-Euler illusion stuff, right? If we take like what's measured with like a ruler, like extrinsic metric as the standard, right?
Mhm.
Then it's like, oh, we're like perceiving it wrong. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, because you're
It
starting with an extrinsic measurement.
right. Instead of taking intrinsic metrics as the standard, right? Natural metrics as the standard. Like the system defines its own natural units, right?
Right.
And that's all explained in lecture 23, section 4, like on the Meyer-Euler illusion. But we don't got to get into that. But it's all about that, right? So you see, but there's a lot of like so-called like there's a lot of illusions based on this right here, just based on the assumption that the mental counterpart to the physical variable intensity is called loudness, and the mental counterpart to the physical variable and frequency is called pitch, right? There's a lot of so-called illusions that we're just like it's like a controlled hallucination. You know what I mean? Like it's just we're just making up a world. You know what I mean?
And so that's kind of like the perception as judgment.
We're locked in our own minds. Like perception is a like a deceiver, right? The senses are deceiving us or something, right? You know what I'm saying? Because the real world, right? The real world, the intensity is this, the amplitude is this, right? The frequency is this, right? But how we perceive it is just like it's not the same. Then obviously perception must be wrong. You
Mhm.
know what I'm saying? Right? But there's tons of illusions based on this that you can search up, right? So-called illusions, right? Yeah. So
They
again,
compose the second grade of sense in the case of hearing. The third grade of
yes.
sense in the case of hearing comprises infinitely many more kinds of counterparts. Not in respect to acoustic energy, of course, but in the respect to the infinitude of sound producing environmental events. Yeah, so it literally contains every single like possible event that could ever be produced ever in all of time, forever and ever.
Right, because it's equivocal. It's equivocal which the meaning you attach to the symbol. You know what I'm saying? It can represent infinitely many different things, right? There's no necessary relation between the two, right?
As simple examples, the sounds produced by rubbing, scraping, rolling, and brushing are readily distinguished, and dogs, birds, doors, and drums are quickly identified.
hmm
Practically, the
So
achievement
maybe,
is
oh,
Hmm.
maybe this is
Maybe
what
there's no missing pieces.
no, maybe this is exactly what like pessimistic was trying to like say with like discrimination and differentiation is different. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he mentioned something about differentiating like dogs from cats. I don't remember exactly what he said.
Yeah. But that's just like again, you remember it's privileging some like
Non
impoverished scale.
ecological
Yeah,
impoverished scale, yeah.
yeah. But you see, right? The sounds produced by rubbing, scraping, rolling, and brushing are readily distinguished. Gibson ran experiments on this, right? And dogs and birds and doors and drums are quickly identified. Schubert, 1975. Patently, the achievements of the third grade of auditory sense go beyond the registrations of the receptors of the ear, the first grade of auditory sense, and the sensations they give rise to, the second grade of auditory sense. Right? So keep going. Yeah, the doctrine of elemental receptors. Right? Or
Patently,
yeah. There was two of them: the doctrine of elemental receptors and the doctrine of specific nerve energies. Right? It's basically that perception rather than being specific to ecological information. Right, the structure of the pattern energy dispersals, right?
mhm,
Uh, the pattern low energy dispersal, but yeah. So instead of being perception being specific to information, it's specific to uh nervous activity, right? The nervous system, the brain, right? That's the hypothesis of corporeal ideas. The informational basis of perception is the brain, right? The fucking or the retinal image, right? Or again, right? The retinal image failed. Like the study of the retinal, like the retina, right? The eye, it failed to basically get what they wanted, right? Obviously. So then they started including the optic nerve and then the brain. You know what I mean?
mm.
Right. But yeah, that's like the doctrine of specific nerve energies.
Patently, the achievements of the third grade of auditory sense go
Yeah, we have
beyond
like
the
a channels of
registration.
sensations. Like we have like an isolated channel for instance, loudness and an isolated channel for pitch. They're not like they don't. There's no slippage between the two. You know what I mean? But that's also like clearly debunked by just like looking at the brain. Yeah. Again,
Yeah,
it's
because
like
I think
this is the
pessimistic said
program.
something like,
The research program tells you, oh, look at the brain and you'll find these channels of sensations or whatever. This is where you'll find it, right? This is where you'll find what you'll need, right? And it's just like, well, we don't find it. What now?
yeah, because I think it was pessimistic who said you can only like understand the loudness of a person in respect to some not loud person.
Mhm. Right. We need intentionality, right? We need variance. We need difference.
Yeah, and the differentiation is not like a judgment. I think that was like
Mhm.
the thing that he was trying to do.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so that's like the next paragraph, right?
Patently, the achievements of the third grade of auditory sense go
Go
beyond.
to the next paragraph. I already read that.
Oh, a key strategic component of the doctrine of elemental receptors is conveyed by our auditory example. Receptors were discovered that transduced various forms of mechanical energy, chemical energy, and radiated energy. Notably, that in the
And
following.
this is also equivocal, right? Because I mean, every cell can be considered a receptor. By like what's supposed to distinguish receptors, right? Every cell can be considered a receptor in all of the relevant senses. So it's literally just like we're gonna arbitrarily just like also by the way, it's not a flat like thing of like rods and cones, right? That's a formalism. That's not how it actually works. You know,
Right.
it's like it's like a dense like web and network like with like layers and layers and layers of tissue, right? Like Turvey has a picture of it in lecture 21, 23, I think, or 23, 21, 22, one of those. He has a picture of it. But yeah, that's also why the retinal image was slowly like replaced with the eye and the optic nerve, you know? You know what I'm saying? And like the brain. as the informational basis.
So you're saying there's more to the eye than the
Oh
traditional
yeah.
approach lets on? That
Yeah,
we
I
can
mean,
actually
obviously,
visibly see.
well, obviously, I mean, you can't explain not even the micro movements, right, of the eye with just, you know what I mean? Like the microsaccades and whatever the other thing is, right? And like, just like the movement, you can move your eyes around, right?
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Your eyes are your eyes are or like you're able to move your eyes. They're on top of a moving body, right?
Right.
Moving through the world on top of a head that can turn and all that, right?
Right.
In a skull and yeah, like Gibson says this basically. It's like I'm paraphrasing a Gibson quote.
Right. So it's even more than just the omission of all the stuff in the eye. It's
Yeah,
more
like your
like
arms, your hands are part of the visual system too. Like I can take this, like I can move this paper, right? The words, like if they're kind of hard to read if they're way over there, so I move this thing closer to my eyes, right? With my hand. You know what I'm saying? It's part of the
yeah,
visual system, right? My feet, right? I walk closer to the thing. Right?
yeah.
All of it, bro. My spine, my body, that my postural stability that keeps my gaze, keeps me oriented towards the horizon, right? But yeah, that's what's missed. All of this stuff is missed, along with obviously the structure of the optic array, right? The ambient optic array. So yeah, you can keep going.
Yeah, sorry. It's just receptors were to cover the transduce thermal frequency band. Oh yeah, here. In each case, the advocated strategy was, as above, to take the descriptors of these energy forms. Oh, what is this? Properties perceived visually. Properties perceived. Properties encoded by receptors. Properties simulated in retinal image. Discovery of receptors led to a generalization of the traditional hypothesis left, that the properties given in stimulation are far fewer in number and kinds than the properties perceived.
That's not an eye. That's just like a Venn diagram.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So
Yes.
so basically, this is just like the approach at the time was like here, but
Yes.
this is like the ecological approach here.
The
Basically,
more, well, it's literally the descriptors of the environment, bro. The descriptors, like what you're seeing around you right now, those descriptors are are different. Like they're incremental in grain size and number and kind with those of like
oh yeah,
supposedly
it's like
encoded by
yeah.
receptors and properties stimulated and everything. You know what I'm
So we
saying?
can view this as a kind of universe of discourse,
Right. Yes. Exactly.
where it's like this universe of discourse is so small, it's only focused on like the retinal image and the eye and the organism. Then we're up here and we're like, okay, we have the whole system.
Right. But again, let's just keep going. Right, provided by physics, as the properties predicated of the corresponding receptor. However, while the standing could be implemented, or while the strategy could be implemented for audition and vision, it could not be implicated for smell and taste, and was implicated only approximately for touch. The problem was that the physical or chemical descriptors befitting the impressions of these senses were simply not known. The needed physical and chemical principles had not been discovered and might not even exist. Nonetheless, the guiding assumption remained firmly in place. For each sense, there would be only a few types of receptors, and what they encoded would be the variables known to physics, contemporary physics, right? The upshot, from the point of view of the 19th century epistemology, was a substantial mismatch in type and number between the descriptors encoded by receptors, strictly descriptors of energy, and the descriptors of environmental objects and events as perceived by an observer. Right. So remember, that's why we describe the structure of the of the ambient array, right?
Mhm.
Like we it's not light as such, right? It's the structure of light, which is the basis of perception or visual
Right.
perception. You know what I'm saying? The distribution of light in the surface layout, right?
Mm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they're just the descriptors of energy as such, right? Pure extension, rather than the structure of energy. So it's all about basically just
Oh yeah,
transfers of energy.
it's all
It's all
about
about
the
transfers of energy, right? And when the mass term is suppressed, right? Well, it's like, again, remember the Lie room, right? There's no transfer of energy, right, from the wall to my body that makes me fall down when the Lie room gets like moved like crazy, like the moving room. You know what I mean? Right? There's no energy transfer there. It's a different kind of transaction, right? You get what I'm saying?
right things that don't directly touch you still have like an influence.
It's like how a catalyst works in chemistry, right? Yeah. So this is not formalizable, right? Part of chemistry. A catalyst, right? It's not used up in the reaction, right? It catalyzes it, right? It's not. There's no energy transfer from the catalyst, right? That does anything, right?
Hmm.
And that's why we understand information, ecological information, as more like a catalyst. It's not used up in the process, right?
I've actually never seen a catalyst.
Well, yeah, just like I'm. This is just for posterity's sake, I guess. I'm saying this, and then we rewatching the recording you can like ask ChatGPT about it. You know?
Oh, I see. It remains completely unchanged. Okay.
Yes. There's no energy transfer, right? So yeah, strictly the descriptors of energy, right? There's a substantial mismatch in type and number between the descriptors, quote unquote, encoded by receptors, right? Strictly descriptors of energy, and the descriptors of environmental objects and events as perceived by an observer, right? There's a clear mismatch there, right?
Hmm.
Like the electrical excitation upon the retina, like, right? You get what I'm saying? Or just like the activity of the brain, right? The activity of the brain. You look at the brain. That's not the environment that you're looking at right now
Right.
around you. You know what I'm saying? This is not that. Remember we looked at that video by Stephen Robbins, right? We had the like the stirring coffee on one side. Remember that?
Yes. And
The stirring
it had
coffee?
like a bunch of points on like a
Yeah.
grid, whatever.
Like a vector matrix, right?
Yeah, it was just like a bunch of like changing points. It's like just numbers moving.
Yeah, just numbers and you know what I mean? So it's just signs, right?
Hmm.
This is not that. Right? It's very clear when you put it like that. This is not that, right? So there's a how do you cross the gap, right? How do you get from this to that if this is not that, right? This is not even like they have totally different dimensionality. One has way more dimensionality than the other. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's totally different.
What? Yeah, it's way more than the other. And so that's given to you by the third grade of sense is the infinitude, the infinitudes, whatever. So
Theorizing, therefore, had to be constrained by this apparent fact. A description of the environment that was not typically framed in terms of the ordinary variables of physical energy had to be derived from a description that was framed in such terms.
And that's the intractable non-specificity, right? Yeah. Because the number of variables that describe the relevant energy form restricts the receptor variety within a sense. The resultant set of receptor types takes on the status of elements or atoms. Echoing Locke, receptor responses as a physiological interpretation of simple ideas could be envisaged as composing all complex ideas through a kind of associative fusion. For example, if the sensory qualities sweet, saline, bitter, and sour referred elliptically to the elemental receptor responses of taste, as Finch suggested in 1880, then allowing just 10 distinct response levels for each receptor would yield 10,000 distinct four-element patterns. You see what's going on here?
There's a lot to account for.
Right? Just
Formalism.
10. Just 10 distinct response levels for each receptor would, like various levels, like, just like more or less sweet. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Right? So yes, the receptor responses of taste, just allowing 10 distinct response levels for each receptor would yield 10 for each receptor, for each individual, like taste bud, right? Would yield 10,000 distinct four-element patterns. In principle, a very small number of elemental receptor types together with a mechanism capable of associating their responses could produce a multitude of quote unquote compound, right? It's compound ideas, right? But remember, impredicativity is not big predicative.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? You're never gonna get to the environment that way, right? Yes. That the number of receptor types would always be small was countered, however, by Helmholtz's analysis of the auditory sense, much to the dismay of some of his peers who presumed an underlying parsimony of elements. He advanced a successful theory of audition on the grounds that receptor types existed for each audible frequency. Remember? Each audible frequency. That is the auditory receptor types numbered in the thousands. And Helmholtz view of things. Because remember, I mean, just like obviously, right? If we're taking this view, we can't just arbitrarily be like, well, it's arbitrary. It's equivocal. Whether we say it's 10, whether we say it's 11, whether we say it's 20. You know what I mean?
Mm.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Right?
Purely formal.
Yes. So in Helmholtz's view of things, the receptors, regardless of the number of kinds, obey the law of isolated conduction. The nerve fiber from each receptor extended to the brain in isolation, right, so as to conduct the brain precisely the impression it receives, and that's also just demonstrably false. Yeah, if you look at the brain, there's a lot of noise, quote unquote, right? And that's an intro to ecopsych. You search noise and intro to ecopsych, they make that point, right? It doesn't work like a communication channel, like a fucking wire for like a what's it called? A telegraph line. You know what I mean? Like where Shannon information works. You get what I'm saying? I
Yeah.
remember the signals. Remember the signal? Remember when like the first I was explaining it to you? There's no signals in the brain.
Yeah.
I was explaining the argument that there's all this noise, right? It's a very bad telephone, you know, right? So yeah, that's false. And so his law of isolated conduction is false, demonstrably false, right?
Yeah,
With
it's
other
like we
things being
can
equal,
look
yeah,
at it and see directly the nature of
hmm
what it's
right.
doing,
But then
kind of like the polar planimeter.
yeah, but then there's also then comes along McCulloch and Pitts, right? Who do basically abstraction by subtraction, right? And just replace the neuron with like a uh like a discrete switch, like a binary switch, so we can do Boolean logic with these so-called neurons, right? This is what neural nets are made out of, right? Right? These are just formalisms, right? These so-called neurons are just purely formal objects. They're just like transistors, right? Just like one or zero. You know what I mean? And then that's like now like neuroscientists, so-called neuroscience or like cognitive neuroscientists, right, are all just like creating these formalisms, right? These neural nets. You know what I mean? And not
For the
looking at the brain.
privileged neurons.
No, they're just getting out of not looking. They're getting out of like having to look at the brain. They don't have to look at the brain. You know? Yeah.
Oh
So,
yeah, they can just go into their formalism and not have to worry
mhm,
about it, supposedly.
right. Supposedly, yeah. But it literally removes literally all of the fucking like actual like positive identity of what a fucking neuron is. You know, there's a great Okay, I'll link this paper because there's a great discussion of this history. Right, there's it's very clear that it's like it was arrived at by abstraction by subtraction. If you look at what is said in this book about the McCulloch-Pitts thing, right? I'll just link it here, but it's a very cool history here. Trying to do it quick.
Or like yeah, there's just like a question. Like neurons are real, but they try to ascribe a lot of meaning to them.
Here we go. In BC text, the ecological brain.
Ecological brain.
uh, Search PITTS. Don't search it now. I'm just like putting it there for you to search on your own. Okay. So continuing. Right. With other things being equal, therefore, there would be a fixed or constant relation between excitation on the retina and excitation in the brain. That's false. Uh, Isolated retinal excitations would be isolated brain excitations. Yep, that's false. There's another one. There's a one-to-many destruction. Literally, there's a one-to-many destruction again from the retina to the brain. And yeah, so for these isolated receptor responses to go together, as in producing, for example, the taste of chocolate from particular values of excitation levels of sweet, saline, bitter, and sour receptors, right? Yeah, so combining, right, the uh, like sweet, saline, bitter, and sour into the taste of chocolate, right? You know what I'm saying? It would be necessary for associative connections to be formed among them. Uh, next page. Next page. I'm reading fast.
I'm trying to keep up.
Yeah,
Oh,
doctrine of
nice.
specific
This
nerve
one.
entities. Yes. Whether excited by light, pressure, chemicals, or electricity, the first grade of visual sense gives rise to the same kind of second grade of visual sense, namely a sensation of light. Similarly, when excited by sound, pressure, etc., the first grade of auditory sense gives rise to the same kind of second grade of auditory sense, namely a sensation of sound. Right, and that's basically saying why it could be the you could use it for spanning vision and audition, right? But not smell, touch, or sound, or or yeah, but not smell or touch or taste, right? That was the point from before. I think that was like what the figure was like. It was pointing to that figure, but yes, returning to the law of the isolated conduction means the image on the TV screen, like that of the camera eye, is a mosaic of independent pixels, right? A mosaic of independent pixels. Consequently, any departure from the constancy hypothesis, that is, any interdependency or organization evident among the pixels of the TV image, right, was evidence of extrasensory processes, right? Helmholtz assumed it was associative learning. Yeah. Um, Yes, and so like there's all these doctrines of specific nerve energies. Is again the same thing. No matter how a given sensory nerve is excited, the resultant sensation is the same. False. And when the same kind of excitation is applied to a different sensory nerve, to different sensory nerves, the resultant sensation is different. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but we don't gotta get into that. So you're searching infinitude. Look at the other ones. Let's go through these quickly.
Talking
'Cause
about
we're getting-
sensations, a lot of time helps to address immediately the challenge of the infinitude of differences
Mhm.
among objects and scenes. It provided a particulate system very
Oh yeah,
familiar
no, but
in
the
modern
previous paragraph is important too. I'll read it fast. Yes.
The interpretation of sensations as irreducible points and irreducible instants forecloses on the possibility that the first and second grades of senses of sense
Oh
are
no. Let me read. Let me read from the previous paragraph. Okay. Let me just read it. Like, because this is what I was talking about earlier. How there's no spatial or temporal. You know. So there. Go. Yes. Go. Prior to development of 19th century philosophy, physiology, the momentary property of sensation was suggested by experience. Sensations are tied to instants. As the eyes flit over an object, the sensations of a prior view are replaced immediately, it seems, by the sensations of a current view. This vague intuition of sensations as momentary was made concrete by the discovery that the response of an electrically stimulated receptor is transient. With a persistent stimulus, a response generated at stimulus onset declines within a fraction of a second to its pre-stimulus level. That's also false, shown in Gansfield. That's also false, shown in Gansfield experiments, right? When your eyes are bathed in light, you don't see anything, right? Because there's no structure.
Literally, yes, it is literally the coffee cup stirring and the numbers. That's literally what sensation is. That's what they're trying
Yeah.
to say it is.
Yes, a stimulus moving across receptor surfaces, retina skin, would generate a sequence of momentary responses at adjacent receptor locations, right? It's saying motion is a set of immobilities. A line is a set of points, and that's an infinite regress. Yeah, a line is a set of points, but how do you get to the line? How do you get to the line from a set of points? Right? You can't. If it's equivalent, right? If it's equivocal. But given the law of isolated conduction, a major challenge for central mechanisms would be composing a unified percept of motion from momentary sensations. A mechanism that integrates over instances of excitation is implied. Right, like basically perception, like you're using what was it, frequency, like in audition, remember, like frequency, the rate of like the change of the thing, right? Yes. And it's like, yeah, how do you get that, right? The letter case makes clear that the process of integration must bring each momentary sensation forward into the present so that perception in the present is possible. Most importantly, it makes clear that integration ensures satisfaction of the principle of local causality or local action. Because of integration of past sensation becomes part of a simultaneous whole that is causal now. With integration, a sensation no longer present would have to be causal now, in violation of the principle of local causality, yeah, or local action. The interpretation of sensations as irreducible points and irreducible instants forecloses on the possibility that first and graded sense are changeable by learning, right? Yes, this is very important. The interpretation of senses as irreducible points and irreducible instants forecloses on the possibility that the first and second grades of sense are changeable by learning. If a sensation has no internal structure, then it has no room for change. It is immutable. For it to change in its entirety to become some other sensation, its anatomical specificity would have to undergo a radical change. Right? It's remember, it's specific to the brain, specific to excitations upon the retina or whatever. You know, its anatomical specificity would have to undergo a radical change. Its anatomical basis, receptor type, and nerve, and specific nerve, would have to become receptive to different energy variables. The immutable feature of sensations, therefore, restricts learning to perceive to the third grade of sense. Either one learns to reason differently about the sensations, the rationalist interpretation, or one learns to connect them in ways dictated by experienced contingencies, the empiricist interpretation. In Helmholtz variant of the Cartesian program, both kinds of learning were assumed. In figure 11.5, that our diagram, the main features of Helmholtz's proposal on the nature of perception, the doctrine of sensations allowed Helmholtz to address immediately the challenge of the infinitude of differences among objects and scenes. It provided a particulate system very familiar to the modern day chemist, elementary particle physicist, geneticist, and linguist. Given a finite number of atom-like particulars and a finite means of combining them, an infinite number of differences are possible. Okay, but yeah, remember, they're equivocal. Which one? Which one? Right? That's the problem here. Remember this problem, right? Given a finite number of atom-like particulars and finite means of combining them, an infinite number of differences are possible. Right? The focus
So
on figure.
we can call these finite things by anything.
Yeah, well, they're the rules and symbols, right? Remember the finite rules, a finite list of rules is an algorithm, right?
But they
And
can be anything else.
right, exactly, right?
And so that's what makes it infinite.
Infinite number of differences are possible. The focus in figure 11.5 is on the means by which the infinitely many object sizes are perceptible. A distal object S1 is represented on the TV screen in the inner room with sensations SA, SB, and SC. These sensations, color points, or pixels have been produced by the responses R on S1. Of the specific nerve fibers to the proximal retina stimuli SA, SB, SC. These are the private and necessary occasions for perception. Because of eye movements and reaching movements made in relation to adjacent proximal stimulus in the past, the visual sensations SA, SB, and SC are richly connected in memory and with kinesthetic sensations. Together, the visual sensation and their associated memories yield a unified percept that the object's extensity is projected on the retina, the retinal size percept S1. Remember the size, distance, and variance hypothesis. This is what we've already went over this, right? And then we talk like in this lecture, it goes in, and then it goes into like the learnability of the size, distance, and variance hypothesis. But this is the size, distance, and variance hypothesis.
Okay.
Yeah, but this is not. We don't have to get into all of this, right? Yeah,
Okay.
we don't have to get into all this. Go more into infinitude. Yeah,
Mental
right.
functions in general.
Yes, this is the representational medium section. I remember this. Yeah. Representational medium. The following scenario motivates language's special relevance. It's you see the previous paragraph. It's talking about the third grade of sense. We're talking about the third grade of sense here, and the infinite number of situations. Okay, yeah. So yeah, let's look at this. Let's look at this. It was God, like yes. This is very important. Oh, Malebranche saw the third grade of sense as making an infinite number of inferences centered. Yes, at this juncture, it will be advantage to revisit Hobbes and Malebranche with respect to the third grade of sense, and to remember Hobbes, remember Malebranche, right? And to reappraise the Cartesian program. On first blush, it will seem somewhat anomalous to let Hobbes and Malebranche serve as a springboard for what follows, given what has brought us to this point. That they serve this function well will become evident. Hobbes saw the third grade of senses performing symbol manipulations. It was computer-like. But Malebranche saw the third grade of senses making an infinite number of inferences in an instant. It was godlike, right? That's what that we'll get into that Malebranche's bold question, right? Jointly, one might say they envisioned the third grade of sense as minimally language-like. Given a suitable but finite number of symbols, and given a suitable but finite number of rules, Descartes' third grade of sense could, in principle, produce an infinite number of sequences representing an infinite number of situations. You maybe look at that footnote. What does that footnote say? One, these infinities of language, however, are not in an instant. They are not fully what Malebranche had in mind. Yes, that's true, right? And this is what gives rise to like NP hard problems, you know, that which is talked about in this lecture, but or like in one of these lectures in this second part of the book, but like we don't have to get into that. So yeah, we recall from concluding remarks of lecture 6 that the third, remember lecture 6, we just finished lecture 6. We can recall from the concluding remarks of lecture 6 that the third injunction for the Cartesian program was discover and explicate the symbol manipulating procedures employed by the third grade of sense and using the secondary qualities of the second grade of sense and the endowed knowledge to make successful inferences about the world. The computational representational perspective addressed to be addressed in lecture 16 is the contemporary response to that injunction. Like I said earlier, right? It's the computational representationalist like injunction, the third one, right? And so, the representational medium. The following scenario motivates language's special relevance, right? Consider an agent A in situation S. A believes that a number of behavioral options B, K are available in S. A computes if B, I is in S, then consequences CI is attainable with probability P CI. The choice of hypothetical BK, right? The choice of hypothetical BK depends on what A knows about S and B. The CI are ordered preferentially. What is CI? Consequences. The consequences are ordered preferentially, right? Remember, like giving priority that this precedes that, right? Intelligence loan, right? But we have an agent here. Remember, we have an agent. We have a remember he computes that the agent, right? Right. Uh, it uh, it implicates an agent computing, agent doing or using a computer, right? What does preceding assume? Most notably, the following: that A has a rich means of representing its behaviors to itself, and that A's decision making is a matter of computation. The implication is twofold. Without representation, there can be no computation. Right? Without representation, there can be no computation. So think of like in the consequences of commitment to realism, they talk about representation for and representation of, right?
Oh, wait, so representationalism and computationalism, do they lead into each other?
Right, but remember, it's just like how do you ground representation? If you can't have representations without like, independent access to the meaning, right? That for it to represent something, right? You know what I'm saying?
I see.
And so you can't have computation without a representation, right?
So they
Without
both
computation, there can
rely.
be so yeah. Without computation, there can be no means of determining which behavioral something to enact in situation, right? For mental functions in general and perception in particular, the suggestion is that the representing medium must be language-like. For any given organism, viewing at a glance at any given natural scene, the number of shape, size, distance, color, lightness, and motion states exhibited at multiple scales of length and time implicate an infinitude of inferences and an infinitude of representations. The infinitude implies that there must be a productive or generative process, much like the rules or grammar of language. Remember the productive rules, the production rules that Rosen talks about. The role of the process in respect to the aforementioned states to be perceived is to render intentional, with an S, the logical formulae akin to the sentences of language that convey the reference, truth value, and connotation of each state. So it's to render unequivocal, right? That's what it's saying there, right? The role of the process in respect to the aforementioned states to be perceived is to render unequivocal, right? The logical formula that convey the reference, truth value, and connotation of each state, the intention with an S, right? Are you understanding here?
Uh,
There's the infinitude. Which one do we select, right?
right, we
Where,
can
where
select
it's to
anyone.
render intentional,
It's arbitrary which one we select.
to render unequivocal, right? But how? But again, so in the scenario of agent A in situation S, the aforementioned productivity confers on A the ability to generate representations of behavioral things appropriate to S. In those many cases when S has never yet been encountered, the characteristic of sentence production in everyday life is that sentences produce largely novel. right? But the infinitude thing is what's important here, right? So keep going with infinitude. Keep going. Yes, in respect to function evolution, the infinitudes of ES. Okay, just keep going.
Busk's ear.
Oh wait, go back. Go back. Yes, it should be apparent that indefinitely many predicates could be assigned to the pieces, aspects, dimensions, etc. of the environment of a given system. Given an a priori partitioning of the environment into ecological niches, the reciprocals of organisms, one can only know which partition are in fact niches by the presence of organisms. That is, one can only know a posteriori. The same holds thematically for those elements of ES of environment that are conditions of effective environmental stimulation. They can only be identified and defined in reference to organism. The point is that, or this is what we're talking about, right? The same holds thematically for the elements of the environment that are conditions of effective environmental stimulation. They can only be identified and defined in reference to an organism. The point is that organisms and niche co-evolve. Yeah. So look at that. Look at that footnote there. 8. Look at that footnote. 8. Right. We've looked at this before. We've seen this before. The environment is a continuum and a continuum of possible differentiation, and as such can be partitioned in mutually incompatible ways. Like a cheese round that can be sliced into triangles, rectangles, columns, etc., but not simultaneously. These ways could, however, be compatible if they could be interpreted as distinct partitions of the same reality on different levels of granularity.
Oh, it's what you say about the pizza.
Yes, exactly. Okay, so keep going with infinitudes. Keep going, keep going.
This is the
Uh,
next.
Yeah, okay, forget. Then go to the next one, natural scene, controller for natural scene. We're gonna go through this quick. Natural scene, then Malebranche, then endow. And then we're gonna be over.
Man, it's 4 a.m.
Yeah.
However,
Well, no, look at, is this the first one? No, look at the other ones. Yeah. We already read this one. We already read this one. Yes. The paragraph above. This is the NP complete stuff here. Scene analysis is NP complete. It is important to underscore that we have been considering a problem that is crafted within the Cartesian trialism. Yep. Namely, given a specific state of the second grade of sense, a 2D straight line drawing, the third grade of sense is charged with deciding. The third grade of sense is charged with deciding whether it is projection of the visible part of a set of opaque 3D polyhedra. Yeah, whether it is the projection of the visible part of a set of opaque 3D polyhedra. We have been considering this problem crafted with Descartes' trialism as a fundamental algorithmic problem, if not the preeminent problem in computer vision. It's like edge detection. You know what I mean?
that's what the
Like,
third grade of sense is doing.
well, it's like, how is a line out there? I mean, how is a line in here, like a line on the retina, right? Like the line, a line of like of receptors getting stimulated, right? Right? How is that translated to be seen as a line out there? You know what I mean?
Right.
Translated into perception of a line out there, right? So yes, we have been introduced to the 2 reasonably successful algorithms for this problem, multiple extensions. We have not, however, inquired the problem status in respect to computational issues raised early in this section. Is it P, or is it in fact NP complete? The answer is the latter. There is probably no polynomial time algorithm for solving the problem of scene analysis. This is true even in the relatively simple case of trihedral scenes. No 4 planes share a point, without shadows and cracks. Determining whether the lines in a drawing of the kind shown in Figure 18.7 are labeled according to the Hoffman-Claus scheme is itself NP complete. Yes. Further, although some drawings that fully satisfy the Hoffman-Close line labeling scheme to prove to be unrealizable physically, they nonetheless prove to be NP complete. Cooper's summary of this state of affairs is blunt. Most computational problems corresponding to the interpretation of line drawing, straight lines, parallel lines, plan, and collinearity have turned out to be intractable. One might argue, as Cooper 1998 has, that scenes of this kind shown in Figure 18.7 are intractable because of the constraints that hold among the interpretations of a scene's many different aspects. So the scene in Figure 18.7 is literally just like it's a relatively simple case of trihedral, like a trihedral scene. No four planes share a point, right? And if you look at the figure, that's what it shows. Just no four planes share a point. In the scene, it's above, I think. Like if you click on Figure 18.7. Yes, there we go. A block world scene consisting of polyhedral objects with B examples of their vertices and their implied regional links. The block world in shadow under two different lighting conditions. So it's gonna be A, even in A, right? So you can sort of see there's different shapes there. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Right? But like you have basically how do you get it to be how do you see it as 3D? You know what I mean?
Right.
Because it's just lines. It's just lines. Right? But yeah, go back to where we were. Mhm. Yes. Yes, the constraint. Yes. All right. One of my arguments, Cooper 1998 has that the scenes of many of the kinds shown in Figure 18.7 are intractable because of the constraints that hold among the interpretations of a scene's many different aspects. Right. There's a great deal of circular dependency among the scene's constituents, and in natural ecological scenes, this dependency spans multiple scales. Decomposition into independent non-combinatorial subproblems is infeasible, right? Which would be pure extensions, basically, the mechanical language, right? And in some sense of the word, the scene and its interpretation must be treated as a whole. One reading of this conclusion is that a set theoretic perspective on scene analysis will not do. A hyperset theoretic perspective may be required. The natural scene structure, a hyperset graph, can have indefinite number of relations. Yes. Yeah. Okay. It will be to our long-term benefit to finish this part of the lecture with Kourousis and Papa Papa Dimitrios in 1988, musing on the discovery of the NP-Completeness of scene analysis. In view of our negative complexity result, we must accept at least one of the following hypotheses. Either the real problem of vision is much easier due to hints we receive from aspects, such as texture or shadows, not captured in our formulation, or the probabilistic distribution of the scenes encountered in the natural and artificial world is biased in favor of kinds that yield to ingenuous fast heuristics. We have a good reason to consider these two hypotheses in later lectures. There's an element of truth in both of them. Okay, and I think we'll get into that later. But okay, are we continuing with natural scene? Continue with natural scene. Keep going. Yeah. Yes. Well, we were just there, right? So this is the mhm. I'm just reading this. Yeah, it's just talking about the Mueller liar. Natural scenes are likely inclusive of all variants of this. The next page. A Mueller liar figures, meaning there's no necessary bias to see XF arrangements as being wider in span than XA arrangements. Yes. Yeah, but that's like okay. I don't wanna. We don't gotta get into this, right? But just like it connects to this. It connects to that, right? Okay, so now we can go into the next one. Malebranche. Yes, Malebranche's bold. Malebranche's bold question. Let's go. Search bold question or search Malebranche. if you can spell it right. There, copy Malebranche. Copy Malebranche. Like
Molyneux's premise and Malebranche's
y-
bold
just
question.
like copy Malebranche. Control F. His name hard to spell. But yeah, it's very important. Go to his bold question, right?
Descartes and Malebranche.
Go back to his bold question. We already read most of that.
Oh,
Yeah, maybe just search bold question. Just search bold question. I think we'll get where we need to get from that. Okay, so here we go. What are you doing? Yes. Okay. From the mechanical hypothesis of the 17th century, the interpretation of space and mathematical. Okay, we can skip all this. Yes. Okay. Wait. Yeah. Okay. The notion of extension as a primary quality, matter has size and shape, was combined with the mathematical theory of extension, Euclidean geometry. Space was thus characterized in terms of points, lines, angles, and planes. More abstractly, it was conceived as continuous, infinitely divisible, isotropic, no intrinsically preferred direction, homogeneous, the same anywhere, everywhere, and infinite. Right? Uh, Perhaps no assumption expresses the hold that empty Euclidean space had on perceptual theorists as profoundly as Molyneux's premise. For distances of and proceed to the line. Yeah. Okay, Molyneux. Okay, we can forget Molyneux. Get out of here. Go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Fast. Yes, we can. This is just fucking retinal image. Yeah. Oh no. Go up. Go up. Go up. Yes. Okay. Yes. Outness problem. Yes, given the how do we explain we see space as we do, that is out there, solid with definite shapes? What precisely does the projective assumption lecture 4 entail? Uh, Within the context of the Cartesian grades of sense, right, we're back to this. Cartesian grades of sense. Malebranche in 1678 boldly considered what the answer would be if God were excluded. Click on that foot. Click on that footnote.
What? This is not a footnote.
Scroll down. The 3, it's footnote 3. Malebranche was an advocate of occasionalism. This is the doctrine that finite created beings cannot cause things to happen. Right? The only true causal agent is God. A paradigmatic argument is that arm movements follow the intention to move because God intervenes on each and every occasion to bring about the coincidence of an individual mental act of will and its associated physical action.
Wow.
Yeah, click on 3. Click on 3 again to go back. Here we go. Now we're back. Okay. Yes, he was an occasionalist. So we saw the seriousness of the challenges posed by the vast complexity of ordinary everyday scenes, right? Remember? The kinds encountered in walking through the countryside or along a busy city boulevard. Such scenes comprise indefinitely many objects of indefinitely many shapes, sizes, orientations, and colors at indefinitely many depths moving in indefinitely many ways. With God excluded, Malebranche saw that the projective assumption would entail not only a complete and precise knowledge of physiology, optics, and geometry, but also an ability to perform indefinitely many reasoning processes at an instant, right? So you don't just need the innate knowledge, right? You need basically the ability to solve NP complete problems, right? Or like NP hard problems. Sorry, I don't know really the whole classification there too well, but you get what I'm saying. What we were
I don't
just
know what
talking about.
NP.
Where you need polynomial time algorithms or whatever, right? Just look at what's explained there, right? It's like actually like a big problem, right? It's basically just like the upshot of what's being said here, right? So yeah, it not only innate knowledge, you need to be able to perform indefinitely many reasoning processes in an instant. Yeah. Looking ahead, in Malebranche's bold question and his recognition of the scope of its answer established a benchmark for the class of explanation that knowing the spatial world by sight will require. Okay, so we can in the last sentence, those two can be understood as the the second and the third injunction at the end of lecture 6, right? The second one was again, trying to find the kinds of knowledge, the innate knowledge to be endowed a priori, right? And the third injunction was the one for the computationalist. Remember?
Yeah.
The indefinitely many reasoning processes of an instant, right? That's the third injunction. The second one was the precise, the would not only like was complete and precise knowledge of physiology, optics, and geometry, right? So again, okay. So looking ahead, Malebranche's bold question, his recognition, his bold question was what if God was excluded, right? What if no God, right? And his recognition
Right.
of the scope of its answer established a benchmark for the class of explanation that knowing the spatial world by sight will require. In very contemporary terms, solution is a toy problem. Successful explanations of single overly simplified cases should be accorded reserved admiration. But yeah, so okay, keep going. Like no to bold question. Keep going. Yes, looking ahead. Okay, yes. And yes, Malebranche redux and direct perception. We may recall that Malebranche posed the question of how it was possible to perceive the non-denumerable. And look, it's talking about NP-complete and like right above, right? So we don't. I think we were right there actually. We were just reading this a little bit ago, like the something above, right? But yes, the complicatedness of hypothesized processes for a fully functioning visual system, right? The number and variety of interdependent degrees of freedom should lead us to suspect with confidence that the proposed system is NP-complete, right? We recall the Malebranche's bold question on how it's possible to perceive the non-denumerable details of any given everyday scene if the basis for doing so was inference, right? How should we comprehend the third grade of sense's ability to make an infinite number of inferences, perform an infinite number of calculations across multiple spatial scales at an instant? Malebranche's answer was by the grace of God. That was also Descartes' answer. All right. The lesson from this lecture is that Malebranche's bold question can be interpreted as a question of P or not P, and his answer can be interpreted as the assertion NP complete. By the grace of God. But yeah, P or not P is like fucking like you can get like $1 billion gajillion or something. Like there's a prize or whatever if you can solve this, which is an unsolvable problem. P or not P, right? Decide, right? Decide P or not P, right? You get what I'm saying?
I could decide.
Like even that deciding P or not P, right? Like formalizing it, right? The decision. You get what I'm saying?
Oh. Okay.
No, it's literally like it's the most famous so-called mathematical problem ever. Like you would literally become a billionaire if you can fucking solve it. Like they would literally pay you a fucking like an enormous sum of money, bro. It's like there's a prize out there. You know?
Really? The only
Yes,
mathematical
literally.
problem
Like
I know of. Yeah.
P or not P. Search it up. Like the prize for solving P or not P. What is the prize for solving P or not P?
In classical logic, P or not P is known as the law of excluded middle.
Yep.
It states that for
Yeah, all
any
you gotta do is
statement.
solve the law of the excluded middleman. You gotta find the thing between truth and false.
Proving whether
Well,
P equals NP, or more colloquially, establishing the definitive answer to the P versus NP problem, carries a $1 million prize.
I found the middle. It's called compromise. Where's mine
Yeah.
from?
So yeah, finding basically like like for the third grade of sense to work, the third thing, right? that integrate that bridges the dualism, right? The mixed thing, the mixed mental physical thing that bridges the dualism somehow, right?
If it is
You can get
easy
a
for
you can
a computer to verify a solution to a problem, is it also easy for the computer to find
I
the
bet AI
solution
could
from
solve it.
scratch? To find the solution from scratch.
right. But it's notoriously. I mean, it's unsolvable, right? like I mean, you can't solve it. There's no way to solve it, right? But they're definitely mathematicians who fucking spend their whole life on it, like fucking retards.
I wonder what the thing between truth and falsehood is.
Yeah, like
I mean, yeah. I mean, the
Hmm.
only way is if the people who put the reward out just like make up a solution.
Admit that
Like they
they're
just
pulling people's legs.
well, it's like how do you get like how do you basically determine that truth is unequivocal with falsehood? You know what I mean?
yeah. Hey,
Because
G, let's
in the
place a
formalism,
bet.
it's equivocal. I mean, like the formalism can't establish it. That requires exiting the formalism, right? To basically, well, you're assigning truth, right? Truth is given by the person using the formalism, right? What is true, right? What truth means, the meaning of truth, right? Because truth is just a label, right? You get what I'm saying? That's literally what it is. How do you determine syntactically, right, that truth is unequivocal with falsehood, right? With falsity,
So
right?
purely syntactically.
It's impossible. It's impossible.
Yeah, you're trying to do a floating abstraction, right?
Yeah. It's totally impossible. But again, the lesson from this lecture is that Malebranche's bold question can be interpreted as a question of P or not P, right? His answer was by the grace of God, right? His bold question is, so what if we don't have God? Well,
God is
Well,
compromise. I knew it.
do you want to finish that? Do you want to finish that, Sakura? If we don't have God, then well,
we don't have anything.
we don't have any of this. Like
Checkmate,
Descartes,
objectivists. We got to give up.
right?
There's no God. We don't
Like
have anything.
like just like the whole thing, right? The indirect perception, right? The entire every single indirect perception view fails if it denies God,
Hmm.
right?
I mean, dude, you could
Hey,
probably
Jimmy, give me a reality with nothing.
you could.
Nothing? Yeah, hold the God. Hold the God.
But you see what I'm saying? Like this is like the unequivocality of necessary specificity, right?
Yeah.
It's just like you literally need God to save your fucking failed theory. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. So like,
God, please bail me out. I'm so fucking ass.
I mean, yeah. I literally anytime you're in an argument with somebody, you could be like, "All right, prove the existence of God." Then.
I mean, just like, well, yeah, we can just say it by saying, like, yeah, fucking, we can just show it by showing that scene analysis is NP complete, right?
Yeah.
We can show it that the scene analysis is NP complete, right? And so, boom, it's non-formalizable. Natural scenes are non-formalizable. You can't do it unless you have God.
Damn.
Unless you have literally omniscience, literally all knowing. This omniscience that just gives you the knowledge. You have the innate knowledge that you have, the kinds of knowledge that you need to be endowed with a priori is literally omniscience. You understand? Do you understand what that means?
You have to be endowed with knowledge of.
You have to be endowed with omniscience, bro,
Yep.
to perceive things. To get perception of entities for Zulu. For it to get perception of enemies, for it to it
Oh
gives you
my
perception of
god.
enemies.
Bro, I just had a
Yeah,
really
literally,
funny idea for going on to like debate Zulu. Just
Go
literally
on to
that.
Ask
for it
ANCAP
to
and just
give you
ask him this
perception of
shit.
entities, for it to give you perception of enemies, literally requires God.
Just go on to Ask an ANCAP and do this shit.
Just be like, hey,
Random
bro, you want
philosophy.
to solve
Random
this?
philosophy invasion for Ask ANCAP.
Yeah, go ahead
With
and
like
You
a,
want to
solve.
solve this $1 million problem?
tell him that
Yeah,
at
go
the
ahead and
end.
solve P or not P.
Yeah, he'll probably just like bullshit it and be like, all right, give me my $1 million.
Would he be able to recognize it? He hasn't read How We Know. How could he know?
Like literally, for it to get you for that impoverished basis, right, to be the basis of perception, and then whatever happens in the brain or whatever, it gets you perception of entities. For that to give you perception of entities, literally you have the brain, right? The homunculus, the little man, right? That's doing it, right? Has to be endowed with omniscience. Right? You have to have God living inside your head. Literally. You have to have God as a part of you, bro. Like the Christians say, oh, like God is a part of all of us, you know? He
I
just
mean,
endows us with knowledge.
if that doesn't, if that doesn't convince every objectivist in the room to start reading ecological psychology, I don't know what will.
But it gives us perception of entity. What gives it? Oh, God.
It's like any attribution of the brain is just like boom,
It gives us
unsolvable
perception of entity.
mathematical problem. Solve it.
It's magic, is what it is. It's magic. It requires a miracle. Yeah.
That's
It's crazy.
insane.
And the connection to P or not P is really, really strong. It makes it really strong because we can show that scene analysis is NP complete. Right?
I mean,
It's
yeah, and
very easy to show. It's very easy to show. Even with the most simple of cases, we can show it. Right? Even with just like edge detection, right? We can show it. You know what I'm saying?
mm,
Very, very simple stuff is NP complete. So I think that's also that's a really strong argument. You know what I
yeah,
mean? Okay. So
you
yes.
can literally, yeah, you could literally shove any representationalist, computationalist, any of these people into
Mhm.
this unsolvable math problem, and they just can't
Right.
do anything about it except throw their hands up.
Yes. Yeah. So I think we're definitely gonna incorporate this whole like this is good that we're recording this now. That's why I want to go through this whole thing, right? And so we have this recording, and then we can use this to basically as like a basis for our video that we're gonna put together on this, right? We're gonna use this in our video. This we're gonna lay this whole argument, this whole line of reasoning out very much more like uh straightforwardly. You know what I mean? So you don't have to read through
Yeah,
the thing. Just read through all of this. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
So that it'll be really useful. So let's keep going. Let's finish this. Right?
This
That's why
whole
we need to do this.
section. I think we read all this.
No, I don't think we finished it. Go back. Yes. Yes, by the grace of God, his answer can be interpreted as assertion at NP complete. Right?
Hmm.
Exactly. Literally. Any NP complete problem. And or not problem, just like a situation. So the conclusion is that there is no polynomial time algorithm for solving the problem of scene analysis bears on the variance of figure 3 and attendant arguments developed in lecture 3. And the variance of figure 3 are um, the 3-term view versus the 2-term view, right? The indirect perception view versus the direct perception view. That's what it was. It was like Fred. It was Fred, like with a mediating term, right? And then Fred with no mediating term. 3-term view and 2-term view, right? That's what it was. So yes, the conclusion that there's no. So it's like, how does that connect, right? The conclusion that there's no polynomial time algorithm for solving the problem of scene analysis bears on the variance of figure 3 and attendant arguments developed in lecture 3. That's fucking crazy. Like that's like the level of integration this book is on, bro. Like you sometimes you can't really understand what Turvey's talking about in a specific section, but it's like it's because you have to look at the whole of the book, right, to
Yeah, you have
understand
to
it.
jump around a lot, yeah.
Yeah, you see how we have to jump around so much, but like we're integrating so much now. Like I've fucking gone over this book like so many different times that I'm making new integrations every single time. Yes. Okay. 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 Definitely remember that part for the fucking video, right? NP completeness rules out figure 3.2 and supports figure 3.1, which is 3.2 is the three-term view, and the figure 3.1 is the two-term view. That is, the present conclusion is concordant with the direct perception thesis that perception is based on ecological information that is specific to its source, the necessary specificity and doctrine. Right?
Right.
And this is a crazy connection, bro. Do you understand how crazy this connection is?
I mean, yeah, I'm gonna go in because, bro, there was a fucking argument in Zulu Chord. I'm just gonna come in here. I'm just gonna come in there and I'm just gonna be like, you guys who are still being fucking computationalists in here can't solve this $1 million math problem. So either solve it or shut the fuck up.
NP-completeness rules out indirect perception. This is literally what he's saying here. NP-completeness rules out the three-term view, right? And all you have to do is characterize it as a three-term view, right? We have this mediating term that's impoverished, right? It needs some, like, you need to basically supply it with what's missing to get to the environmental fact perceived,
Man,
right?
bro, you really gotta,
You know what I'm saying?
dude, you really gotta pull this
So
out on
any
like,
separation, right, of basically the objects of experience and the objects of reference, right?
is
You get what I'm saying?
complete.
Well, yeah. Well, no, it's like just the perception is NP complete.
Okay.
But yes. Right. So, well, or yes. Okay. Yes, and peer not P is actually also uh like related to like the whole epistemic cut thing, right?
Right, kind of like Schrodinger's cat, Maxwell Demon.
But we don't have to get into that. But I just like, bro, yes. NP completeness rules out indirect perception. NP completeness rules out the three-term view and supports the two-term view. That's crazy. NP completeness rules out the three-term view and supports the two-term view. Like, I don't, no matter how many times I say it, it's just crazy. It's the strongest fucking argument, bro, that you can give, really. Yes. That is, the present conclusion is concordant with the direct perception thesis that perception is based on ecological information that is specific to its source. Necessary specificity. Whatever the organism, information L, right? Ecological information, right? Lawful information, necessary specificity, right? Is, all right. The ecological information is specific to the organism's surroundings, exterospecificity, and the organism's relation to its surroundings. Pro-exterospecificity. 20, like, I don't know what that footnote says. What does that footnote say?
Probably just says what those words mean. As will be noted eventually, the specificity is inclusive of the organism.
Yes.
Proprio specificity. And the surroundings
Yes.
a relation to the organism. Proprio specificity.
Yes, that's in lecture 23, I think, where he says that. Like, it's all four types, right? It's, the organism in terms of the environment and the environment in terms of the organism, basically. You know what I'm saying? It's both, right? So perception is specific to both, right? Whatever, or no, information is specific to both. Sorry, not perception. Perception is specific to information. But yes, so neither the organism's surrounding nor the organism's relation to its surroundings can be inferred. That's just the conclusion, right? Because of the NP completeness of it, right? Neither because it can't be inferred, right? It's NP complete. Neither the organism's surroundings nor the organism's relation to its surroundings can be inferred, and also that goes for neither the organism nor the surroundings relation to the organism can be inferred, right? And more generally and more prosaically, one can make many inferences about what one sees, but one cannot see by means of inference. Wait, there's something so good. I wanna share it here really quick before we get into the endowment part, right? Really quick. Quantum like issues. There's a great section here, or little part here, a footnote here. This great part here. Da-da-da-da. VC text. I'll put it right here. Open this in a new tab. Yeah, open this one in a new tab. So quantum like issues. Let me see. Where is it? Where is it? Yes, it's on page 8, or no, 9. Page 9 of the PDF. Not the paper. Not the paper page. Yes. You see the footnote there, right? And it's talking about NP it's talking about NP hard computational problems.
Counseling
Great.
claims that Bayesian statistics is a tool for implementing the
Yes.
logic of
Let's
abduction.
look at this. Let's look at this whole like section here because it's super important. Abduction. Okay. Yes. Go up here. Go up here. Right. Where is this? Where? Okay, it's 5. There it is. Okay, so go up. Right. Let me see here.
Abduction. This is the same guy.
Yes.
Maybe
Okay,
it's
so
not.
scroll down, right? Okay, yes, Helmholtz summarizes understanding of perception as follows. General rule determining the ideas of vision is that such objects are always imagined as being present in the field of vision and as would have to be there in order to produce the same impression on the nervous mechanism. The eye is being used under ordinary normal conditions. The fundamental thesis in empirical theory is the sensations of the senses are tokens for our consciousness, it being left to our intelligence to learn how to comprehend their meaning. The psychic activities that lead us to infer that there in front of us at a certain place there is a certain object of a certain character are generally not conscious activities, but unconscious ones. Right, but remember, this is the problem of intentionality with an S, right? Like, there's all this particularity, and change, right, in the world that we perceive. There's all this variance and stuff, right? That leads to infer that out there at a certain place there's a certain object of a certain character. You see all these dimensions, right? uh, in their result, they are equivalent to a conclusion to the extent that the observed action on our senses enables us to form an idea as to the possible cause of this action. Although, as a matter of fact, it is invariably the nervous stimulations that are perceived directly.
Nah.
You see this? It is invariably is the nervous stimulations that are perceived directly, that is the actions, but never the external objects themselves.
I wonder who said that.
All right. Figure 4 schema. Yeah, he was a huge Kantian. The understanding enshrined in the preceding quotation. Figure 4 is the man in the little room thing. Schematizes the understanding of the producing quotation and makes evident the paradoxical nature of unconscious inference. Here, the paradox, just to be sure it is not missed, with an exclamation point, in respect to a typical perceptual achievement, such as perceiving a layout of surfaces. The knowledge necessary for unconscious inference is that of the connection between the second grade of sense and the external spatial reality. Mm-hmm.
I wonder how we can
The,
do that.
the second grade of sense, sensations, and the external spatial reality. Unconscious inference, however, is proposed as an explanation of how the outside spatial reality is known. Wait a minute. This means that the third grade of sense must be endowed with the knowledge of the connection between sensations and the spatial reality prior to knowing about that reality through unconscious inference. In short, environmental causes, the priors in Bayesian formalisms, and their relations to sensory effects must be known in order to implement unconscious inference, but they can only be known by unconscious inference. Okay, now click on that footnote 5. Click on that Countering claims that Bayesian statistics is a tool for implementing the logic of abduction in psychology experiments, Luce 2003 expects that ideas of Bayesian theory do not generalize to situations with more than two hypotheses or stimuli. They do not generalize to situations with more than two hypotheses or stimuli. Benedict et al. And more general criticism. Probability and correlation of events at the ecological scale are derivative of or reflections of the scale's causal structure. The ontological fact that events constituting the scale are non-interchangeable spatially and temporally in a fundamental way. The intentionality for the nest, right? They're non-interchangeable. They're unequivocal. They're unequivocal.
Mhm.
Whereas the Bayesian perspective gives primacy to probability and correlation, the ecological perspective gives primacy to causal structure. It's the latter that, quote unquote, makes the world go round. I love that.
True.
But let's go back up. Let's go back up. Go back up. Go back up. Let's finish this here. Yes, given the historical and contemporary promotion of abduction as the modus operandi of perception, it is worth adding a further layer of skepticism about its plausibility. Hasleger et al. 2008 highlight the degree to which abduction by humans is hamstrung by its reliance on domain generality. The meaning of the latter term is twofold. The evidential base for an abduction must typically include all perceptual sources, sight, touch, smell, etc. And remember the perception of the taste of chocolate, right? It
Right.
has a bunch of different things, right? And two, the hypotheses that are considered and the evidence relevant to maintaining them must encompass all content domains bearing on adaptive behavior relative to the environment and other organisms. The evidence relevant to maintaining them must encompass all content domains bearing. Yes. Abduction suffers in reliability to the extent that the observational facts and relevant beliefs brought into consideration are few in number. Right? Uh, yes, amplifying the number, however, is problematic. How tractable is abduction? Considering just one belief B, given observational facts, observational fact 1, 2, and so on and so on and so on, right? Depends on the perceiving organism's whole system of background beliefs about the environment. Belief 1, belief 2, and so on and so on. Hasleger et al. Suggests that these beliefs could number in the hundreds or thousands, far exceeding the number of observational facts. That is, n is far exceeding m. The n being like you see like the m next to the little o and the n next to the little b, right? That possible updates demanded by new observations would grow exponentially as the number of held beliefs. Ensuring coherence of the web beliefs becomes computationally prohibitive. Yeah, the updates demanded by new observations would grow exponentially as the number of held beliefs. Ensuring coherence of the web. Yeah, the preceding issues bear on the computational feasibility of abduction. To cut to the chase, abduction to the most plausible explanation is implausible. Abduction is an NP hard computational problem and remains so even if Bayesian belief networks are used to simplify the complexity of specifying the distributions of facts and beliefs from an exponential number of variables n in the model to a linear n for cost-based abduction. In respect to the temporal dimension, Quistuet et al. Underscore the following. Okay, but just like let's read that footnote up there real quick. An NP problem. An NP problem is a problem that can be solved by a non-deterministic and Turing machine in polynomial p time. Particular problems are termed NP-complete, meaning that if solved, then all NP problems are soluble. Right? And this is why a P or not P is so it's so what's it called? Like no, like it's so enticing. It's like if you solve it, then you literally like it's supposed to say it said that you would literally have the key to every everything, like the key to all, like all the financial systems, like you can break any code in an instant, like any code you can decrypt it. You know what I'm saying? Because you would be omniscient. You would have omniscience, literally. Yes, right. Particular problems are treated NP complete, meaning that if solved, then all NP problems are soluble. So the problems that are NP complete, if they're solved, right, if they're assumed to be solved, then God, right? Then omniscience, then you have omniscience, literally. You understand?
Yeah, and so since all of these approaches have these incredibly computational approaches, they have to contend with this. Well, we can just kind of just ignore
Mhm.
it.
A problem is
It's
termed
just
NP hard if it
non-formalizable.
is at a problem is termed NP hard if it is at least as hard as the hardest problem in NP. Yes. So underscore the following. Yes, they underscore the following for the temporal dimension. NP hard problems are problems soluble only by super polynomial time algorithms. For these uh problems, the upper bound cannot be any polynomial function n c, where n is the input size and c squared by is that just like squared or what is that? You know,
And
where
C, where n is the input and C is a constant.
yeah, nc polynomial function. Oh, it's a function. Okay. At best, the upper bound on durations of exponential time algorithms is an exponential function Cn. Oh, it's an impredicativity, you see.
Mm.
Such algorithms take extreme lengths of time. Consider a medium input size of 2 to the power of 25. Okay, so n to the power of c, right? N is input size and c is a constant, right? And c to the power of n. So the upper bound on durations of exponential time algorithms is an exponential function c to the power of n. Uh, such algorithms take extreme lengths of time. Consider a medium input size of 2 to the power of 25. This is more than the number of seconds in a year. A medium input size of 2 to the power of 35 is more than the number of seconds in a millennium. And you see, it's it's very like I don't know if you understand. The time scale perceiving in the animal kingdom Animalia is often in milliseconds, right? Of special significance is scene analysis. A much studied problem resolving the number of kinds of objects is in a depicted 3D layout of polyhedra. The current consensus is that there is no polynomial time algorithm for solving the problem of scene analysis. What we were just going through. It is NP complete. Josephson and Josephson followed Bylander et al. In summarizing the problem of abduction in these terms. What? Okay, I just like clicked off the screen for a second. Sorry. Requiring the most plausible explanation appears to guarantee intractability for abduction. These difficulties result from the nature of abduction problems and not the representations or algorithms used to solve the problem. These problems are hard no matter what representation or algorithm is used. No matter what representation or algorithm is used.
Yeah, so
Right?
it's like without God, we need to compute from scratch all of these inputs. These
Yeah.
more than the number of seconds in a year worth of inputs,
Yes.
all from
Yeah, I
scratch.
mean, yeah, just like well, even it's even more than that. Like, remember Malebranche? It was like an infinite number of inferences in an instant. You need to be omniscient, remember? And and you not even just omniscient, right? Omniscient is like endowed with omniscience. Endowed with like the knowledge in physiology, optics, geometry, all this stuff, right? Endowed with all of it, right? But it's not even just omniscience; it's omnipotence too, right? Ah, fuck. It's being all powerful. You know what I mean? You can do everything. Literally just in an instant. You can do everything. Oh man. Which is just nonsense. It's utterly contradictory, right? Requiring, yeah. In his book, The Mind Doesn't Work That Way, Fodor, the most abduction really is a terrible problem for cognitive science. Yes. Fodor, remember, is the foremost commentator on and leading proponent of the mind as computational. Concedes that abduction really is a terrible problem for cognitive science, one that is unlikely to be solved by any kind of theory we have so far. Given his theories, a singular long-term acceptance of perception as an intellectual outcome pursuant to a reasoning process. I don't know what that footnote says. Uh, the failure of abduction must be taken very, very seriously. He really wanted to emphasize that. Can you see that footnote 7? Oh, then it goes into Malebranche's bold question. Perfect. Okay, footnote. Although emphasis in the sections thus far of quantum-like issue 1 have been directed at the domain of intellectual accounts. Quantum-like issue 1, I think, is the superpositional nature of the environment. Basically, the environment as like it can be given infinitely many predicates, right? The infinitudes of the environment, right? As a continuum of possible differentiation, right? That's what it's saying there. So yes, in this paper he talks about it as like environment as superpositional. It would be a mistake to assume that outness does not inhere in non-inferential accounts such as Gestalt theory, right? The outness problem. How does a line in here come a line out there? Right, yeah. Then yes. Although yes. So like Gestalt theory denies that it's like through inference, right? Here's Kohler. In the reflected light, no traces left in the universe. Thus, in countless instances, sensory organization means a reconstruction in the brain. So yeah, this is the Gestalt theory. So Zulu's account is exactly like the Gestalt theory. It's just the brain is doing the organization, right? The brain is just like, you know what I'm saying?
Right, and it has to do
The brain
that
is doing.
from scratch.
Yes. It would be a mistake to assume that the outness problem does not inhere in such accounts, right?
And like because there's so much unique input, supposedly, when we're going around, it wouldn't just be, oh, it's building up from scratch when we're born. It's that like every single moment it's doing it from scratch.
Yeah. Okay, and let's continue. His book, The Mind Doesn't Work That Way. Yep, we already read that. And apparently, yep, it suggests that there is no mode of inference that can, in the general ecological sense, yield a formal description of an organism's surroundings, and, perforce, no more mode of inference to solve the outness problem, if such could ever arise. The following reinforces the suggestion. Malebranche's bold question. Remember, the outness problem. It's basically like, how do you know the impoverished copy needs to be fixed in the first place, right?
Right.
That's an intro to ecopsych, right?
Mm.
You remember that from intro to ecopsych? It's in the very early part of intro to ecopsych. How do you know it needs to
Yeah,
be fixed in the first
and
place, right?
the way it's talked about is like you're just like assuming it.
Right, and so that's why, like, the move to impoverishment, it's in like it evokes the transcendental. You know what I mean? Invokes the
Yes,
God.
because it's an MP hard problem.
Right? Yeah. Exactly. Outness is an NP hard problem. Here we go. What's NP complete is what you mean. Gives you omniscience. Right. So yeah, okay. So here it is. Yeah. Remember what we were doing, we're making the distinction between the second injunction and the third injunction, right? So NP complete is about the NP complete problems are about the second injunction, omniscience, right? And NP hard is about the third injunction, which is the computational representational thing. You know,
Oh, I see. Oh, okay.
like yeah, infinite number of inferences is an instant, right? That's NP hard, right? And so omniscience, that's NP complete, right?
Right. So you would okay. So you have to be omniscient.
Well, I mean, like
Yeah.
if you can solve an NP complete problem, then you get like that's omniscience. Yeah, you need omniscience. You have omniscience, and then so and if you could solve an NP hard problem, you have omnipotence.
Yeah. People are just gonna like sit here and wait for like fucking Jesus to come down and be like,
Yeah.
"I solved
Uh,
your problem."
yeah. Now Malebranche's bold question again. Within the context of Descartes' theory, and Malebranche boldly considered the question of how we humans see space as we do, that is out there, solid with definite shape, and what the answer would be if God were excluded. What is that? That 8 foot now? Is that also occasionalist? Yes,
Malebranche. Yeah. This
we
is
read
actually
that.
the same. Yeah, it's the same footnote.
He saw the seriousness of the challenge posed by the vast complexity of ordinary. We already read this. With God excluded, yes, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. With God excluded, Malebranche saw the projective assumption. See section 2.1. The projective assumption is like, um, how does, sort of the representation out there become the representation in here? You know what I mean? There's a bit more to that. That we when we were doing lectures on perception, like the book club, we talked a lot about the simulative projective assumption. So there's a good bit about that in my notes. And but also you would have to read lecture 4 on lectures on perception to really understand the projective assumption. But it's just a sort of just a way of understanding it. Okay, would entail complete and precise knowledge of physiology, optics, and geometry, omniscience, right? The ability to solve NP complete problems, right? And B, deftness in applying this knowledge. And C, an ability to perform indefinitely many reasoning processes in an instant. So B and C are omniscience. Or no, omnipotence. Omnipotence. Malebranche's bold question and his recognition of the infinitudes of its answer magnified the implausibility of abduction. Malebranche's bold question and his recognition of the infinitudes of its answer. Oh, yes. So what if God was excluded? Then all the answers are basically they're all equivocal. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
There's no unequivocal answer. You know what I'm saying? The infinitudes of its answer to
Yeah.
Malebranche's
So
bold question.
without God, without God, it would be the like MP
That's like
hard
the move to
problem.
impoverishment is unequivocal. I mean, the move to impoverishment is equivocal. I mean, you know,
E.
and like sort of like the magic. I mean, well, yeah. What it's saying here is that the magic that's invoked is equivocal, right?
Mhm.
It's magic. You know, what I mean? It's just saves the day by fiat. You know what I mean? Yes. Okay. And then it gives some cool examples. Yeah, but we don't gotta get into this, right? But it's crazy. Like, yeah, it's good to know like this quantum like issues paper. You see, it goes through kind of the same the line of reasoning we just went through, but we were hopping around lectures on perception the whole time. You know, so it takes us
Yeah.
back to the 2 term, 3 term view right after that, just like we did before, right? So now let's it was that the end of bold questions. Like, if you keep going,
Yeah.
continuing your lectures on perception, was that the only other one?
Let's see. We were on
This one, we're on
3.
this one.
Yeah.
We are
Right.
once again confronting Malebranche's bold question. Okay, what is this? Where are we right here? Where are we right here?
We are at ecological perspective.
Where are we? Go up. We're in figure. We're in lecture 23. Yes, we're in lecture 23. Okay, go down to where it says Malebranche's bold question, because this is so is it lecture 8, lecture 8.1, lecture 18, and
Section
lecture 18,
8.1.
section 5. Yeah, we read all that. We read all that. Okay, we read all that.
Mhm.
Yes. Da, 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 da. Go up. What's the paragraph right above it?
Angles
Right.
and figure.
Capturing this fact pictorially with plain angles means very many lines. Parallel comments, one for duration. I can show you what he's talking about here. Like I can show you a figure of what he's talking about here. Pictorial. Yes. The ecological approach to perceiving acting, a pictorial essay. Yeah, I just noticed that. Wow, it says pictorial there. I just noticed that he's talking about this here. Like why he's saying pictorially, capturing this fact pictorially. Like, but I don't know why he doesn't cite this paper for some reason. Why doesn't he cite this paper that literally? I mean, I don't know. The pictorial essay here, right? If you can open this in a new tab, just like look at the figure. Look at figure 2.2. Yes, look at figure 2.2. These are the nested solid angles here. See. So okay, so on the yeah, you can sort of read it, and you'll understand.
Reconstructed in the following. Oh, the LCRs all fucked up on this. As a material point, purchase say a rock A. Size of the optical solid angle that has the rock.
A position, basically a position of observation. As a position of observation approaches say a rock A. The size of the optical solid angle that has the rock as its base, right, and the point at its apex expands B. Right, you see B, it's expanding as you move closer to it, right? So it's like you see the cones, right?
Yeah, so it's like the point of it is the rock.
Right, and but it's like imagine all these cones is like they're nested. They're like see T, the bottom one, right? Like all the other cones are like nested in that. You see?
Yeah.
So it's like super dense. Like there's so many cones, right? Pencils within like pencil to pencil. You know, like pencil. Fucking, it's said in lecture 23, where we're referencing, but. Yes. The rate of change of optical solid angles can be seen to generate a vector flow field, C, right? Or just like if you scroll up or scroll below, like there's also figures of the vector flow field. You know, see this, right? And yes, the particular flow field that is generated depends on the style of change which material point is undergoing. Yes, see these different styles of change. Top view, side view, top view, side view, different side views, top views, right? They all generate different optical flow patterns, right? Flying insect generates different patterns of force by locomoting forward, descending, decelerating, turning, rolling, etc. Different patterns of optical flow, different velocity vector fields arise. Yes, and like if you can, if you scroll up, there's another figure. You see, this is figure 2.1. You see these vector flow fields, right? That's like on the front cover, right, of Gibson's book, Ecological Approach to Visual Perception, something like that, but with a bird, right? That's like the ambient optic array, basically, like around, like, you know. Yes. The most renowned law of mechanics can be expressed as a ratio of kinetic properties, force mass producing a kinematic property acceleration. An animal generates forces that propel it forward with a certain velocity. This is B, right? B, and an animal generates forces that propel itself forward with a certain velocity. This is a familiar instance of a force to flow form time law at the ecological scale of nature. Uh, at the same time as B, at the same time as B, the forward driving forces give rise to a particular optical pattern that is revealed at appropriate scales of space and time. This is an unfamiliar instance of a force to flow slash form slash time law. Or an ecological law, right? But yes. And it's going to talk about like basically controlled collisions, right? And like in this paper, there's a lot of cool stuff in this paper. A lot of cool stuff in this paper. So like save this and look through it on your own. It's like see all this cool stuff, you know? Controlled versus classical collisions and all that. Very, very cool stuff on like ecological physics. So yes, go back to this. Right. It's just explaining like how like optical solid angles and stuff. But yeah, what it says about Malebranche's bold question, right? In ordinary everyday circumstances, there are indefinitely many, even for the limiting case of vision from a single station point at a single temporal moment in a frozen stationary environment. We are once again confronting Malebranche's bold question. Yes. Oh, yeah. We should not underestimate the boundaries. Basically, the boundaries between the optical solid angles, the cones, right? The boundaries between the cones, right? We should not underestimate the boundaries. They articulate optical solid angles at multiple scales for multiple variations in layout, pigmentation, and illuminatedness. In ordinary, everyday circumstances, they are indefinitely many. Even for the limiting case of vision from a single station point at a single temporal moment in a frozen stationary environment, we are once again confronting Malebranche's bold question, a problem that worsens if that's possible. I don't know what does that footnote say? Footnote 8. What does that footnote say?
Possible.
What does that
Uh,
footnote say? Footnote 8.
what the fuck?
What?
Why am I here now?
I
Oh,
don't know, bro. No, we were in lecture 23, bro.
the
Control
fuck?
F. You have the control F thing. Just go back. Yes, so just go scroll
Shit.
down. Scroll. I think. Oh yeah, because lecture 8 is right above it, so you just click the round one. Okay, as we learned in lecture 18, the stationary case for an easily countable number of environmental objects is already NP complete. Yeah, we learned. Remember the very simple like case with like with no four planes connect or something like that. But go back to 8. Click 8. Yeah, there we go. Yes. If that's possible, for the mundane circumstance of time variation in both point of observation and surrounding environment, a dragonfly hunting in dense foliage on a breezy day, a person walking in a crowded mall or airport, the nested 2D areas of the multiplied nested optic solid angles at each station point comprise a multifractal. In the course of locomotion by fin, wing, or limb, this multifractal must transform globally and necessarily in ways specific to the style of locomotion, as we just saw in the other picture. I mean, the other figures, right? Specific to the style of locomotion, as we saw, and transform locally in ways specific to the ground and its clutter, right? And Gibson hypothesized that under these transformations, particular optical variables of higher order would be invariant and specific to the four kinds of facts identified in figure. And the four kinds of facts are, the proprio, external, like all those four, that we went over. Right? Yes. So, let me think for a second here, because I want to connect this. Um,
Bro, it's so late.
Trust me, bro. Trust me. Yes. Okay. Go to. Wait. This is all the Malebranche's book question ones, or is there more?
Yeah, this is all
Okay,
this
this
is
is
just
good.
the
This is good.
index.
Okay. Search mutual reflection or multi reflection, like multi dash reflection, mutual. You know what I mean? Search multi dash reflection or mutual scattering. Right? Scattering. Search scattering. If you can find it with scattering, probably. Yes. Okay, now scroll down. Right. So this is gonna be the important part. Oh wait, no. Up. Actually up. Let me see. Go up. Mm, okay, no, we're good. We're good. Go down. Yes. Go down. We got it. We can read this. And I scroll down so I can see where we're at. I think we're at the perfect spot. If you scroll down.
Oh,
Scroll down. Yeah. Scroll down. Oh yes, we're perfect. Perfect. This is perfect. Okay, now this is the end, bro. We're basically at the end. This is perfect, right? I mean, keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. Actually, keep scrolling. Let me see. Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. Yes, I see endowment there.
Endowment.
Right. So I want you to read 21.3 and 21.4. Well, like, see, 21.4 continues to 21.4.1. So you want to read the entirety of 21.4. This is going to be the end. This is going to be the end. 21.3 and 21.4. You're going to see everything's going to connect. And I want you to make the connections on your own. Everything's going to connect.
The fact that
No, start with 21.3. Start with 21.3. Read through it as fast as possible. Or do you want me to read it?
I mean, if you want me to make the connection, I'll just.
Yeah, read it fast. Don't read it out loud. Just read it fast. And then if you see any connections, make it explicit. Like, then say the connection out loud. You know? There's a footnote there, by the way. Maybe you saw. Uniqueness. Unequivocal, right? Remember how the events are unequivocal, right? And remember in the quantum like issues paper, it said how events are like non-interchangeable in their spatial temporal dimensions. You know?
Right, they're all unique.
Yes.
Man, I mean, that just kind of reinforces the problem with the 3 term, is that
Hmm?
it needs to compute every unique thing.
The uniqueness exists at the level of each pencil of light, a point in the room, at the level of the set of all pencils, the room itself, and at the level of each series of adjacent pencils, point-to-point translation within the room. By point is just a position of observation. Like, it's not talking about point as like a Euclidean point.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
with
It's talking
no internal
about,
structure. It's
yeah,
like the material point, right? Like in the other figure was a bee literally moving around like it's a bee. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
So just
I remember the thing, the video where there's like a thing going back and forth in the room, and that's like a
right, yes, exactly. So those are pencils, right? Pencil to pencil. Right? The first true theoretical efforts. Yes. And this is Gibson's 1966 terminology. And it's like I like to think that like literally take a bunch of pencils and put a rubber band around it, right? Like it's like indefinitely dense. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
right. We can
Bundles of
move like
pencils.
itty bitty inches, and that'll change.
Right. And but you remember the moving figure, right? In that video?
Yeah.
It's exactly like that, right? So, but the uniqueness exists at the level of all the pencils, and at each pencil, right? And pencil to pencil, right?
Right, because if we're like staying in the exact same spot doing like,
Hence, there's no like unlawful change, right? Like, and when you're
right.
looking at the figure, right? You're moving around the point of observation, right? In that
Yeah, like
figure,
given
the,
we're in
the
the
lines
same
move in it.
point. Yeah.
But you get what I'm saying? Like the lines move with it, right? And what that means is like from like there's no way that it's going to be there's going to be like a sort of like a destruction, right? Like an arbitrary leap. Like it's just gonna change like non-lawfully. You know, it's changing lawfully. You know what I'm saying?
Right, the lines follow the point.
Right. This is what
And
necessary
the
specificity means,
yeah,
right?
and the point is not trying to trace.
Mhm. Right. Structures out there, right? And it's like independent, like
Yes.
of it, like even if a rock occupies that point, right? That position of observation, right?
Hmm.
Even if a rock is occupying it, the structure is specific to the styles of change, like what's required for the rock to move forward, right? To make the optical to make the optic flow or optic array flow, right?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But the rock just doesn't have any need to detect that information for guiding its movement, right?
Yeah, it
But an
doesn't.
animal
Yeah,
does, right?
it's just some
But an animal does.
inanimate object. Yeah.
But we've been over all that stuff before. That's just connections. We're making connections to
Right.
stuff we've already talked about.
Just over 20 years ago, it was recognized that the introduction of multiple scattering into the light.
Yeah, did you read this before the quote? The first true theoretical efforts to address
Yeah.
reflection from natural surfaces, that is, surfaces that are rough, technically not planar at all length scales, you know, uh, began of basically like the coastline of Britain, right? That's basically it. Like the coastline of Britain, not planar at all length scales, right? Uh, began in the 1980s, as highlighted by Meridudin and Mendez 2007. Just over 20 years ago, it was recognized that the introduction of multiple scattering into the theory of scattering of light from randomly rough surfaces yields a variety of effects that have no counterparts in the results obtained on the basis of single scattering theories.
Hmm.
So, and it's like these are basically the the macroscopic observables, right? Which is like the ecological information, right? That we need. And I mean these variables, these higher order variables. You know what I mean?
Okay. Single scattering is the historical.
Form of the new optical quantities should take. You remember instead of like just like the frequency and like amplitude, you know, of like light measured at the quantum level, like it, you know, light quanta. You know what I mean? Like
What's
measured with a
that?
photo with a photo multiplier, you know, or a
Hmm.
well, yeah, you need both. You need photo multiplier. You need a what's it called? Uh, like fucking something ometer. I forgot, but whatever. Right at that level, right? You're not gonna get this stuff, right? And this is super cool. And this sort of gives you an idea, right, of the infinitudes that
Yes.
Malebranche was talking about, right?
Yes.
Or sort of like the scattering, but like, yeah.
And I don't even think he really even realized it
Mhm.
because he was talking about in specific scenarios where there is just a lot going on.
Yeah. I
But
mean, yeah.
it's
Think about it like,
even just like you just sitting in your room is
right.
there's
You're immersed.
infinitudes.
You're immersed in this omnipresent sea of energy, right? It's like because of the endless bouncing back and forth of the
Yep.
light. There's sort of like a steady state of light, right? And that's
Mhm.
how instead of sort of if we're instead of looking at like what's it called, radiant light, we're looking at reflected light, or ambient light. We're looking at ambient light instead of radiant light. You know what I mean? So basically, the light converging on a point of observation, right? Or no, we're talking about yeah, like I've shown you this. I've shown you this stuff before, right?
Yeah.
About ambient light versus radiant light. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
I've
It
shown
comes
you all
down
this
from
stuff.
the sun, and then it bounces off of all the surfaces.
Yes,
and then
I've shown you all this stuff. Yes, I've shown you all this stuff. So I don't need to go through it again. Sorry. I was about to go through that whole thing again.
Yeah, hell no, bro. The foregoing
Yeah,
provides the opportunity to underscore many optical information in this professional sense. The multiple reflection by and multiple reflection among indefinitely many reflecting surfaces. Yeah, indefinitely.
Mhm.
Each of non-Gaussian randomness that is different from surface to surface. These physics and its allied mathematics are embryonic.
What's that footnote? So 4. Yep. Remember, this is like the knowledge, and we're
Wow, they need to
inferring.
be omnipotent.
Yep. The local intensity values at the retina. From the local intensity values of the retina. How do you get this, right? So, no, look at 4, right? This is important. That footnote 4, the footnote, right? That footnote is important. So let's like look at it again because I didn't catch the whole footnote. Super important for this next section.
Mhm.
Yes. Yes. Returning to the man in the inner room perspective, the perceiving of any surface layout would involve determining the statistics of the surface and or inferring through abduction the topography of the surface from the local intensity values at the retina. And that sort of gives you
Damn.
an idea. Like the topography. Remember the topography. It's all these nooks and crannies and doves and dales, right?
Yeah.
Hills and dales, right? And so it's like all
It's
these information.
countless. You
You got to get it from the
literally,
local intensity values at the retina.
literally impossible to compute.
Yes, it's NP complete, right? NP complete and NP hard. So, okay. Yes, go back. Press 4. Go to that 4 thing. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now let's go through this one. This is the last one. The last one. 21.4.
The fact that inter and mutual reflection of light patterns, light. Invariance detection or resonance of as yet some undetermined kind. Did he just not figure it out at that point? I'm confused.
No. It's like talked about later in a later lecture.
Oh.
Like lecture. It's talked about in lecture 23,
The
or
optical
like well
supply.
lecture 23 through lecture 26. Really. So yeah, the inter and mutual reflection of light by a room's surfaces renders the light in the room specific to the room. And so that light, that physics of inter and mutual reflection of light. Yeah. The question was identified as a paradox, remember? Well, it's the paradox we were just reading, the paradox of abduction. Right. We were just reading that in the other paper. Remember?
Right, prior to knowing about that reality.
It was said better in like I think it was lecture. It was said better like with regard to Kant, right? I remember it's like with the world or something. You know?
Well, yeah, well, Kant would have to have the same problem as well.
Yeah, but I'm saying remember it was talked about like fuck. I don't know, like I can do it. I can do it. I can search for it myself. Okay, I can do it on my own here, so you don't have to do it. Just give me a second. Cuz it was said much better. I like the way it was said here that we talked about it earlier. So yes. It's not this one. Not here. Where the hell is it, bro?
What?
Yes, here it is. Here it is. Yes, it was in lecture 6 at the end of lecture 6, the Cartesian program defined. It was yes, yes. The second injunction. Identify the kinds of knowledge with which the third grade of sense must be endowed a priori. That is, identify what principles governing the workings of the world are known independent of any experience with the world and give expression to the formal structure of the abstract and productive representations that embody this knowledge. Right, but this is like this part. I really like the way this part was said, like a little bit better, like than what's said there about the paradox, like how the paradox is said. You know what I mean? I'll put this in the chat. Go back to where the paradox was, where it said the paradox, like in lecture 21. I mean, here I'll put this. I'm putting this in VC text because I like the way it's said here. I'm trying to find. Yeah, are you back there yet at 21?
Maybe? No?
Okay.
Where were we? Oh,
Okay, so you see in VC text what I highlighted there. I felt like that thing there
identify
was.
the kind of knowledge.
Oh,
Identify the kinds of knowledge with which the third grade of sense must be endowed a priori. Identify what principle governing the workings of the world are known independent of any experience with the world.
yes. I think that's a much more economical way of saying it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, which is what they have to do.
Right. So let's go back to 21.
Okay.
21.4. What are we here? Okay, go up. Whoa, where were we? We were here. We were here. Right?
Uh,
Yes. The
this is
paradox
the
was at the end of this. Yes.
This is the endowment.
Right. You must like in order for unconscious inference, right? The third grader sense. In order for the third grader sense to work, right? It must be endowed with the knowledge of the connection between visual sensations and external, like spatial reality, prior to knowing about that reality. But it can only know about that reality through unconscious inference, supposedly, right? So unconscious inference relies on knowledge you can only you're supposed to get through unconscious inference, right? Which is the paradox, right? We were talking about in quantum like issues, right? You remember, bro? Do you remember?
Yes, the
This was
NP
based.
hard problem.
This is just okay. Okay, next one. We're almost finished, bro. We're almost finished. Implicit comprehension of the laws of reflection. Right, this is the innate knowledge. Yes.
Typical layout.
Basically, what it's saying here is that information about X is, I mean, information about X is not X, right? But information specific to if Y is specific to X, then to detect Y is to perceive X, whether or not, even if X is absent or improbable. And the improbable part is the important part because the Bayesian theories can't explain that, right? If if it's on the basis of Bayesian inference, right? It's about like probabilities and stuff, right? Why would we perceive it if X is improbable, right? You know what I'm saying? that point is made in the. Remember the other paper that talks about information about X is not X, right? The multifractal tensegrity paper. So it's basically saying even if you have the Bayesian priors, right, or whatever, right, you have the innate knowledge of fucking physics of light or whatever, you know,
Yeah.
even if you have that, right, why are you perceiving it if it's improbable? You know what I mean? You wouldn't. You wouldn't be.
Why are you? What if
Oh,
it's improbable?
sorry, I have food in my mouth. Remember, sort of, it's sort of like the whole like the whole like the domain generality. Remember all the beliefs you have, right? It's like this innate knowledge, right? The Bayesian priors. It's this innate knowledge of the physics of light reflection, right?
Right.
It should be telling you basically, oh, you can infer from the effect to the cause, right? What's the most probable cause? And that's what you perceive, right? But this shows that that's false.
Or well, yeah, because it would be the same shape no matter if they had the pseudoscope on or not.
Right.
So yeah, if you have innate knowledge, then this would be much different.
Well, whether it's innate or not, if you had the rules, whether they're learned or not, right? You know what I'm saying? Even though they're not learnable, right? Really,
Yeah.
right? Even if you assume that they are, right? This shouldn't happen, right? But it does.
Or well, yeah,
There's
because
another.
that's what is asserted every time.
Yeah, there's a bunch more examples given in the medium of haptic perception. This paper, I'll link it. Uh, remember where it talks about information about X is not X? There's a bunch of examples given in that section in this paper
So
in VC
yeah, if
Tech.
we grant innate knowledge,
Mhm.
then this doesn't really make any sense.
Right, because again, information about X is not X. It only need be specific to X, right?
Mhm.
This is the key. It need not copy or represent X, right? And that's what they assume. They assume it needs to be a copy, right? You know what I'm saying? Like you literally have the world inside of your head. You know?
Yeah.
Like a copy of the world. You know? But yeah, this shows that's not the case. Right? But it's like even like if to detect y because if y is specific to x, to detect y is to perceive x, right?
Mm.
That explains it. That explains that explains why you perceive x even if x is absent or improbable, right? If we sort of experimentally generate those conditions, right? The optical flow field, right? For example, right? We can generate an optical flow field with like specific patterns, like in an optical tunnel, that make you feel like you're spinning when you're looking down it. You know what I mean?
makes me feel like I'm
Right. It's because that information is the information being generated, right, is specific to sort of in your niche. It's specific to that fact in your niche, in the organism's niche, right? Like your perceptual systems are attuned to this information that specifies the fact, like in a normal, your just everyday normal behaviors, right? You know what I'm saying? So we can experimentally generate, like play with the structure, right, of information, right? Sort of generate that structure without like how it's generated, like in everyday natural scenes. You know what I mean? In your niche.
right.
You get what I'm saying? But it's
Right,
because
which
it's
I can
already
manipulate
specific to
somehow.
that. But it's because it's already specific to that as the thing exists in your niche, at that as that fact exists in the organism's niche. That's why. Because it is specific to that fact in the organism's niche. You get what I'm saying?
So me perceiving a thing that makes me feel like I'm spinning is specific to my niche.
Because the information is specific to like how you sort of like orient yourself in your niche, like how you perceive your orientation, you know? But it's like a better example, right? Is like the shark example that I was telling you guys to look at, right? Was I telling you that to look at the shark example?
I don't think so.
Like if you look in the chat where I was saying search shark, like in the chat in my server, let's see. Was it in my server? Whoa, was it even in my server? Or was it in Zulu's server?
Arrow.
Weird. The hell is it? It's not in Zulu server. It must be in it was in Phi Club. It was in Two Girls and Cap server, I think.
Yes, sir.
Yes, it was in this one. Okay. Here we go. So it's in Lectures on Perception too, by the way. If you control F for shark.
Shark.
Yeah, so I linked them. Yeah, like you're not in this guy's server?
No.
Oh, let me DM. You're not in this guy's server that I just forwarded you this message from?
Yeah, I'm not in that server.
Okay, let me invite you. Okay. But yeah, I was explaining this how like
Oh.
you can experimentally
Oh.
generate stuff.
Oh, yeah. This server.
Yeah, that's right. But I was explaining that earlier today, right?
This is the
Was it or
server for
yesterday?
furries.
But yeah, but yeah. So right. So you can search a shark in Lectures on Perception. There's a good example
Shark.
there.
Sharks electrically detect things to eat. Flatfish that has buried itself in the sand will be detectable by a nearby shark. Shark digs tenaciously at the source of the field, departing from the site, and the act fails to reveal an edible thing.
So you see, it's like that the information is already specific to that fact and the shark's niche, right?
The fact that an edible thing doesn't like appear, doesn't reveal.
Then an electrical field of a certain kind specifies an edible thing. But see, like it talks about how it's like specific to the fact as it exists in the shark's niche, right? Like if you see, like you probably didn't read that far when you were just reading it right now.
Oh.
How's that integration, bro?
Yeah. Wait. Yeah, it's like the it's like the Oedipus and the
Mm-hmm.
other thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
that. It's just like
Mm-hmm.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like you can't exclude the shark and its niche as such.
Right.
Just like how you cannot exclude Oedipus from
Mm-hmm.
his story. The lady, I already forgot
But it's not that the shark is like making up its reality. You know what I mean?
her name.
There's no
Yeah.
sense in which you can say that the shark is perceiving wrong, right? That the shark's perceiving is wrong or mistaken, you know? That he ought not have perceived it as an edible thing, even though there was no edible thing there, right?
Yeah, it's the same thing with hallucinations as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, how could you say that I ought not hallucinate?
I mean, yeah, given these conditions, like I'm fucking dehydrated to all shit, you know?
Yeah.
Right. You tend to start hallucinating.
So yeah, like how could you say that under these conditions I ought not hallucinate?
Right.
When that is specifically what those conditions are meant to generate.
Exactly. Exactly. And there's nothing unreal about that, right? It's precisely the opposite, right? Is that
Yeah, it's very real.
intentionality is real. Intentionality with an S is a real, like the world of particular change, the particulars and change is the real world, you know? Right?
Yeah.
There's no God's eye view.
Yeah.
So did you finish that one? Did you finish that one?
Oh, almost. Brother.
Yeah. The wrong action would be not investigating the source of F. Right?
Yeah, and it's that relation of the electric field that is like the edible thing. It's not
And so
just
you sort of see the difference, right?
yeah,
This
it's like what might be
is the
eatable
difference
for
between
us is different to the shark.
I'm saying this is the difference between sort of an explanatory theory and one that tries to explain away what it's trying to explain. You know, erase what it's trying to explain. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it'll just say, "Oh well, the shark made a mistake. We're explaining it
Right.
away." Yeah, instead of
But I mean,
trying
like
to
the two
understand.
views of like the shark would be wrong to perceive another thing or to investigate the source of F, or it would be wrong to not investigate the source of F. Right. The latter is obviously the explanatory view, right? And the former is the intractable view. Are you done reading it or?
Yeah, I'm looking at the Mueller-Lyer misperception.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the Mueller-Lyer one is a cool example too. The length eh, extrinsically for the line in the middle is the same as the one on the left and the right for the two figures, right?
Hmm.
But it looks
What's
shorter. You see what I
the
mean? Like
line in the middle looks
right, yeah, A1 and AB or A1 and A2, right? You see the one on the left and the one on the right, right? The middle line is the same length, right? If measured with like a ruler, right? But we see the A2, right? We see A2 is shorter.
yeah. Yeah, I see that. And the line in the middle on the B one looks a little
Mhm. Yeah, but I don't know if you want to get into all that. It talks about some cool stuff there about what's doing that, right? But the point, remember,
bit. Ooh. Ah.
You got sucked into reading something else now.
Oh, it's not even. Oh, I thought he was gonna go into like a whole explanation of it.
Yeah, it goes. It does. It does.
Oh. Let the,
You sort of skipped it though. You skipped the important part of it.
yeah, right. What with an extrinsic measurement and a natural measurement.
Yeah, why is errors attributed to the natural system? But that's obviously the total like wrong way around, you know. Man, the world of change in particular is just too changing in particular.
limited resulting power of
The nature of thing in context. Guess what that is? It means subject to universal time translation symmetry.
So it's just that it's. I mean, it is different. It's a different shape.
Mhm. Right.
And the ruler is.
But if you try to deal with it predicatively, right, you're gonna lose it. You know, if you try to deal with like each little piece in isolation, you know, and then like you just add them together, and then well, if you try and just like like an analysis and synthesis are not equivalent. You know what I mean? You take it apart and put it back together. You know what I mean? You can't. You know what I mean? You can't get the whole from the parts. Just adding together the parts. You get what I'm saying? You have to look at the whole as a whole.
Right, and the ruler is just kind of stripping it down to
Yeah.
just these numbers.
Mhm.
It's just this one variable. Oh,
But like if you look back in lecture 9, you know, the fractal stuff, it anticipates this chord geometry stuff. It anticipates it, and you know,
why is it
fractal analysis is all about like densities, you know? It's all about densities and distributions of quantities.
What did you say? Sorry, my headset.
Like in lecture 9, this chord geometry stuff, right, is anticipated in lecture 9, where they talk about the fractal analysis and like densities, and you know, fractal analysis is concerned with like densities and distributions of quantities, you know. But like it literally it also like anticipates explicitly the chord geometry stuff. Like if you search finite resolution, if you control F for finite resolution or finite resolving power, or yeah, or it's like actually no, yeah, the tolerance, yeah, tolerance provided by the shortest chord. There it is. Tolerance provided by the shortest chord. That's also in lecture 9. You were just reading that, but see, it's in lecture 9. If you search tolerance, probably you'll find it. That's also a cool thing. But we can talk about that another day. It's not. This is lecture 24, bro. Go to. It's in lecture 9. Tolerance. Uh, I think you. It's because you have a space, maybe. Like after tolerance. No, that's not the. No, that's still like that's lecture 22, 23. I mean, that's lecture 23. You were just reading that.
Not
Okay. Go search chord, maybe. Search chord. Cause it should you should be able to find it. No, not this. It's in lecture 9, remember? Lecture 9, go. Find it. No, it's not this one. You were just reading it. 23. Why isn't it showing? Uh shortest. I don't know, search shortest. That's lecture 23. I think you're in lecture 9 right now. Here we go. Yes. No, not this one. Keep going. There we go. You're in lecture 9 now. And there, see, it's anticipated in lecture 9.
By the shortest segment.
Yeah, the shortest chord. And then, so if you scroll down, yeah, this is, yeah, difference between a plane of abstract geometry and a surface and ecological geometry. You won't be able to understand this. Keep going. Go all the way to the end of lecture 9. Go all the way to the end of lecture 9. Yeah, you see he's talking about fractals, da 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 da. Yeah. So no, go up. Okay, no, go up. Search density. Search density. You see, if you do like up arrows in the uh, okay, yeah. Here we go. Wait, no, is that the right one? No. Go. It's supposed to be in lecture 9. Really, is that it? Like it should have been like above that. It should have been above this. I guess it's not. Distribution, maybe.
I don't know.
No, but it's talking. It's saying that fractal analysis is in terms of like density and distribution. Like densities are distributions of quantities. You know. But it's just like I'm connecting for you fractal analysis to the chord geometry stuff.
Yeah, that's all. That's all.
Because
But I
remember
mean, I
that.
don't know. Like I understand. It's just erroneous to be like, this is the fault of the organism.
Mhm, right.
It's also scale privileging as well.
Yeah. Go.
Confusing.
Okay. Go back to lecture 21. Let's finish that. Finish that really quickly. We were almost finished with it. Because you got sidetracked with the Meyer Euler thing. I didn't tell you to read that, by the way. You got sidetracked with that on your own.
Well, because I wanted to see his explanation of the shark thing, like how it relates to people.
Mm. Okay, we read that. We read that. Did we read that part? Like the end of before? Did we read like this part over here? Like you were there.
Of
You were around here. Okay, no, scroll up. Scroll up to what you said before the figure there.
No,
Okay.
we definitely read this.
Yeah, what would account for this non-intuitive change of color? Suppose that absent a change in light, the visual system infers. See, absent the change of light, the visual system infers, in the abduction sense of infers, that the change in color was most likely the effect of the change in the shape. In shape. This inference from effect to cause implies, at a minimum, that the visual system instantiates an understanding. Go down. Go down. Below the figure, right, of the physics of light reflection, most particularly multiple reflection and specific knowledge of the reflectance function of colored surfaces in the present case, magenta. Specific knowledge, right? And Gibson's 1979-1986 view on conjectures such as the preceding is worth noting. For him, they all come down to the following. In order to perceive the world, one must already have ideas about it. Knowledge of the world is explained by assuming that knowledge of the world exists. Whether the ideas are learned or innate makes no difference. See, remember? Whether the ideas are learned or innate makes no difference. The fallacy lies in the circular reasoning. But remember what we said, whether the ideas are learned or innate makes no difference, right?
I mean, yeah, I think it kind of harkens back to how he didn't really care about the whole do affordances exist
Okay,
or
yeah. So
not.
the next, I definitely care about it, but it just wasn't important for the theory of affordances. Yes, principle of generic views. So this is 21.4.2. This is the last of the 21.4. The foregoing case for abduction was articulated with a viewer at one station point. How would abduction fare if the station point were free to vary? For example, if the viewer's relation to the mock card was oblique, example, off to the side or looking down from above rather than facing. In some quarters of the computational vision, artificial intelligence, a necessary criterion is that successful perception, quote unquote, should not require the viewer, quote unquote, to be in a specific relation to the distal surface layout. This is the principle. This is referred to as the principle of generic views. Its violation is cause for rejecting a candidate abduction hypothesis. For any given animal, the relations of distance and orientation to surface layouts will, by and large, be indefinitely many and at the choosing of the animal. In ecological settings, visual perception of X is broadly invariant over the multiplicity of a mobile animal's distance and orientation relations to X.
Hmm.
So, like in the organism's niche, right?
It's invariant.
Mm-hmm. Right. So whether X is you're seeing it like from the side or from above, you know what I mean?
Right.
Whichever way, you know what I mean? There's invariance across all those ways. You know what I mean?
Right. The structure changed lawfully.
Yes, exactly, exactly. Yeah. He says it in such a weird, like he says things in such like a weird way. It's hard to understand what he's saying sometimes, you know.
Yeah.
But that's what he's saying. He's saying this it changes lawfully. So yeah. Uh, three difficulty. Do you want to read this last one? It's the last one of lecture 21. It's like
Mm,
it's super short.
is it important?
Well, I think it sort of like integrates everything we've talked about so far, basically. It's the
Alright.
end. See how short it is.
We can
We can
conclude
conclude
this
this lecture.
lecture.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh wow.
bro.
You went to lecture 12. You clicked on lecture 12, bro.
uh,
Come on, bro. We're almost there, bro.
okay. Uh, yeah. We can conclude this lecture with a few brief remarks on the potential of the Bayesian formalism. Recall lecture 12. The formalism commonly used for expressing abduction. Arguably, the appeal of the formalism is its normative nature, meaning that it is based on what is considered to be the usual or correct way of doing something, such as judging the color of an eliminated mark card. That usual or correct way is presumed to be rational, that is, it involves self-consistent beliefs with particular probabilities and a selective updating of those probabilities by evidence. Three difficulties are worth noting. First, the belief
Well,
updating.
look at the footnote there. The sixth footnote there. I don't know what it says. Oh yeah, it's right there.
Roughly Bayesian updating is changing an initial or prior probability estimate, e.g.,
Prior
P
prior
A,
is why it's italicized. These are Bayesian priors, right? This is the innate knowledge.
e.g., B and C with associated probabilities, produces a posterior probability estimate.
Three
The belief
difficulties.
updating. Three difficulties are worth noting. Often assumed within the formalism to be indifferent to the order in which effects are incorporated. For biological phenomena, however, such as adapting and learning, the sequential order of the formative experiences tends to matter. Second, the formalism is computationally intractable. In the absence of being foretold, the number of possible hypotheses that can be entertained is so large.
Remember the
That
Turvy the robot?
Turkey the robot.
Remember? You're like, I get a zap, you know? Now I gotta figure out what caused it, you know?
Yeah. Heuristics are required to protect against having to evaluate all the possibilities. Third, there is a disarming problem. Consistent Bayesian method for introducing new unobserved causes is lacking. Words about the fact that significant causes reside in the class of non-obvious independent variables. In Glamor's words, no correct feasible general Bayesian procedure is known that provides correct information, in the large sample limit, about the existence of unobserved common causes of observed variables. Affirmation of the qualms surrounding aforementioned difficulties. I guess I just can't. Oh, yeah, right. It's right here. Right over. Okay. Is to be found in re-examination of Marcus and Davis of a study on infant learning by Gwen and Schulz. Guion et al.'s original assumption was that the infants had to consider implicitly four hypotheses of equal a priori plausibility. Re-examination revealed that the number was closer to 4 dozen, engendering more than 7,500 equally well-motivated Bayesian models.
Equally well motivated. Oh, equally well motivated, dude. And
As
that's like
in,
yeah, like how do you decide among you know what I mean? They're all equivocal. They're all equivocal. There's no basis for preferring one over the other.
yeah.
That's crazy, right? It's a study on infant learning.
And I think the whole P and not P thing is like, it's I guess it's also like a
Mhm.
problem of differentiation,
Right.
which is like, if they're all equal, how are you differentiating? I mean, yeah, how are you differentiating P from not P?
Yes, what like it's a the grounding problem basically. You know, what's
Yeah.
the like? Because there has to be like a commensurate basis for like distinction or comparison. Like you're like, how do you prefer one or the other? You need some basis to prefer one over the other. You know what I mean? Such that one is like such that they're not equivocal, right? Because if they're equivocal, then truth is the same as false. You know, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What makes that decision? That decision is well not made in the formalism. That's for sure.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's just another case of the non-formalizability of reality. Reality is in predicate.
And all these people spending all their time trying to get $1,000,000. Not worth it, man. It's not worth it.
No, I mean it's there. That prize, $1,000,000, is literally like it's like a joke, basically. You know, because it's unsolvable. You
Oh,
know, you know what I mean? Like it's literally like a joke.
bro,
Like yeah,
drop a
yeah, you'll get $1,000,000. You know,
drop $1 billion on it. Bro,
like
drop
and if you
$1 billion.
if you believe that, if you believe you can solve it, I got a bridge to sell you. Right? That's the kind of like that's the kind of I don't know how it feels like the fucking $1,000,000 prize for that, right? So like if you're gullible enough to fucking aim for this, like I've got a bridge to sell you. You
Bridge of
know what that means?
dualism.
No, but you know what that means? I've got a bridge to sell you.
No, I thought it was like a
Oh,
dualism
oh,
joke.
oh, but it could be. It could be. It could be. It could be connected to dualism as like yeah, but like search up I've got a bridge to sell you. Search that shit up on Google.
A bridge to sell you.
I've got a bridge to sell you.
Someone's gullibility. If you believe that, you are gullible enough to fall for any ridiculous lie or scam.
Yeah, see the where it came from, the origin of it.
It usually implies that the claim you are swallowing is as implausible as buying a piece of public infrastructure.
Hmm. Yeah, that's funny. But yeah, like, but like, see the origin. It's like based in a true story.
Oh my
Like
god, it's based in a
the
freaking
saying.
con artist.
Yeah, the saying. It's based in a true story.
He tried to sell the Brooklyn Bridge, huh?
Yeah, and he actually did. He fucking scammed a bunch of people out of it. Like he was selling the fucking Brooklyn Bridge. Like, I've got a bridge
Tricking
to
them
sell
into
you.
believing they would collect the daily toll.
Yeah, you know, I've got a bridge to sell you. Well, if you believe that, then I've got a bridge to sell you. That's usually how the saying goes. If you believe that, I've got a bridge to sell you.
It could be related to dualism.
Right? Yeah, definitely can, right? Because it's funny.
It's like, yeah, bro, you gotta fucking bridge it.
If you believe that, I've got a bridge to sell you.
Destroy the distinction between, yeah, destroy this distinction basically between semantics and syntax.
But it's pretty funny, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you believe dualism can be bridged, hey, I've got a bridge to sell you. I've got this non-existent bridge to sell you. You know?
That's funny.
Yeah, if you think you can solve P or not P, I've got a bridge to sell you.
Say that to Zulu.
It's like
Yeah, Zulu,
it
you want
remind
to solve P or not P real quick for me? Yeah, bro, I got you. You can solve that, man. Got a bridge to say.
if
The
you
Brooklyn
believe that,
Bridge.
I got a bridge to sell you. Oh man, I love that. I love that saying, bro. I mean, because some people really are that fucking gullible, bro. It's like, it's like
Dude, there's a different unsolvable math problem out
it's
there.
like a reductio. It's like a reductio. The saying, it's like a reductio because it's based in a true story. Yeah, like, oh, like, come on, he can't be like that gullible. Like it's not like he's gullible when he's thinking, like, he's just thinking about like this stuff, right? When he's thinking about like bridging dualisms or whatever, right? Like, that
Yeah.
seems like innocuous or whatever, right? Like, oh, he's not a gullible person, right?
Who, Zulu?
No, I'm saying like like the person, like these psychologists or whatever, all of these people like working in these scientific fields, right? They're all working on this stuff seriously, right? And it's
Mhm.
like, you know, how do you sort of like rationalize that, right? How do you cope with that? That all these people are doing
He
like
doesn't know.
totally pointless shit, you
He
know?
doesn't know. He doesn't know.
Yeah. But then it's like no, like there's like people who would buy the fucking Brooklyn Bridge, believing they fucking can, they would actually be buying the Brooklyn Bridge. You know what I mean?
And at that, there would be somebody deceptive enough to say that they will
Mhm.
sell the Brooklyn Bridge.
Yeah, and then to believe it, you know.
And get people to buy it, yeah.
I mean, because that's like a huge reduction, right? It's like, bro, what? What do you mean people bought the fucking Brooklyn Bridge from a con artist, like believing they were actually buying? Like that sounds too crazy. Like too unbelievable, right? Like there's no way that happened, but it did actually happen. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, there's no way that these scientists have been fucking wrong and like doing pointless bullshit for like hundreds of years, man. No way, man.
There's
It's
no
just too,
way. There's no
too
way that
unbelievable.
every single contemporary psychologist has been tricked into fucking solving this impossible problem.
There's no way, man. Well, yeah. Well, I've got a bridge to sell you. But if you believe that, I've got a bridge to sell you. Hmm, I love it. So yeah, that's it. I think we're done here. But like,
Yeah.
I finally really understood like the whole NP complete and NP hard problem stuff like that. I wasn't really grasping that when I was reading all through Turby's discussions on that before. You know what I mean?
Right.
But now I really grasp it and I see the fucking like importance of it. Right?
I do. You gotta. I want to see you using that against everybody. You gotta use that against pessimistic boots. All these people.
I'm gonna put it in the video course for sure.
Yeah, for
I mean, because
sure.
you see how important it was, right? It's something like it's one of the very important like lines of reasoning through it. Like it's throughout the whole like of lectures on perception, really, like through a bunch of the lectures, through lecture 8, through lecture 12, through lecture 8, through lecture 11, through lecture 12, and lecture 21 in particular. Those in particular.
I mean, yeah. I don't know how effective it would be on somebody who is.
Oh yeah, and also lecture 16 and lecture 18. You know, on the NP problem, like lecture 16 and lecture 18, they talk about that.
Yeah, like I don't know how well it would work on a literal Cartesian or like a literal Bayesian who's just gonna say like, yeah,
Well,
God, Lamau. I mean, you would just move on to like, you know, common arguments against God. Like,
yeah, yeah.
but like it would work really well on somebody like the Christian
I
M
mean, yeah,
guy who
if they
doesn't
assume
believe
they're
in God, right?
yeah, I mean, like if they're assuming they're fucking solving like a NP complete problem, they're assuming they, they have omniscience. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Which I don't think most religious people would say that.
That like you have like your little homunculus in your brain has omniscience. Yeah.
I don't think they would say outright that you have like omniscience or like
Well, it's not you.
omnipotence.
It's a little man. It's the little man that's controlling you. That's intervening. Like, remember Malebranche's occasionalism, right? Even your intent to raise the arm, it's God who's intervening to sort of like to such that like your
Yeah, it's
your your
determinism.
mental yeah so no it's such that your mental motions and the physical motions are coinciding. It's God who ensures that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, it's just determinism, really.
Yeah. But you get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
You just got God in you, bro. God's inside you, and that's why.
I don't know, that sounds pretty gay.
God's inside you. Yeah. Oh man, this sounds pretty good.